Good evening. It is episode 206 of the longest running episodic, whatever this is, we still don't know. I'm here. I'm here with a...
ridiculous.
Listen, you're sharpening your knife. You'll be fine. The point is, I've got here Bougie Eric, as always. And, of course, from the Garage of Knowledge, the Burrell. Good evening, gentlemen. And Eric.
Good evening.
Hello.
Indeed. And on that note, first couple of comments. Bob Jackson, first out of the block, says, Eric Fan Club is now in session. Paul says, evening, gents and Booby. How was the show last weekend? We will discuss that shortly. Thank you for asking, Paul. Michael Ham here says, facts. Indeed. Orlando, good evening to you. Bob Jackson, anyone else have mayo this week? Yes.
Gross.
I will also discuss briefly a little bit of the happenings this past week in the National Football League and the first game of the National Football League so far. Listen, through one game, I know it's just a Thursday game, and we don't like the Thursday game very much, but it exists. First of all, the descent of the darkness upon us. Secondly, we are endangering Mayo Monday. Like, we are in great danger with Mayo Monday right now. I'm saying Mayo Monday is a state of mind, but we are in a lot of danger. A lot of danger with Mayo Monday. Orlando says, Eric is actually the star of the show. I showed my Mayo cards in yesterday's video. You see? I'm not only am I'm impressed in two different sides. Number one, Orlando's saying he's showing some Mayo cards in his video. Excellent. Good to know. Secondly, that he says Eric is the star of the show means that Eric had extra money, which can now be funneled into the like button because he was able to pay off Orlando. I see what's going on. It sounds to me like somebody got a raise.
Someone
Looks like
sorts of a thing.
stealing some money from the thumbs up.
And one does not deprive the thumbs up. Unfortunate things happen to people who deprive the thumbs up fund. Real unfortunate.
On the other end, yes.
It would be really sad if Eric was to wake up suddenly surrounded by an entire truck full of mayo.
That's disgusting. If you continue, I'm gonna take my ball and go home.
All right, but wait until we show up with the mayo truck, with the hose, and fire away the hose. You don't want the hose, Eric. You're getting the hose. Paul says, I took a bath in it yesterday. There you go. Saddle fan says, the knives are out. But you know it's serious. Always. Always. But yes, we'll definitely talk about the card show. Bobby is going to be here to be able to give his side of it. He did not stay in the Overlook Hotel. He got to enjoy the downstairs area, which was a lot less, it didn't involve The Shining. So, there was a little bit less of that. But then we can kind of share that perspective of it as well. I will also be able to share with you guys, a YouTuber called The Great Canadian Explorer actually does a lot of walkthroughs of local card shows, and he did attend this. I thought I recognized him. I was pretty sure it was him. And then I checked on YouTube, and I did in fact see it. And in the video, yours truly and the Burrell may have made a cameo appearance in that as he did his walkthrough around. But I think the key thing, though, is he was there during a fairly busy time of the show. So it's actually really good for you to be able to see the show in his busyness. And as he's kind of walking through from section to section, he does the perimeter and then he comes back around through it. So he's able to show off, at least give you a little bit of a vantage point of what it was like. So instead of us just describing it to you or showing you one or two pictures, we can actually show you video. And I'll include a link in the description. Paul here says that the same hose that Austin used with beer in the colored water, I mean milk truck that Anglo used, maybe. And I'm glad that Paul got the reference.
Yes.
That's exactly what I have in mind. No one deserves it more than Eric. But first, before I get into that though, there is one thing that I caught literally a couple of hours before the show, and I started watching it a little bit for a couple of minutes, and I've decided this is the most unintentionally hilarious thing I've seen, and it's actually kind of brilliant. I'm kind of jealous that I didn't think of it myself. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, as you well know, I am a big fan of hashtag Team No Effort. And the thing about that is it is. The key, though, is that it's about, imagine having a piece of content that really truly requires not only no effort, but, well, no effort in relative terms. But in effect, you're recycling content on top of content, which I have been known to do. And we talked about my disdain for the auction watch-alongs. But my friends, I have seen now the Venn diagram of this concept taken to its natural evolution to the next level. I got to share this with you because this is fantastic. And I will include a link in the description for you, but I got to show this to you. This is right here from a YouTuber called From the Bench, who I think has actually been in the chat before, and I've watched some of his stuff. He's a decent enough channel. There's some good stuff on there. He breaks some product and everything. He's a hockey card guy. I think he's based out of Nova Scotia. So I think he's out in AMG land, which we'll talk about in a moment. But the point is, decent YouTuber. I enjoy some of his stuff. This is a first look at the cup. He is literally doing a live stream, commentating over a whatnot live break. He's watching the live break and reducing the volume on the breaker because the breaker is there doing their thing, and he's watching it. He's in the corner, and he's commentating on top of it while doing a live stream.
That's like, a reaction, watching a reaction video and doing a reaction on the reaction video.
But doing it in real time. But doing it in real time.
Yes.
So, but then you did it on release day of the cup, so you don't actually have to open any product. And you're actually able to create content from doing a watch. Eric, this is brilliant. Like, I gotta be honest.
That's brilliant. Didn't cost him a dime. Cost whoever that is, many thousands and thousands of dimes. This is fantastic. Yeah, that's brilliant.
But look, the reason why, so it's brilliant on a couple of levels. I'm loving this in terms of literally you are using somebody else doing the break. You're commentating on top of it. And here's the best part: 1,000 views. I'm like, God damn it.
Yes.
on cup release day,
they wouldn't even mind because they like the attention.
No, if you look at the title, they are credited, and in the description they do give the whatnot address for them. So at the end of the day, the breaker's like, would be like, whatever. Hey, you drove more traffic to me.
Yeah,
win-win. I wouldn't be now. I don't know if they did or not. I wouldn't be surprised if they reached out because I'm sure there's a lot of breakers who would be like, yeah, sure, you're promoting me. Go for it. Yeah. I'm over there doing my thing. My job is to fill breaks and open this product. So you do whatever.
Everybody mind as long as it wasn't negative, like they just bashed them the whole time. As long as it was.
Yeah.
No,
I think they were looking at the cards, were they not?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're opening it up and he's commenting on the breaks as the cards that are coming out and like talking about the product itself and all that. And it's basically, again, it's literally a live stream watch along of a break. But I just thought it was hysterical that this is like a Venn diagram of a lot of things we've talked about in the past. And by the way, with the cup, it makes all the sense in the world because people are on release day. People are interested. People are engaged.
Otherwise, the videos would be boring. There's really nothing to them.
Exactly.
The break, obviously. So the cup being new, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. Brand new product. People are interested. That it works. Sure. So this now here, Eric, is how we're going to do the segue into the AMG piece because, and I'm going to include a link to this in the description. If you check it out. On the AMG Collectibles channel, Sherry and Brad went live from their cottage and we're opening up a full case of the cup. So 6 tins, a full case break. And I'll give you a quick story about this though. And I'm just showing off one of the bigger hits here. You got a McDavid autograph on there. That was a very nice one. It's a very nice pull in that. They did much better on this case break than they did on the first case break of the cup. Way better. Way better. So credit to them. So I will leave a link to this in the description. And this was actually done pretty well as well. It's almost like it's 770, almost 800 views. It's actually pretty good. Yeah. Now this one is actually very funny because I wasn't actually supposed to be involved in it at all. Brad did message me saying, I'm trying to decide if we're going to break it or not. And my advice to him is basically like, common sense would tell you no. The content gods would say yes. Yeah. And Brad was like, good point. I should listen to content gods. And I go, you do you? You go with God. So anyway, choices. Hey, listen, all I did was offer the correct advice. The content gods, praise the content gods. You got to do what you got to do. So they ended up opening it. But the thing was they were having some technical difficulties getting it online. So the reason I became involved in it is I got a text message saying, hey, we're having some trouble getting this to work. Can you give us a little bit of a hand? And I was like, okay. I was literally eating my dinner. So I logged on, helped them get this thing on, set it up so it was full screen. And then so there would be stretches where they were doing all the commentary. I'd chime in from time to time while I was there, but I was actually eating my dinner. So I wasn't planning specifically to be in it, but it worked out. It worked out nicely. And they did well. And they actually pulled some good stuff.
I was wondering like how it all went down because you had sent me a text to, hey, you might be interested in this. Brad and Sherry are going live. Mm-hmm. I'm like, yep. All right. And as I told you, texted you guys later, I was just finishing a mountain bike ride. Like I was getting just back to my truck when, I got the text.
Yeah.
So that's why later in it, when they pulled that Bobby Orr card, I was putting my bike away. And
I don't see. Listen, secretly you were not reacting because you don't acknowledge Bobby Orr in his minor league uniform. Oh, if it had been a Chicago Blackhawks Bobby Orr, then you would have been paying attention.
Well, yeah. Well, I was putting my bike away when that happened. That's what I missed it. So
yeah,
we didn't even know about that.
So
I'm not even watching it now. I know everything.
Oh, obviously.
So I was surprised when I was able to pay attention to the live stream that you were on it, because it's just the way you like, hey, these guys are doing this. You may be interested to. You were hosting it.
Yeah, I actually wasn't planning on hosting it. That wasn't part of my strategy. Like it was just it was literally like after a bit they were doing the break, and I go, okay, fine. And then he goes, and Brad, but it's like, if you want, you can stick around. I was like, all right, I'll stick around for a bit, and I'll kind of monitor your chat and everything and help you out with it. Since I was like,
no, I think you did a good job. So I'm glad that it worked out that way, because I'm sure they appreciated the help.
Oh yeah, I think it worked out. I think it worked out well. I think overall, I think the chat though, I ended up being good luck for them, because, like I said, they did much better on this break. Brad was able to get a couple of cards for his PC, pretty good. Yeah. So I would recommend, if you're interested, check it out. It went well. We had a nice conversation in the chat. We even had Bobbles and Ball cards and Sanderson Orr in the chat for a couple minutes there. Like, listen, all the notable names. It's crazy.
Oh, all the big guns showed up for this part.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes. Zach here says already 9 likes. At this rate, we can see Eric's house repossessed live during the live stream. We can only hope.
Yep.
That's a crazy video. That's right. I almost did this a year ago. Seaham, you missed out. Innovation, man. Innovation. I'm just getting caught up on all the comments here. As a collector's dream, Orlando says, what if I live stream while commenting a show, turning off your voice? I think it'd be an improvement. Go for it. CC says, I'll make sure to hand gesture a lot. I think that'll really help. That'll help sell it. CC says, good evening, gents. I am cringe watching Eric. Eric, you should not sharpen your knife by pushing the knife away from you, not towards you. Listen, Eric is trying to tell you something. He goes, not yet.
I'm all set. Thank you for the advice. It's not my first rodeo. I'm doing okay.
Justin's here. Good evening. Brendan, Carlos with the fresh cut. Got to get the haircut. That's right. Cheers looks to a full house night, so it would seem. Dunkachino here. Good evening, Dunkachino. It is beyond the human mind to comprehend why the Seahawks did not just try to run the ball. February 1st, 2015 was an inside job. Missed you, Dunkachino. Don't ever change.
Never.
Micah says, what's up, everyone? It's going well. How are you? So yes, got caught up on that. So yeah, I'll include a link to those in the description for folks checking out the replay and everything. The AMG one, like I said, they opened up a full case of the cup. Very good. And again, they did it on release day. So if you're going to do something like that, release day is the day. So it was perfectly timed. We were able to do it. It was a dinner time and everything. So some folks were able to tune in, and folks, it's actually picked up some nice views in the days after. People are interested. Product's brand new. Look, it's an expensive product. A lot of people love to live vicariously through it. You want to see. You want to see for yourself. Somebody else took the hit, so you can watch. The first 10 of the cup, if you go back about a year ago, the first 10 of the cup, not so great.
Yeah.
Not so great. This one, much better. Much better. Yeah.
How much do you think, just rough estimate, I have a guess, but I don't think I know maybe as much as you do about it. What would be your guess on how much that McDavid card is worth?
That one, I really wouldn't know for sure, but it's actually a sizable chunk of the price of that break. It's actually a really good pull. Yeah, because it's the show is a very popular subset, and an on-card autograph McDavid on an attractive looking insert for it. Because again, in this case, it's the packaging. Because if you just say McDavid autograph, of course that holds value, no doubt. But there's all McDavid autographs are not created equal. You put a McDavid autograph in a certain format, it's going to look really good. You put it on a game-used jersey, the value is going to be very different because the jersey is adding something to it.
Right.
But even if you do an 8x10 and 8x10, a more interesting or more attractive photograph may be more appealing to a broader audience and therefore make it more sellable, et cetera, et cetera. In this case, I think Brad is keeping it for his collection, which is fine. But I think that by far and away the best hit was that one. But there were a couple of other very good hits, like that dual autograph. There is a dual autograph on there. I won't spoil exactly what it is. I only showed one, but there is a dual autograph, and there's some Hall of Famers on it. Well, at least one Hall of Famer. And it's a very nice looking card. It is on-card autograph on an attractive design, and I think that has appeal. And I know for a fact that one made it onto the AMG store, eBay store.
Yeah.
So that one is on there. So I'll make sure I quickly use that. AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. There's a podcast every week. We'll talk a little bit about that cup break. I think that'll be a discussion point that we'll include on the next episode. Steve already sent me a couple of images. There is very much a theme to a couple of the cards that were pulled in this break were included as part of the cards that are being showcased. So they've already made it into the showcases and into the eBay store and the whole thing. So if you want to get a better look at them, you can. And there are some other good related cards to it. It's usually a good display piece and a good showcase of items. So you can include that. Contact points are all in the description as always. Perfect. So I wanted to share those ones just to get it out of the way and also to cover that. So let's go and move on here for a moment. And obviously, as I said, the cup being the release is kind of what's holding. I'm actually sitting back looking. I've already gone through the checklist myself. Luckily for me, I'm mostly spared the Medano, although there is like one good, I think it's called Materialistics. It's a terrible pun. But nice looking card from what I can see. But the Medano is in the checklist. The checklist has 4 people in it. Medano's one of them. And it's out of 15. And I was like, ooh. It's like a dual stick card with an autograph on there. And I'm like, ooh, okay. We'll see how that one works out, but that's a tough one.
Well, you don't have to have every card.
No, I don't. But I prefer, if I'm at this stage, if I'm going to get one, I do like something along those lines because it's a little bit more interesting, a little more off the beaten path. We'll see. If there's an opportunity to get it, I'd like to try. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Just says the show look good from the last release, so it looks nice with the auto. Yeah. I think if you have a card from from that subset, the show though, it's got to be autographed. It's a nice looking card, but without the autograph, you're losing something. It needs to have it. It feels like you're being robbed of something if you don't have it with the autograph version. It's like, guys, it's $1,100 a tin. Give us the autograph version. Give us the full package here.
That's pricey stuff.
Yeah. It's just, and it's like what, 5 cards?
It's 5 or 6. Yeah, I think it's 6.
That's crazy.
And you do have the one insert where you've got memorabilia. I forget the name of it. It's a legend themed set, and you do have one where you've got pieces of a glove and then autographs of Gordie Howe from Beyond the Grave.
Wow.
Or stickers. One or the other. Or stickers.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Jeff. No, they just put stickers. They still had some stickers left over in the inventory, but it's still, the card looks overall nice, and they do have a game used glove that they actually had pieces of on the card, so it is kind of a nice blend. It's a really nice looking card overall. Again, you have to work around the limitations of having a sticker, but Gordie Howe is not around to be able to sell. He's not a Johnny Bauer kind of guy who will keep signing long after he died.
Yeah,
he's still signing to this very day. There's probably an autograph happening right now.
I think all my Gordie Howes are non-sticker. I don't think I have any Gordie Howes that are sticker.
Don't let Leaf hear that. Their entire model is built on all the remaining Gordie Howe inventory they got. I don't know how many stickers they got Gordie to sign, but they got a lot of them still. Like, it feels like it to this very day.
I think Brian took about 10 pounds worth on his way out.
Yeah. Hey, may as well. Like, look, do what you got to do. So that was kind of fun. So that was the cup release. So that was kind of enjoyable. This was a fun one. This was brought up in the Discord, and actually Bobbles brought this one up here, which was very funny. Here, Sean. What's with more, the Cup RPA or SB Authentic RPA? The Cup. By a lot. That's the answer. So this one was a good one. It was brought up on the Discord, and it was kind of a back and forth with Rich Klein and PSA. Now, it's not really a PSA issue, but it was very funny. Because the thing was that it was a set that was released by Topps of various media members and things like that, like hobby media folks. I think it was the majority of it. Rich Klein had a card in it. And I think what was very fun was that for whatever reason, somebody had an autographed copy of that card and sent it into PSA. And PSA, so I'm going to give the high level here. And PSA basically said, yeah, we can't authenticate this. And then, I think it was somebody reached out to Rich Klein, or Rich Klein reached out to Nat Turner, and Nat Turner was like, yeah, we can't authenticate it. We don't have, basically the point was they don't have an exemplar. They don't have a template to be able to match off of it. And then people were like, but, Rich Klein's reaching out to you.
Called Rich.
Well, here's the thing, Bobby. They were, so on the Jimbo Beckett show, he and Rich had a conversation for this. And what may surprise a lot of folks is they sided with my side of the argument. It's like, that's right. If you don't have the exemplar, I don't care if Rich is telling you. It doesn't count. It's not good enough, because I could be, and I'll give you an example in a second. So I'm actually going to link you to this. You can check out the Jimbo show. I don't know what that DR stands for, but it's not for doctor, I assure you. So you got the Jimbo show here, and he's having a conversation with Rich Klein. It's like 15 minutes. The podcast episodes are always fairly short, and they discuss it, and they were talking about how at one point, if memory serves, I think the way it was phrased is that Beckett himself at one point actually tried to submit some of his autograph cards to Beckett, to BAS, and they also rejected them.
Oh, no.
And he was like, but they're mine. And he goes, yeah, we don't have an exemplar. Now, Beckett now has an exemplar for him and for Rich, so he's got them both. But the point is, at the time they didn't, number one. And number two, they didn't match up to the exemplar they did have when they looked at it a different time. And he was like, well, yeah, I was in a rush or whatever. So that brings me to my point. So when we were talking about this, so now imagine the idea was like, oh, but what if you're talking to the person? For sure they could tell you. Well, I'm sure they could. But what if, and here's the reason why, if you're a company, you shouldn't. That shouldn't be good enough. Because what if you were an unscrupulous celebrity or someone with no scruples? So basically, Eric, what if you were Pete Rose and you realized, wait a minute, I could just get an auto pen to do this and I don't even have to. Now, mind you, Pete Rose has signed 50 million things. So it's not like his autograph is hard to find.
Hey, no.
But what if he realized he could make it 100 million with an auto pen?
Yeah.
And he sends them in himself and he says, yeah, I signed them. So are we just supposed, is that an auto pass, Eric? Like, you're Pete Rose, though.
Yeah, I could see where PSA, Beckett, and other, James Spence. That's a conundrum. It really is, because if Pete Rose, whatever, sends stuff in, all signed Pete Rose, you would audit. I mean, I think most people would be like, okay, well, it has to all be real. You wouldn't really second guess it, but there is that possibility that an unscrupulous person may try that.
Yeah,
but
and we already know from the past that people would use secretarial, people would use auto pens and whatever. You get it. So just again, I don't work at one of these companies, but all you have to do is, if you're being honest about it, all you'd have to do is, the exemplar is kind of your cover. Now, Bobbles was saying, where do you get the exemplar? Well, I don't have the answer to that because I don't work at one of the companies. However, if it was me, where I would get it is I'd get it from an in-person signing, where my example is I'm literally watching you sign it, then you hand it to me, and now I've got a sample that I actually watched you sign, so now I've got something to base this off of.
Or a notary public.
Something, exactly. But the point is, I've got a witness to something that has been physically signed that I can use as a template, as a baseline for the autograph to compare it.
And starting when PSA DNA started, or Beckett Authentication, or James Spence, whatever years they started, that's the way to do it. But a day before their companies began, someone dies. You don't have that option anymore. So what do you do about all the people that were dead before the company started?
So that was one of Bobbles' questions, and my response was, for a lot of those, you would take items that have been multiple times verified by different people. You have to start with a baseline. The problem was, the Beckett example was a good one. It was stuff where he had signed it, but he said he was in a rush. He had an explanation for why the autograph didn't quite match up. But he was still vouching for
a ton of stuff either.
Yeah.
It's not like
he was vouching for why there was a variance to it, which, by the way, is totally legit. This is why I kind of my underlying point. The problem we were having some fun with back and forth. It was mostly tongue in cheek, our discussion about it. But the reality was, we've talked about this before. Autographs are not an exact science at the best of times. Right. I could literally have the person sign an entire room full of stuff. Autograph 1 will not match autograph 1500 in the signing.
And there's very few. Like Belleville was very much bang on. Tim Horton, Gordon Howe, Johnny Bauer, Bobby Hall. Those guys, they were some
consistent,
slight variation, but
for
the most part, things matched up. But for a lot of guys, it's just you don't know. And people have changed over the decades. So if 20 years ago he signed like this, and 20 years ago a lot of them signed. I find that as they went, as it got closer to nowadays times, they had changed their autograph to be shorter, because they could sign faster.
That is right.
That's a big thing. That I was looking up some autographs because I sold a whole bunch to this guy just a week prior to the expo, that show, and I looked at some and I went, well, okay, oh shoot, oh, this is 2020 and this is 2001, and you could see the difference clearly.
Yeah.
And even though those ones that were noted different, they weren't very good to begin with. They weren't great examples, because even in that same year, there would be a little bit of variation on top of that. So
Yeah,
because
and then there's guys whose
right.
autographs. Yeah, there's guys whose, to your point, autographs is shortened over time. There's guys who maybe had health problems and their autograph degraded, so they're still trying to do it the way, like Bobby Hall. Go look at some of his late life. Bobby Hall's late life stuff. He completely disintegrated. The autograph. I have an autograph from when Bobby Hall was in better health that he did at a Canada Post at the Expo, and it's clean. It's a good looking autograph. I've still got it. It's there, and it's a good clean auto. But go look at some of the stuff late in his life. You can tell it's the same writing, but it doesn't. If I use my example and compare it to one of those, it won't look right. But it's because his hand's shaking. He can't write the way he used to be able. It's degraded.
Richard
and that's just
like that. Richard had a very nice, clean autograph, and as he got into his last 10 years, you could see it was very, very shaky.
Yeah, and that's where you do need someone who has been able to follow the progression of a person's autograph. So to the question of like, how do they do it? Well, that's why I say it's not science. It's kind of like you have to be able to follow the progression, especially if someone's been in public life a long time and the autographs change. As long as you follow the sign, it opened up your eyes. But the key is if you follow that progression a little bit and it moves over time, then you can kind of be like, okay, this is a late life autograph, so it looks more like this. This was earlier on in his career. It looks more like this. And then in the middle, it kind of looks like this. And you can follow that progression all the way along the way.
Yeah.
So I can't blame.
They're
It's
not
very
100%
difficult.
anyway. So it's like wax.
The thing is, you're never going to be. And that's why I said, like, so imagine if you're one of those celebrities who did use auto pen and secretarial or whatever. So you're going to own up to it. Maybe you don't care and just say, yeah, I did. Or maybe you say, no, that's my real autograph. Totally wasn't. Totally wasn't.
I don't think some guy who's 80 something years old and used auto pen or secretaries back in the 50s really cares. I think. Well,
Eric, that works both ways. They might not care enough that they'll tell you, or they might not care enough to be, yeah, they're all real.
Yeah.
They're all real. Yeah, sure. Again, you don't care, right? So like, what difference does it make to you? You'd be like, yeah, totally. It's legit. It says Derek. Yeah. Derek Sanderson-Or. Same thing. Yeah. It's fine.
Yeah.
This was the apostrophe. Yeah, en français, Derek. Yeah, they're all good. All of them.
Yeah, all good.
So that's why I say, like, you can, the idea that if you talk to the person, therefore, I don't think you should give an auto pass because, again, it's the company that's giving they're literally certifying it. So it's like, I understand it's you, but, like, it doesn't match up with this. So you're going to have to give me an explanation for why, like, this doesn't look like this if you expect me to go with that. You got to give me a little more information.
Well, and to bring back, the Tom Baby situation, we know that Mr. Baby signed all those items months ago. There's no doubt that he signed them, but he threw a temper tantrum and just basically wrote a big W on everything and pushed it aside. Beckett refused. Beckett completely knew this was legit. They understood. They did not doubt any of it, but they refused to authenticate it. They should have authenticated it technically because it was 100% Tom Brady's
scribble.
I
think going forward, this is really going to be a big issue, more so than it is right now. Because you're going to get team signed balls, you're going to get team signed sticks, and I think that's going to become a real bad deal because it'll just look like, hey, what 5-year-old got loose with a marker here? Oh, it is. Well, it's a team signed stick from 2020.
Well, the other thing though is that technology isn't necessarily going to help you here.
It's not,
because even if you just because obviously a lot of folks always look to technology to solve this problem, right? Because of the nature of a signature, we just talked about a moment ago, the natural variation in a signature for a human being, even somebody who's trying to be consistent, the natural variance,
even if it's just the W,
the natural changeover, it's going to happen as we get older or as we're rushed. We don't have as much time, like we're doing this quickly or whatever the case may be. That's going to lead to a natural variation. So what do? The technology is going to be able to, it's like 85% close. Is that good enough? It's like, is that Eric, is that enough?
High.
Like if somebody was trying to forge it, could they get to 85% if that's the threshold? So that could be even more easily exploited by somebody unscrupulous because it's like, well, if you're just saying like, well, yeah, as long as it's like 85% close. So a good forger's basically got like a green light to go for it because you don't have to be 100%. You just got to be close enough.
Hey, this W is like Mitch Marner's like M and M. Oh, I had it upside down. Oh yeah, that's Mitch Marner. There we go.
Yeah, it's totally a thing. That's why I say, like, I feel bad for anyone who tries to get in that business, because that sucks. That's it. And again, even if you're doing your best, even if you're doing your best, Eric, the likelihood of you getting it wrong and giving an honest effort, like a real honest effort, and still getting it wrong, the odds are tremendously high. Like, it's actually like, that's why a lot of them will, truthfully, I believe that a lot of them will reject ones that they're like, I'm pretty sure, but this thing is a little bit off, and it's like it worries me, and I don't want to say yes because it looks just a little off.
And I don't like giving Beckett any type of credit, but I've worked with the Beckett authenticators many times. Been standing over them, while they doing their work, and we all know that the graders want to like bang out a card in like 30 to 40 seconds, right? We know that's a fact. The authenticators will take as much time as needed. I have watched the guy spend several minutes looking at, flipping through his computer and getting on the Beckett database that only they have access to, and comparing signatures on multiple different items to match up. If this is a autograph on a stick, they're gonna go try to find another autograph on a stick and make it, and they're gonna double check it on 8x10s and paper, and they really do their due diligence. And I have sat there and watched them just 10 hours straight. Because I couldn't do it. Yeah, I've watched two guys multiple times sit there in an office, and we just keep bringing things to them, whether they're our stuff in the store or whether it be customers' items. And I give you my word, in my experience working with Beckett Authentication, they do their due diligence. They take their time. They are not like the grading guys who are being told, you got to get this off your table in 30 seconds. These guys take as much time as needed to get it right. And if they even suspect for a second.
So who's going to prove the authenticator right or wrong, though, is the question.
Oh, that's a whole nother thing. Right. I mean,
that is.
I assume our robot overlords are going to handle this, Bobby.
On a sealed wax pack, who's going to say that this pack is no good? Well, it's already been authenticated, so it's got to be good. So whether your autograph is wrong, bad and your wax pack is sealed, resealed, and graded, does it even matter at a certain point? If you're never going to open it and no one's ever going to question the autograph, then move forward with your hobby and have a good day.
Listen, Steve Hart is banking on this model. It's worked. The system works.
Yeah, it works,
Yeah. Let me read a couple of comments here. Brendan says, the more discussion continues, the more I care less about paying for graders' opinions. Trust me, just isn't cutting the mustard, then don't pay for their opinions. My job is always to remind everybody, I'm good with whatever you decide to do. However, I'm always going to point, because some people are like, oh, we'll get rid of grading. Okay, cool. So then I can give you all my altered cards because you can't tell the difference anyway.
Yeah.
So the reality is, I don't care if the third-party graders catch 5% and 95% go through. You are catching 0%.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So in the grand scheme of the hobby and what have you.
Ooh, the grand scheme of the hobby. Hold on.
Yeah,
we're settling back. The grand scheme. Go on.
Going big in the garage of knowledge.
All right, go for it.
Who is the KSA of autograph authentications? I would say.
Can we get a definition of what the KSA means to you, Bobby? What does that mean?
I don't know. I can't really say, but I'm just saying.
I'll say
KSA's been around since 1996. They've been around a long time. They've been around a long time.
Ace grading autograph authentications? Is it?
Oh man.
Or
all right, moving on. Carlisle here says, eventually someone is going to notice or not autographs or initials. Yes.
Yeah.
2-letter autos.
Just getting back to that, it's funny that we have all these grading companies that are out there, but how many authenticated companies do we know of? Beyond Beckett, beyond James Spence, beyond
Well, but because like it goes back to what I said though, like it's actually a miserable business to be in. Like like again, I'm trying to make a differentiator here because a lot of people try to equate card grading with authentication process. I'm going to repeat this. There's a big difference between the two. You can get things wrong in both, but in autographs, I almost expect you to get it wrong. That's the difference. I literally expect you to get it wrong because there are so many more variables. It's like you're trying to do something in a moving thing while it's shifting around and still trying to make it work. Like you ever seen, Eric, you ever seen like those people that put together those little ships inside the bottle?
Oh, yeah.
And it requires precision and like whatever. Now imagine you're doing it in a rolling truck, driving down a bumpy highway. That's basically what you're asking people to do. And even if they try their best, the likelihood is you're going to screw up because because there's more variables at play. The other one, tugboat. Yeah, the other one, you've got at least the other one. If you screw up, we can look at you go like, well, you didn't put in the full effort. You just looked at it really briefly and did whatever. There was a chance if you'd given it a proper look through there, you would have caught some of the obvious stuff. With the other one, I don't care if you stare at it for 2 hours. You might still get it wrong.
Yeah.
Like you're still staring at it for 2 hours. You're really trying as hard as you can under magnification and doing all, you still got it wrong.
And autographs, a lot that are on programs, the kid could have said, hey, sign this, Mr. Horton. Okay, yeah, as he's walking through the thing. There's so many circumstances around autographs, why it's messy, why it doesn't match up. Yeah. But, the true nature of the autograph, actually, this goes back to Brad, because Brad came over and he was looking at one of those hockey sticks. We'll get back and maybe we'll save that for the show, and I'll tell you a little bit more.
We'll give it a minute here. We'll finish up this section and then we'll do it. We'll segue over to
Let me hit the can.
Go for it. Bob Jackson saying, Joe's garage sale, you can totally trust me. 5 minutes after the garage sale. Exactly. Now, Sean here had a question. He was saying, I'm heading to AMG card show next weekend. So AMG is going back to new card shows. They're doing it inside of the mall. You can check out details at the contact points. Don't forget to do that. So never been to a card show before. So first time to card show. Any tips? Yes. Especially at a card show like that, it's going to be a little bit more comfortable. It's not going to be as crazy. You can definitely feel free. If you're going to go to the AMG card show, there's a good chance a couple of the AMG folks are going to be there. You can definitely talk to them and they can give you a little bit of a lay of the land and details because they're going to know how many dealers are set up. I don't think it's going to be a crazy amount of dealers. So it's inside the mall. So I think it's going to be a very comfortable kind of environment to go in, especially for a first card show. That's pretty good. I would say don't go in with any crazy expectation or any crazy because again, you've never been to a card show before. So you're probably bring some cash that you're comfortable with, whatever amount you're comfortable with. So your answer will vary. And then I would say, because of the nature of that card show, take an opportunity to just do a little loop around. Check out the different dealers, check out what they've got going on. Feel free to chat with a few of them, say hello. You don't have to do too much, and it gives you a chance to get a little bit of the lay of the land. As you get more comfortable with these shows, you'll get really quick at scanning tables and being able to figure out what tables might have stuff that I'm interested in or which dealers might be worth asking if they have certain types of things they might be interested in. Because some of them might have more boxes sitting around than others. So some tables may be set up where they're doing a lot of, dollar boxes. Well, then you may not necessarily know what's inside. That may be worthwhile you digging into it if you're interested. If you're looking at showcases, then usually the dealer will probably know what's in the showcase. They'll be able to give you a little bit of that idea. Check out which dealers have pricing on their stuff. That may help you figure out how the dealer's prices are relative to where you think the price should be. If they're way out of whack, it might be a little tougher to do a deal with them, but it'll tell you that. As soon as you start seeing and looking around, you're going to learn a lot about what you're doing. So when we get back and when Bobby comes back and we talk about the card show we were at, we were set up at it, but I did have a couple of chances to loop around. When I looped around, I realized that it wasn't too much that I was super interested in. That didn't mean it wasn't a good show. It just meant that it wasn't stuff that I was looking for. But that's okay. I was still able to buy a couple of things because I was like, oh, I'll buy this box of junk wax. That'll be kind of fun for me. And a couple of cards came to me at the table, which was great. And I was still able to do a couple of deals that way. So it was fine. But if you were interested in a lot of the modern stuff, there was some stuff there. There was some wrestling stuff there as well, other than my table that I was setting up. But if you like Pokemon, there were a bunch of dealers who had a bunch of Pokemon. So if you're into that, they had binders, they had boxes, they had slabbed cards, they had, ungraded cards. So it depends on what you're looking for. But I would say do a little loop around, check out the tables and see what's going on. And if you get those couple of pieces of information at the very beginning, that'll actually make it more comfortable for you. And then you can go back to the tables where you saw some stuff and strike up a little bit of a conversation. So those would be some of my tips just to help you get comfortable. So there'd be some things I would throw at you.
Yeah, I would just say sticker price is not the sale price. They don't expect to sell.
Sometimes it is.
Only a buck.
Depends.
But
it's almost psychological, because realistically, if you think you want to wholesale stuff and get stuff out, you put a low sticker price on it, it'll go. People will still counter offer on it. It's just like,
always,
that's at the
sure.
lowest point. You should just buy it right now because you're saving $20. But they still want another.
They don't always know that. Not everyone is educated as you, especially about how much things are exactly.
Well, we got some good stories from the show. We're going to talk about the.
We're going to do it for sure. We're going to do it for sure.
But just real quick, most of the time you pull up, you see a card that you want. It has a price tag on it. Don't just give them that money. It says $25. Don't take $25 out of your wallet and hand it to them.
Unless you go to a card show that Bobby and I are set up at, in which case, hand me your fucking money.
Yes. Other than that,
with love, I say this with love. Hand me your fucking money,
right.
Or else.
But everything's negotiable, and the more that you buy, the in bundle, the cheaper things will get.
What?
So, yeah, the more you buy, it's cheaper.
Insanity.
The guy doesn't do shows. That's pretty good.
I was gonna say, you know what the good news is? So Eric, maybe this will help you. If we get more hits of the like button, I may give you a bulk rate.
Oh, there you go.
But if we don't have enough like button, it's the per like button rate is going to be astronomically high. But maybe if we spread it out a little bit more, maybe we can bring the rate down a little bit.
Well, I already sold one kidney to pay for this. I can't sacrifice another.
Well, you have two.
I can't sacrifice the second one.
What else you got?
Listen, you don't know what 3D printing can do, Eric. Don't hold back on us. You know, there might be some 3D printing in your future. You never know.
I have an appendix for sale. If anyone wants an appendix, I have one of those.
There you go.
Me too.
Justin says, nice junk wax pickup. Yes. 88 score is a fun one, because if you guys remember 88 score, it was color on both sides. And so in 1988 terms, because we were still used to Topps as kind of the back was kind of that cardboard, but then Score comes out with this, color photograph on the back and kind of a nice design in front. I believe it was. I'm going to open up one of the packs while we're doing this. Sure. I'm going to, this one isn't worth the video, standalone video. Well, I'll space it out a little bit. We'll open a couple packs.
Let's talk about the show, but you started off with that.
Yeah. Because since Sean's question was about a card show, it's like a perfect, it gives us a perfect segue. Go for it, Bobby. I already gave a little bit of my experience on the podcast episode. Do you want to give like a high level of your experiences, your thoughts? Let us know a little bit.
Well, I did read the last part of that gentleman's post there about, if you're going to a show or what have you. The first thing is you really want to get there, and you obviously know what you want. So you really want to get around quickly to the tables. Like there's tables that have Pokemon. Obviously, you just kind of want to bypass those if you're not into Pokemon. You can really see the setup of the show, of which dealers that you really want to take the time going through. If they have a lot of stuff that's in in binders, which takes time, you can come back to those. If they have things in display cases, now those things are usually a little bit higher priced, unless they have all display case items, which can happen, whether it's a $10 or $1,000 card. But for the most part, you just want to get around and have a quick view of what what you're looking for, and then go around slowly, or go back to those tables that you want to take some time at and make some notes. Oh, that's the front.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good action shot. You got George Brett there. You can actually see the baseball.
Nice.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's a good photo.
And what's on the back?
So on the back, you got a headshot and you got a full set of stats and a little write-up.
Okay.
Pretty solid for 1988. This is actually pretty good by 19. Now, the problem is they printed 5 trillion of them. This was the first year Score came back. So that's really the issue, because it's actually pretty nice. Like, these cards are actually pretty decent, especially for 1988. These are pretty classy cards. Mm-hmm. This predates 89 Upper Deck. So like this was actually the year before. So like these are pretty snazzy. Had they not printed it to the moon, had they taken it a little easy, I don't think there's any like major rookie in this year, but like this would have been a pretty damn nice set in 1988. And there's no gum in it, so the cards don't get damaged by the gum. You get a little trivia card, a little lenticular trivia card.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What is
There's your boy, Eric.
Give us one of the trivias.
Jim Rice there. So, sorry, this one's not a trivia. This one's a do you remember? Here you go, Eric. Do you remember October 15th, 1946?
Like it was just 46.
This one's Enos makes Wild Dash. The Red Sox and the Cardinals were tied at 3 games apiece within Game 7 of the 46 World Series started at Sportsman Park. With the score 3-3 in the bottom of the 8th, Enos slaughter. the hustling right fielder of the Cardinals. See, we got a whole write-up here. Led off the inning with a single, and the next two batters popped up and flied out. In the next pitch to Harry Walker, Enos started running towards second. Walker lined the ball over short. Enos rounded second as the center fielder, Leon Culberson, fielded the hit and threw it to relay man, Johnny Pesky. Johnny Pesky. Third base coach signaled Enos to stop at third, but without slowing up, he rounded the bag and dashed for home. Pesky took the ball, paused to look at second, then turned and weakly threw the ball home. Oh, weakly threw the ball. Lame. Enos slid across the plate, easily safe for the winning run of the game and the series. Nice job, Pesky. Lame.
That is
Black Sox, or
that
what?
is
Come
still argued to this day. He is still vilified at times because of that. He definitely died a legend. All that was kind of, the majority of the people forgave him for that.
So he had people killed, is what you're saying. That's what I'm hearing.
Oh, that was Joe Pesci.
And you know, he was one of the most beloved Red Sox players when he passed. You know, especially since he was like 80 something years old, and he'd still go out and hit fungos with the team before games and meet up with fans and all that. There's a foul
Nice
pole.
looking cards.
There's a foul pole,
Especially for the era. These are nice. Pretty clean.
Yep.
But if you
So
ever
that's a
wanted
salute to
see it,
Reggie.
all you had to do was go to the Swamp Scott Pizzeria Uno, and he had his own booth, him and his family, and he was there several times a week having dinner, and no one bothered him, but he would walk in, and him and his family, not his entourage but his family, because he was an older man, would just walk right in. Everyone, hi Johnny, hey Johnny, hey Johnny, hey. He'd wave and say hi to everybody, and him and his family would go sit in their booth and have dinner, and out they go, and bye Johnny, several times a week.
Guess he was a looker, not a cooker.
Nah, he was a legend.
So I think the part that was missing from Eric's story is that he would lead every conversation with, I don't care what the 88 scorecard said. It was a good throw. It wasn't a weak throw. That's bullshit. They're totally screwing me over. And every conversation would start with that. He'd be at McDonald's. It's like, sir, would you like fries with that? That's all I wanted to ask. Well, it was a good throw.
The greatest thing that ever happened to Johnny Pesky was Bill Buckner.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because he was the scapegoat for a long time until Buckner had his incident in '86. And then, like, the heat transferred.
Yep, pretty much.
Johnny started becoming that fan favorite slowly. And then by the end of his death, he was, by the end of his life towards his death, he was just completely beloved.
I was far more interested in the end of his death. Are you saying he resurrected himself?
Mm-hmm.
Then the religion started.
Yes.
It's possible.
Interesting. So the moral of the story is just outlive all your enemies and your critics.
I think you're right.
The parable of Johnny Pesky. Very nice.
Burn all the newspapers and 98 score insert cards.
Yep. Get rid of them all. Philly Joe says, good evening, Carlson gang. Good evening, Philly Joe. But yes. So, Bobby, you were saying, so it was the show itself. We set up on there and we were able to get it. There were a couple different things, but do you want to share a couple of specific stories or how you approached it or however you want to go?
Well, I've done hundreds and hundreds of shows. So, it's just another feather in your cap, so to speak. We had fun. I set up a variety at my table. I did some sales. I probably did about $400, $450, something like that in sales, which is actually pretty good considering the booth is, $100. It's not a bad deal. And then, but it's never really about, especially for me, going to a show about what you sell. It's actually what you can buy on top of that. And that's where sort of the rubber meets the road. If you can end up buying something that you can flip or, find something at the show that is maybe priced a little bit low, or maybe the person doesn't even know about it. And that takes, precedence at this show. Whereas, I'm always out there before the show starts just to have a quick look around, just a, quick peek. It doesn't take much to find the vintage stuff because there's a lot of modern and Pokemon there. So it's easy to bypass those tables. But every once in a while, they do have something there. So I went over to a table where this gentleman was having a 50% off sale. So he was kind of one of the guys who hasn't showed up at a show in a long time. I haven't seen him in 10 years or something. So
wow,
he brought all his older stuff out, and then he had 50% off everything. I said, wow, that's great. So he had this 1980, early 80s Gretzky pen set that was in its original package and what have you. Now that's $125 item at least, all day. And he had $10 on it. I had to look twice because it was like, and it was kind of sitting there, not out on the table, but it was on the table. But he had some stacks of things and had that there, and I picked it up and went. And then he looks at it and goes, "Yeah, okay, so that's $10. Yeah, $5." I went, "Oh, okay, here you go." So then you start digging deeper and start looking around. And he didn't have a lot of stuff, but it's kind of funny how serendipity comes into this. Is that Brad later in the show comes around to me and he goes, "Bobby, I was thinking this guy's got this autograph hockey stick. It's got a Tim Horton on it." And I went, "Oh, okay." He goes,
wow.
"I'm just not really sure about that." And I said, "Hey, I'm great at Tim Horton autographs. I'm James Spence worthy Tim Horton autograph."
Ooh, fancy.
And I said, "Well, okay, let's go have a look." So we go over and have a look, and I go, "Oh," and I see the stick there. And I said, "These are stamped autos." And Brad goes, "Oh, okay, great. Because even the guy selling it thought it was real autographs. I said, "Oh, okay, great." But what the Burrell knew is really the way it came down. So,
ooh, he spoke of himself in the third person. I'm liking it. Go on.
Because
I'm digging this.
I
am digging this.
I had to. And so only the Burrell would know that stick is a mail away premium from the 1966-67, which is the last Stanley Cup year for the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey record, hockey talks record promotion. At the bottom of the sleeve, they have mail away for a hockey stick with the stamped autographs. It says all that. So I know that. And there's only been about 3 or 4 known, found so far. So I negotiated. He actually did have $500 on it. And I think that's what may have misled him, that he thought it was a real autographs. You can tell the difference between a stamped and a regular autograph. Maybe on one, sometimes it's hard to tell, but when the whole stick is done, you can easily tell. And it's usually all on one side too.
And they're all clean.
Yeah.
They're perfect.
Yeah, but then they get a little bit thick, and then you can tell that they overstamped it, too close, because the stick is not very wide. You got about 1.5 inches to play with. So, so that one turned into great. So he says, well, I said, "These aren't real autographs." I said, "That should change your $500 price." So he says, "Well, I guess, it's still a rare, Toronto Maple Leafs, we're in Toronto, so Toronto Maple Leafs signed stick from the 66, 67. Well, he doesn't know it's 66, 67. I do, but, and so I said, "Okay, so the value is what, $250. I said, "You got 50% off. How's $125?" He goes, "Done." I said, "Okay, we're good." So walk away. So that stick I sold in about 5 minutes on Marketplace for $600. So the show, in essence, with the $400 that I sold and and I sold the Gretzky item for $150. So, that the extra profit that you make, I actually made more on the resale of the buying than I did make on the sales that I made at my booth. So a lot is to be said about that information is knowledge. The app is out there. Everybody, not really, but it's out there, and anybody can get the app and actually find out a lot of stuff that's in. And
anybody can get appetizers, Eric. There are restaurants all over the world. Appetizers are there.
Awesome. See, I was thinking it was something Bobby did with.
No.
Look, I know you got emotional. The Johnny Pesky story, the Slaughter thing. It was
sorry. I didn't mean to derail the train. I got excited. I didn't know you were talking about appetizers and chicken fingers. In
this hobby that you, the gentleman beside us in Pokemon, but he very much specializes. He was saying, "I have some really rare stuff here, but nobody really bought it." And I said, "Yeah, you got to find the specific people who know that information, and that's what you're really looking for. Sometimes out of the people." And there's a friend who was supposed to meet me there. He walked by my booth twice and didn't see me. I'm sitting there, I watched him walk by the first time, and I said, "Oh, I'll catch him later." I didn't want to. It was actually very busy. Within the first, I guess it took about an hour, Carlos, for the lion's share of the people to really be, because the place, the aura was just, that was busy. And
yeah, the initial run through. So what I'll do is we're talking. So I wanted to start off with a little bit of your points and discussion and ambiance a little bit. What I'll do here is I'll actually let a little bit of the vlog of the guy walking through the show to give people a little bit of a sense of it as we're describing it. I'll read a couple of comments and then we'll get right into and I'll share it. So, good evening, Stuke. Sean says, show starts at 9 a.m. Is it best there to be as soon as it opens or be better to wait? So generally speaking, if you can get there, this again, I don't acknowledge the existence of mornings. But if I'm an attendee, yes. If you can get there a little earlier, it makes your life easier because then it's a little quieter. It also gives you an opportunity to do a first sweep around, especially if you're looking for something in particular and you want to get as close to first dibs as possible. Obviously, dealers and other folks are getting in there earlier. They have first dibs really. But within reason, you're going to have first crack at what the immediate show starting is. So you can walk around the first set of tables after they've settled in, after the initial flurry of activity.
Let me give yourself a chance for a second and add to that. Okay, so there are other dealers who know close to what I know, like maybe 50%. They've been in the hobby longer than me, probably by an extra 10 years, but I still know that much more. Those guys had the same opportunity to go around and check things, but they don't. For some reason, they just don't. It's just, I'm early bird gets the worm. That's my main focus every time, is to be first, to have the first look around. These guys have been doing this for 40 years and they don't go around. And then I showed one of the dealers the Gretzky thing, and he goes, $10. How'd you, what? I said, yeah, it's two tables right beside you there, brother. The guy's got 50% off on everything. Like, what are you doing? You know, you show up a little bit later, you set up your junk that you have. Like, how do you miss that? And then he's pissed off because he missed it. And I'm saying,
for sure.
You know, and it wasn't like I was there any earlier than him. Well, I think I was a little bit, but I didn't find it till just before the show opened. Because these guys were still putting out kind of stuff at that time, because they had so much. And a lot of it was kind of junk, good junk. He did very well, actually. I think he probably did about a few grand. And so I missed that stick because he had a whole bunch of sticks stacked up and it was probably buried underneath there. And I usually just don't go for sticks unless they're significant. And a lot of them were kind of newer ones or metal ones, you know, I just kind of, so I missed the stick. So thanks to Brad, I own one for that, you know, a true friend. But that's how serendipity can happen, you know, as I go over, and this was close to the end of the show. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Brad's the best. So I go over to help, and inadvertently I go over and I ended up buying because of my knowledge. So, if you know something a little bit more specific than somebody else, like Carlos knows things about that are 50, that are numbered to 50, but they're not numbered. They're just, you just know it. And if you know that stuff going in, so knowledge is really the power you have at a show. If what you collect and you know so much about it, which you actually by default or de facto, you become sort of an expert of a certain player, like a Medano. Like there's not much I could stump Carlos card wise in Medano. I could even go through a list of top Medano guys, and he'd probably get every one of them. So that specific knowledge actually helps you a lot. Buying the things that maybe people overlook, and dealers, they have thousands and thousands of items. This is another thing, is like when you go to a show, and I told this to Carlos, we're sitting there and going, usually you go home with 95 to 98% of the stuff that you brought. It's the money you make is usually on the 2 to 5% that you do sell. Now that gentleman over there had the 50% off. He hadn't been at a show for 10 years. He probably went home with half. That's a very rare occurrence. Whereas,
some stuff, to your point from your story, was underpriced.
98% of our stuff, right?
Yeah, and to your point, a lot of the stuff was priced as such a way that the people who saw what they were looking at are like, yeah, I'll buy that. Boom, grab another one. And I gave the story to the guys is that the stuff that I sold, I did well on because, certain people were looking for that stuff. And again, my goal was just to honestly just lose a little bit of weight off the boxes. That's basically all I was trying to do. Yeah. But it also gave me a chance to observe and listen and have conversations with some folks. And as in the course of that conversation, it tells me I could probably do a little bit of a mix that would probably work well. Yeah. And I I sold a couple of the baseball cards. Again, I could bring a couple more of those, and that would introduce a little bit into the mix. I have other stuff, but it was one of those things where I had a specific intention. I also wanted to listen more than anything else and just take in the experience of doing it. So because that was my narrowed focus, I wasn't worried about going a whole breadth of different things. But I had enough, and I was still able to make it a profitable venture for me, even. And I did want to mention, since Carlisle commented. So Carlisle, I don't know if you saw that. Is this the one you were talking about, Tom Glavine?
Oh.
So that came out of pack number 2. Pretty good card. Like, really nice. I gotta say, nice cards. I like for 1988. I like the color. There's colorful. They pop. Again, they printed too many, but I gotta say, from a late 80s baseball set, like, it's a nice looking set. Decent photography, color photos in front and back, color printout on the back. It sticks out in the 88 tops, in the 88 offerings, especially compared to 88 tops and some of the other 88 products.
You know, another thing. There was there's a kid there. It's not a kid anymore. He's 30. I think he's 31 or 32, 33. His name is Zach, and he was my son's best friend. But he's gotten into being a card dealer. And you know, I remember he was like 8, 10 years old at my house, and you know, we'd make him dinner, and he'd sleep over with Steven and stuff like that. And he's turned into a dealer. The one thing he said to me, which was very surprising, and I didn't ask him, but it came across to me in a different way. He goes, I'm not selling a lot of hockey at this show. He said, it's mostly baseball, which is very surprising. He goes, I brought mostly hockey, but baseball is generally what I'm selling most of here, which is very surprising, he said. And I went, oh, that's an interesting. Oh, there it is. There's the walkthrough. So we have the Canadian,
I wanted to at least play. I'm going to play a little bit of it, and I'll also
Sure.
leave a link to it if folks want to see it. Like, this was actually a good view once things started getting a little busier, and they're going to start walking there all the way around. And I'll give a quick story.
Right there, Mr. Overprice.
Yeah, I'll give a quick story. The guy there in the corner, so not this one. It's going to turn to the left here in a second. So when he goes over and turns to the left, there's a quick story that I'll share about this table. So this one right here.
Yep.
At this table, there was a Boubior 7172. And before I ended up finding the Blackhawks card, that obviously is a Grail of Grails, I wanted to grab one of his minor league cards to have some fun and poke some fun at Eric. But every single time I walked over there, either the guy wasn't there or nothing was priced, because there's a 7172 ore that you can barely make out there at the top of the table. It was really beat up copy, and I wanted to see if I could get it for a reasonable price. I wanted to take a stab at it. Wasn't able to get a deal done.
And here's heed this word of advice: where the show is going, and everybody usually goes to the right, I go to the left. I go to the less path traveled, because you will find the first stuff first. Because sometimes when you're through the door, you're not the first. You know, you're within the first 50 people. Go the opposite way. Then you can see something that 40 people haven't seen before, you know, in front of you. So,
yeah. So we're just letting it run a little bit. So keep talking, Bobby. We'll keep sharing some stories. I just want to let it run a little bit. And again, I'll give credit to the YouTuber who did this, because he does do walkthroughs of different card shows. Mm-hmm. And I'll leave a link to it if you folks want to check it out. It gives you a good sense, though, of when it was getting a little bit busy, because you can see it's kind of getting tight. He's trying to walk around a little bit, sneak his way through to get a view of some of the tables. And it got kind of busy there for a little bit. And it stuck around for a while. It was pretty good traffic, I must say. For the majority of the show, it was pretty good traffic.
Yeah, and it was a good show. You know, you can see the setup. It's very, I think, you know, opposed to the National, these are the type of shows that you can go to. You'll find something a little bit different, a little bit cheaper. You can do better deals. They don't have to worry about covering a $1,000 table. They only have to do a $100 table, so it's not so bad for them, right? So it's actually kind of a lot better. The smaller shows are much better. Like I said, if they would get an autograph guest, then they could expand the show a little bit more, maybe get about 120 tables in there, and then have an autograph or two guest of vintage. And I actually talked to Rob, who runs the show. He's a very good friend of mine. He, I told him, I said, you know, if you can make it more of a sports card show. This weekend, actually, in Hamilton, I think they have the is it Comic-Con? No, it's not Comic-Con. It's the other show.
Collecticon?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's one.
Are they running that one at the same time, because they're running the CSC show on Sunday too?
Oh, really? Well, no.
I think it's 22nd. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I think it's today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So it's a big event in Hamilton. Anyways,
got it. Got it.
You know, you're going to have Lou Ferrigno there. You're going to have a few other big guests actually at this one in Hamilton. However, you know, but you can see the booths. They're kind of nice. They're not overly professional. The place is clean, not as well lit as I would like, although the lighting does look very good there. If you actually, at this point, it does actually look pretty bright, doesn't it, Carlos?
It's actually, I'll be honest, it wasn't too bad depending on what you were looking at. Because for me, I found in the tables, I found a lot of them, you could see the cards well enough. I don't think it was too much of a concern for me. I know CC's got a question I'll get to in a second. I just wanted to let this run a little bit.
So here's Zach. Here's my, that's Zach. He's the one with the beard and the bald head. That's my son's friend who I knew since he was 7 years old. To the right there in the purple shirt.
And he was 7, he had a beard and bald head. That was weird. Must have been awkward.
Yeah, well, he's right there.
No.
Yes. Well, I have a full head of hair at 60, and he's bald because he has to shave his head because most people who are bald don't choose that because they have to. They choose it because they use their follicles. They're follically challenged.
This one is actually the only of this type of showcase. This is the only dealer who had this type of showcase that's more upright.
He didn't utilize the underside of it. I know you're just into cards. Isn't there something else you could throw underneath just for eye appeal? Like I never like to utilize. I never like to lose space on a. If
quick thing, I want to back up for 1 second here.
8 by 2 feet. You need to utilize 100% of that table.
Now, quickly, I want to note this since he's going by the video here. So at the top here, if you look those are Hall of Fame, Baseball Hall of Fame postcards. Yep. They were all autographed. Yep. They actually had a Rod Carew in there, but pro tip, don't block off the price tag on it.
Oh, was it too high?
You couldn't read it. You couldn't read the price tag on them. Now, Rod Carew is actually
label.
Rod Carew is actually from Panama. If the price had been right, I actually would have considered making an offer on it. But it's one of those things where I was a bit rushed. I didn't have a lot of time, and I didn't want to flag the guy down and try to figure it out. Show me the price tag, because then at least I know if you're in the ballpark, and then okay, maybe it's worth for me to flag you down. If you don't want to do that, then you're not making it worth my time when I'm limited on time. I got to get back to the booth. I got a couple things to do.
Exactly, Carlos. When people who don't price their stuff aren't prepared to deal properly with you. Now this guy, we're coming up to the gentleman who has all the stuff. This is where the 50% off table. Right there. See the stick? It's right there. Pause. Stop. Oh. All right, hold on. Anyways.
You actually want to point out the specific stick if you want? I can do it. I can back up just a little bit.
It has to be there. So it was in this group of sticks right there. There was actually a couple more I thought there. But it's right in that group of sticks. So I wasn't really looking. I was looking around at different other things. So this is the gentleman who had 50% off. All those white signs there say 50% off. So he had a little hodgepodge of everything. It's almost like you could have. Oh, there's some more sticks there too.
Now here, hold on. Let me just back up just a fraction here. I just wanted to back up because so right here there was a Nintendo Power of WWF WrestleMania. There was a Hulk Hogan doing the leg drop thing there. I shared that with Bobby when we were there. So that's why I want to give credit to this person, and I want to send a link to their way if you want to check it out. I appreciate the walkthrough because it allows. I remember the show very well, but it allows me to quickly, as I go through the tables, to be able to point out certain things. So this one here had a bunch of these graded magazines, all Nintendo Powers, great, but they had WWF WrestleMania with Hogan doing the leg drop. It was a cool cover and everything. I had no idea, though. Again, there's no pricing on the front of it, so I have no context. I haven't looked it up. The guy ended up asking $550 for it. I was like, oh, that's not going to work for me, brother.
See, I think people have two different ways of thinking on that. Is that they think that if they don't price it, someone will come and ask and maybe think about buying it, or you just. So here's the guy who's pissed off at me for buying the Gretzky because then he puts all this junk on his table. I don't really understand why, but any which way, there's a bunch of supplies. He's the new BCW dealer now for Canada.
BCW, sure.
Yep.
I don't trust that company anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe if they got you a big hat, you'd be into it.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Timmy Two Hats is exactly.
Just saying.
You can't even see the tables because it's hard to get in there. But he's doing a good job, actually. I'd have to give him credit.
Yeah, he did the best he could. I will say it was a little awkward.
I'm thinking our cameo.
So here's the thing: he's gonna pass us on the wrong side, and he'll come back around, and on the comeback, he'll actually be down the other aisle. It's actually towards the end of the video.
I think he came by twice, but yes,
he did. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he went wide, and then he came back around and went on the inside lane.
But you can see how busy it is. You really can't. I don't think it really exemplifies exactly what we went, but the aura in there, you could hear the people talking. There's this hum that kind of comes over the whole show. And it's the presence of the show is good when you hear that hum. Otherwise, it's just, you hear individuals talking. When it all melds together into one, then it's a good show. And then there was a lot of people there we could see. But when he's going through it, you're seeing individuals here and there, but it's just like there's, in a row, there's like 70, 80 people down each row, and there's 4 rows. So you're looking at, 300-400 people at the open of the gate. So
I like Stu's comment. He's like, it seems a little self-serving, but I get what he's doing here. I appreciate what he's doing. It's just a little self-serving, but listen, no judgment. I appreciate what you did there. CC had a question here. Bobby, do you own/collect any cards that were pulled from a pack, or are you strictly memorabilia and food related items?
I was collecting packs. That was my first love. Display boxes, wax packs when 95 when I started back into collecting. So, and I did collect the 70-71 set because that was really the first kind of official, I opened packs in 68, 69, but 70-71 is my best memories. And I did started collecting that set. I had the Brit Selby no trade. I had, a good start with it. And it just, the packs were taking precedence because of the dollar value was so much more. I wasn't willing to pay and I was collecting ungraded at that time. So, and it was really hard to buy ungraded cards on the internet. So I just kind of stopped and I just went for packs. And so my pack career actually overshadowed my card collecting. Although, packs, I would buy a box, and obviously, the average box that you buy, let's say 75, OPG 76, whatever, you're going to find a pack or two that's not completely sealed on the back. It's not open, but it's just through the age of time, through the process of them packaging and sealing, somebody picking it up, and unfortunately they stick together over time. So someone picks it up and it kind of separates from the other one. It'll actually open by accident. So I actually still do have a lot of cards from the original packs because I would just open it at that point and just replace it and make a Frankenstein box out of I know, and that's what happened.
Scandalous.
I know. Well, that's what happened all the time. Mm-hmm. Nobody knows it. There's, they should put Frankenstein box on. I think Steve Hart should really start doing that because I actually like Frankenstein. I think it's kind of cool. Anyways, yeah. So that's basically that. We had a good time at the show. Everything was good. I would have liked to made more sales. I made some good sales, but I'm just saying, you want to get rid of more on your table. But like I said, we went away with 98% of our stuff, and we made money on the 2% that we sold, and that's typical. 2 to 5%. The guy with the 50% off, 50%, I think, of the stuff he sold, because I know people who bought stuff from him. And then those other guys went over after later on, and he was so busy that it was hard to look. Because he had some stuff under the tables, which was really good. And I was bending over on my knee, kind of looking through and I don't have the time to go through this because I didn't want to leave Carlos alone too much, in case, because, there was somebody there who was asking about an item, and then Carlos couldn't say, yeah, I could take less money on this. It was $65. The guy offered $50. I said, I'm not around. I think you did text me or call me, but I'm busy looking.
Oh, no, I did both. I texted and I called you. Yeah.
And you're in the place. It's busy. My thing's in my top pocket. I didn't feel it going off. I didn't have it actually turned on at that time. And so, I kind of missed the call. He did come back around and he did buy it. So, which was nice. But see, that was a free item. When I bought a bunch of stuff from a guy, he threw all that stuff in. So I had nothing into that. Everything that I sold, I actually had zero into it, because when I bought the group of stuff, I already sold the things to make the money back, the key things, and the other things I kept, and I just sell here and there. So all those other things that I sold. So my ratio, I really believe I'm at 80 to 85% of that show that is clear profit from. It might be higher too. On my retail, where on a card you can't do that. You can't make 85% unless you steal something from somebody, and you can't really do that very often.
I was about to say, Eric has some inventory he's trying to offer me. I think he got it in Dallas or something, and I could probably make like 130% on it. Like it's pretty crazy the profit
on live YouTubes.
Just saying, I did share that story on the podcast episode, and part of the thing was that I said, like, unfortunately, now I would have sold it directly to them for you, Bobby, if you had put an inventory control number on the back.
Then it would have been the inventory control number price. You might have been.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been the inventory control number price, and that would have been fine.
Then I'd have to go online and go, do you know who I am?
Yeah,
Oh,
that'd be a thing.
Lord.
That'd be a whole thing.
We're off the rails. We're off the rails.
No,
Eric,
we're
I'm
We're
not doing anything.
We're not
All I'm doing is speaking the truth.
We're not.
I am speaking the truth.
Referencing past events.
Oh,
There are some
been
folks
obviously
of ill repute in this hobby who do these kind of things, and sometimes you must allude to them. It happens. What do you want from me?
You don't know the people I know.
I'm gonna get disinvited to Thursday dinner.
I don't.
One second. R.I.P. Eric's dinner invite. So sad. So sad.
That's Thursday.
All for fault of an inventory control number. Damn you. So anyway, good courtesy. So this actually brings us to a valid point that I did mention.
Going to pick up on that.
Oh, the people will pick up on that. The especially people who watch this show. People who watch this show will pick up on that.
The 1 minute that we spent on 30 seconds, we said, I don't think so.
Yeah. The fun part was that listen, there are people that are transcribing the show verbatim, Bobby. I get transcripts verbatim. The point is that that when it comes to etiquette, and this was part of the reason why I didn't sell it, because for me, I can figure out general prices and whatever and negotiate it. That's not really an issue. But we hadn't had the conversation where I knew where Bobby was on a lot of the items, so I wasn't going to presume. The price of the offer was not unreasonable. In the end, he ended up selling it for that amount because it wasn't an unreasonable ask anyway. But at the same time, it's not my stuff. So it's one of those things where I didn't want to make assumptions, even though we had a price tag. If they had just paid the price tag, so be it. But if somebody's asking for a little bit to get knocked off, then we have to have the conversation first.
Usually,
and once we had
the text, you know, if you said that WH a lot, I went, oh yeah.
And after we had to talk about it, then okay, now I know generally what's going on with this stuff, and you know that would have been fine. It wouldn't have been an issue.
You have
after.
nothing into, and other things you have, 50%, whatever.
But you have to discuss that ahead of time, because otherwise you really shouldn't be selling stuff that is not yours. Especially if you don't have that information, you don't have that context, you can't get. And again, without control numbers, 60, we're flying blind out here.
If the guy said 60, you could have just said, yeah, fine.
Yeah, exactly. Like $5 one way or the other wouldn't have been a big deal. But again,
if I would have got
like
real mad, you would have gave me the extra $5 anyways, right?
Yeah. Oh, I would have taken out of Eric's salary, but sure.
Exactly. Well, that's what I mean. You can compensate otherwise.
You mentioned 71 Bobby.
Ooh, are those tops?
No.
Yes.
No.
Lion share. OPG.
Yeah, I would say the majority of them are tops. Well, Eric, though, the thing is he had a really wrinkly real one.
A wrinkly real one?
Yeah. It was wrinkly.
Okay. 2 to 4. 2 to 1 ratio. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I live in the United States. What do you
You're
want?
4 tops. I'm 2 OPG.
You're in a Canadian protector. You have no excuses. CC says,
Is
Carlos,
that a KSA grade? No.
Yeah. That's very Canadian of you.
What?
I bought this the first year I came up.
Is it a 9?
No,
it's a 4. It's a 4.
It might as well be.
Okay. CC says, Carlos, you.
Not bad.
We still have to figure out the equivalent.
We'll figure it out someday.
We'll
figure it out someday. I think we have to use pi in our calculation. We have to multiply by pi.
3.14. Yes.
Yeah. If you can go beyond like 5 or 6 digits, let's go.
Yep.
3.14.
I can go 7, 8 digits. Okay.
Okay. CC says, Carlos, you bring up the Dallas theft. I'm very surprised that thieves have not been caught or identified by now. So is Eric, which I find very interesting, given that he is surprised that they haven't been caught yet. Almost like he knows something.
I don't know anything. I know nothing. Nothing.
Okay.
You got to say nothing. Nothing. Shameful. Justin says, Eric's playing for everything, as he should.
I would really like to see at these shows some vintage non-sports. I know there's a lot of non-sports where they kind of get into Happy Days, a little bit of Buck Rogers or something, like that. Nintendo, those kind of old. But I'd like to see some other vintage. There is a couple guys at the expo, but I find that is very. There's very few dealers of that. Although the stuff is out there on eBay and whatnot. Not whatnot, but whatnot. Just say. It's out there, but
well, for the non-sport, that's kind of Jay's department. That's kind of his deal. If I still have to work out with him, I've actually got to work out with him. One of the things that I've got in my now Fanatics collect, I guess, vault. I actually have to work out with him to get him back a card that actually belongs to him. But he did actually send me a card. That would be an awesome one. It'd be more of a display piece, though. I was joking with a couple of folks. I go, though, maybe what I would do next time is I'll put a couple of cards in there that I have no intention of selling. I'll just put it in there as kind of a thing that, like, just to draw your eye a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he sent I think it was a Socrates card, because I'd shown it before.
Yes.
It was that
Yes.
one. That'd be kind of just a cool display piece in the middle of the showcase. Like, what the heck is that? Is that Socrates?
No, it was Socrates. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Good old Socrates. Good old Socrates. But I think that'd be kind of fun. But to your point, especially in a showcase, sometimes having an item that's a little bit more off the beaten path is kind of fun to throw people. So, because I was able to take advantage of that with that one wrestling card that was from that specific show, because the one guy saw it, he goes, "Wait, is that the Ring of Honor one?" I go, "Yep." And it struck up a conversation. It was because it actually predates AEW. It's a very specific. It was actually released by a company that does the autograph signings, and they only made, I want to say, 5,000 sets. So it's a very specific thing, and for a lot of folks that are on there, it's their first issued card because the checklist has been acknowledged and it is being graded by the third-party graders.
Yeah, and Canadian non-sports is very abundant, and not really in availability. I guess with less because we have our population is 1/10 of the United States. But we have over 400 unique Canadian sets that are pre-war. And a lot of people don't realize that we have that many unique Canadian sets. And after it seemed after that, as we got into the 50s, 60s, it was mostly a lot of tops items that were reprocessed here or redone here, or swell gum, Philadelphia chewing gum, or Fleer, or what have you, which was Continental Confections here in Canada. A lot of that stuff would come here that way, but otherwise, the pre-war is, and it's just not out there. It really isn't. And there's some great sets. Fry is one of 1924 Fry, 26 Fry is one of my favorite sets in the Treasure Island. There's lots of great sets out there. I just don't see anybody carrying those. I would thinking about carrying stuff like that, but then I would have to go and buy the stuff. But I did bring a few. I brought a 1920s Lowney train set. They were all inserted in the bottom of the package. A little section of each train. There's 35 in the set or something like that. So, but you don't have too many people asking. But if you find those few people that are looking, and there are people that are looking, it's just they just never see it. So and that dissuades people from coming to shows. They really don't have what I need. And this is why I'd like to be a more sports specific show. The one thing I didn't see there was pop vinyl, which was great. Mm-hmm. And one of the funniest things, this was great. I had a Chicago Blackhawks puck, has the rubber top front, which is, very nice condition.
Yeah, Bobby Orr's team. Go on.
Yeah. So this gentleman, he came, how many times did he come by, Carlos? I can't remember.
Oh, it was a bunch, actually. It was a bunch.
He kept coming back. There's $35 on this puck. It's a $45, $50 puck all day. And he keeps coming by and looking at it. So he goes over to this gentleman called Elliot, who's doing the BCW. He's the wholesaling. I guess he knows him. And he actually, this Elliot gentleman also does iCert, which certifies boxes and wrappers and stuff like that. So they have their own little Canadian business going on the side. So he goes over to Elliot. He brings Elliot over to my table to see if this is a real puck. And Elliot comes over and he goes,
as opposed to a fake one.
Yeah, is this real? Does it, because, it's rubber topped and screen bottom, which is, very typical for those. So then Elliot comes over and he sees that it's me. Now, Elliot knows who I am, and, he respects me very well. And he comes over and he looks, oh, that's Bobby. Yeah, it's good. Don't worry. He just walked away. I don't even think he looked at the puck. He just went, oh, it's Bobby. I said, you could just ask me, any questions, but they refrained from asking me, which I found to be very, older gentlemen, maybe a little bit uncomfortable talking with people. But I like to think that I'm very outgoing in the sense of talking, and I talk to a lot of people. And Carlos knows that. I may be a little bit more quiet on the show, but I'm, at the show I try to make as much conversation. Conversation strikes sales, and that always helps.
Although you still have that internal, very much joy of the Peyton Manning, brick throwing at the children. Oh, that does fill you with joy. It fills your heart with laughter.
Rivals my top of your that's probably one of your top things that made me laugh. bad way, but a nice way.
Yeah, it was a moment. It was quite a moment.
It was
also
quite
a moment.
I just loved it. I said I could just see it, I could picture it, and I just went, yes.
It's wonderful. It really is a wonderful visual. And in the same vein, at the moment, I have good news for everyone. If any of you did watch the podcast, and honestly, you should, because there's some good stuff on that podcast. But one of the things that was on there, and I have upgraded the holder for Eric because I didn't want to offend him with the holder it was on previously. I have upgraded it to the One Touch.
It's upside down.
Grail of Grails. Grail. It's fantastic.
Put it in the One Touch to mimic me. At least put it in there.
No, we're not mimicking you. We're elevating. This is a Grail. It's not.
That's Bobby Orr's one of his best cards.
Hold on. I'm gonna mute Eric because I'm not gonna let him ruin this moment.
Oh, okay.
I am not trying to mimic him because this is a Grail. We don't want the trash, the garbage that winds up in Eric's collection. We're talking about one of the iconic cards of the hobby, one of the greatest examples of hockey history here. This was a player who got to the Hall of Fame on the strength of 20 games. An entire NHL career comprised of 20 games, and he was in the Hall of Fame.
Do you see how Carlos is handling that? He's like a hand model. He actually should be on The Price is Right. I think he would show it off quite well. Yes, look at that.
It's fantastic. It's glorious. And no, this top loader is actually as intended as the instructions clearly state, which Eric would know if he would actually read some of Bobby's work. There is a page dedicated. And again, this is the Burrell, who is on the back of Victor's book on rookie cards and the acknowledgments, as am I. So honestly, Eric does not have a leg to stand on in terms of hashtag scholarship.
And
because
I am third beyond family and God. I'm next.
Right after family and God.
Like you can't.
And Eric would question it. Eric would question it. Like right here. Magnificent.
That's unbelievable.
I'm offended.
I almost am. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
So anyways, the end result is the gentleman did not purchase the puck. Actually, I told him at that point. He came around so many times. I just, I'm an easygoing guy, but just don't piss me off. At that point, I don't even care. I just said, it's $35. I'm not giving in on that price. That's it. I should have just took it off the table and just put it back here and saying, yeah, I'm going to throw this down the trash once I get outside. Just to piss him off. And it's just, if you're questioning a $35 purchase that actually is a really good $15, $20 off the regular price, then you shouldn't be at the show.
Well, I think
you have a lot of people out there like that are just questioning. You could ask me because you think I know a few things about the vintage collectibles, and then pucks actually I'm pretty good at for the most part. But he goes over and asks this other guy, Elliot, who comes over and says, "Oh, yeah, it's Bobby's day. Yeah, no problem." But Elliot should have told him. He said, "This guy writes the books on stuff, so maybe he knows a little bit of something." But $35, honestly, I'm at the point in my life that if it's a windy day and $20 flies out of my wallet or I lose it in my hand or something and it blows down the street, I ain't chasing it. So anything that you have on your table that's $20 and you don't know if you want to spend it, I am willing to lose the $20 and not run after it. So $20 means nothing. $20 is a trip to McDonald's. You're going to eat that crap, digest it, and crap it out, and you could have had something for $20 on somebody's table without doing all that. So just saying, the offset, and when you hit $40, that's a double McDonald's run, and that's kind of almost worth it at that point.
We're going to use this as a multiplier of McDonald's.
We have to. Oh,
because, I see.
Anything that's $20 is irrelevant to me. Somebody goes, "Will you take 18?" It's just like, it's $20, man. I don't negotiate. I don't have toonies and loonies on me. Get out of my way. Actually, I told you.
The Burrell will not negotiate with terrorists on $20. It's like, that's it. It's done.
Will you take $19.50? I don't come with quarters. Get out of my table. Please step away.
By the way, a quick side note. It reminded me.
Because they're just begging you to piss you off, right?
So this reminded me. So Eric, I brought obviously change, small bills, whatever, just in case I needed it. And for the most part, it wasn't too bad. Like I had plenty. It was fine. I also brought a roll of loonies and toonies, your favorites. Rolls of loonies and toonies. Nice. But here's the funny thing. I had one guy who was at the 25 cent. It was at the 75 cents, like the row there, grabbing it. And I'm sitting there.
And his girlfriend?
No.
Came
He
back
came by a
17
couple of
times?
times. He did buy something. He did buy, but he
He
came by
did,
like
yeah.
3 times. I was like, this isn't necessary. It's the same stuff. Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
So the one guy was grabbing out of 75 cents, but he grabbed like a small stack of cards. He took a couple of cards back. He put a couple of cards back in his pile. Off, on, off, off. And he's like calculating to like the minute. And it was
75
bizarre. It
cents
was
a card, isn't it?
It was 75 cents a card. And the thing is, if you buy a stack of them, all discounted, it's fine. Like I'm trying to sell these
If he
cards.
would have bought them all in one time,
It would have been cheaper.
Save more than he bought in the 3 times that he came
Totally.
back.
No, 100%. But the thing is, he was doing this whole exercise of putting cards in and out of his pile. And I'm just sitting there going the whole time. And then at the end, it was like $4. And I was like, and I'm like, all right, fine, $4 then. Like I said, he could have grabbed like another 4 or 5 cards and I would have given him to him 5 even. But he hands me a $5 bill, and I had to crack the stupid roll for $1. And I was like, and that was the only time I ever had to go to the change area. That was the only time. I was sitting there like, if you just grab like another 4 or 5 cards, I would have given it to you for 5 flat, knock yourself out, have a great day.
And there you go, and that's what you get at the show. You get people who are willing to pay, $100, $200, $300, $500 for an item, and other people who just want a nickel and dime and do their collection that way, and which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but you do get discounts in volume. I wouldn't come back 3 times. Like you can come back. Like I did go back to that 50% off table. I don't think. See, you can't negotiate after a 50% deal because it's sort of.
I had the one gentleman.
Would you take this after 50% off? It's kind of an insult. But
I had the one gentleman. Yeah, I had the one gentleman, and I explained it to the guys on the podcast episode. I said he went to the 25-cent bin, and he was very clearly filling out cards for a set. He was literally looking for certain cards. He was grabbing them and adding to pile, adding to pile, adding to pile. He was actually grabbing a bunch of cards. And by the time it was all said and done, I said, all right, looks like you got a nice pile there. It's like, all right, well, how many do you figure you got there? And he goes, I got about 100. And it was 25-cent bin. So $25. And I go, $20. Easy. Go for it. Done. No question. Like, please. But you're doing me a favor, by all means. Especially if you're taking a pile of them. It's like, you are doing me a favor. I am happy. We don't even have to fight over it. $20 flat. Go for it. Have a great day. Like, done.
Hey, Paul, I don't think I'm outing myself.
Plus, you've already referred yourself as the Burrell today. Like, I've enjoyed it.
It's a small world out there that we live in. And, enough people know who I am. It's hard buying from the, let's say the seasoned dealer. They always wonder, hey, Bobby, what are you buying this for? Yeah. But for the most part, most people don't know who I am. They're dealing with a little bit of vintage, a little bit of modern, a little bit of in between. So they don't really get to, it's kind of funny. I went to another guy's table. He had some display boxes. And I said, how much for this one? And he goes, oh, $100. And I went, oh, good luck. Good Lord. Okay. And, I said, these aren't quite $100. And he said back, he goes, well, I've been doing this for 40 years. And I went, okie dokie. No problem. And, as much as you want to drop your name, you just keep it away from that. You just say, I've been doing this a little bit, about the same amount of time. But, I've written a few books and somebody said an app, but I don't know, something like that. And people just don't want to learn. And
I'm sorry. You were saying? I'm sorry.
Which book is that? Oh, that one, yeah.
Which one?
So let me read a couple of these comments. Let me read a couple of these comments here. T206 Kid says, I've always said it, buyers are a bigger pain in the ass over $1 cars than ones are 500. Yes, true. 100%. So what's funny is, like I said, I didn't sell a crazy amount of cards. I sold some from the 25-cent. I've sold some from the 50-cent. The one that did the best was the row that I had that was $1, $2 cards all the way up to $30, $40, $50 cards. There was a bunch of different ones. You could go through and grab a small pile, and a couple of folks were able to grab a small stack of cards, and we came to do. I discounted almost every occasion. Like, I had no issue doing that, like no problem, because again, on most of that stuff, I don't have much into it at all, if anything. So I was happy to move it. I did price them out a little bit, but you always found a little interesting when some folks would try to argue on the smaller stuff, and on the bigger stuff, they're like, they would say $25, and they're like, "Dude, you take 20?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." Like, I'm not sitting here to spend a lot of time arguing about it. It's fine. Like, we're good. But on the 75-cent one was where like people were like having this struggle and doing this calculation. I'm sitting there like, it's 75 cents.
What
are you talking about?
The $200 sale that I made from that one gentleman is the stuff that I bought from the Hamilton show.
Yes.
Where I paid $200 and then bought the other stuff. The other stuff I sold for the profit. So I was clean on that $200 sale. Now, honestly, I probably want $300 or $400, but I knew he would work me. So I said, how's 250? And he went 200. And I went, perfect. Okay, I'll take 200. So it's like taking 200 profit free. Like, did I leave some money on the table? Yes, which is fine because he needs to make some money on some stuff. And I just got rid of that and got my profit clean to me at that point. And there's nothing wrong with doing that. You're not outing yourself. As you say, you don't out yourself. It's a big hobby, and there's lots of different things out there. If somebody has a price on something, you can just buy it, and if you can't, you get a friend to go buy it, and that's what happened.
I like bringing you to tables with me because I get good deals when you come with me.
Well, if you're looking for the right things, if you're looking for something different, that's the stuff that I really know well. If you don't, then the stuff that Carlos knows better, which are, certain cards from certain years, everybody has their own specific things that they collect, and they tend to know a little bit more. I know the history of cards. I know all the behind the companies, but I really don't get into the cards. And especially after 1990, I really don't get into cards. So I'm not looking for any of those. Yeah, I know the cup. I know that hologram. I know certain things about certain cards. But after 95, forget it. I'm a greenhorn. So we all have our specific placements. So how many people could have made as much on the stick and the Gretzky pen set as you could on a card that you would have bought there? I think very few. So the trinkets do stand tall.
I want the Bobby Orr pen set, but it's very expensive.
That one's a tough one. Yeah. See, when you get into Bobby Orr, everybody knows.
Yeah.
But that Gretzky was kind of a, that you just never see. It's actually one of the very few. I've owned maybe 3 or 4 in the past 25, 30 years. And they just never come up, like in the original package, because the pens themselves, $1 or $2, in the original package, 150. It's just a very big difference. People don't realize the things that are in the original package or the original advertisements or original display box goes for 10 times what the set goes for, or 10 times what the item goes for itself. And that is really the key of collecting, because there's very few around, and those people willing to pay the money are definitely there in a lineup. Sometimes you have to turn people away just going, hey, listen, it's $500. Yeah, no problem. No, I got 5 other guys. Hey, it might go to 6 or 7. I don't know. So that is the trinket and the market for me. And we all have our own specifics, and you can do fairly well, which actually, that money, you can take it and put it into something stupid that you like for your collection. Like Carlos was talking about the cup, you could turn that money around if you don't, if you have a regular job and that's your extra money, play money. You could buy one of those Medanos from the cup and say free.
Well, for sure. I think it's one of those things where, so I'll quickly segue this into a little story, but we'll also link it to the card show thing. As I said, for me, the biggest takeaway of that card show was going to be the experience of doing it. One of the takeaways that I had was some of the stuff we talked about. I'll repeat some observations I gave on the podcast. Some folks are genuinely horrific at negotiation. They're very awkward in their approach. It's very strange, especially when you try to make it. I tried to make it as easy as possible, because realistically, like I'm very easy to deal with and stuff like that, because I already know what the price is for the stuff I'm doing. It's not. So for me, I know what I have into it or whatever. So if someone wants to negotiate with me, I know where my flexibility is. One of the guys that came up very clearly, I think, was trying to do some reselling, like to the point that he actually didn't know anything about the wrestling cards. And I kind of chuckled, and he was looking at them, and I'm sitting there like,
resell on he doesn't know anything.
Yeah. It was basically, yeah. And he goes, oh, I don't know too much about these. I go, so, okay, so what do you want to know? He goes, oh, so it's like, well, here's the thing. All the wrestling cards that I put on there, they're on recent comps because I had looked them up that same week. So I was right up to date. I had found comps for most, if everything, and had put it in that range. The idea was to leave a little bit of flexibility, leave a little bit of room there. If someone genuinely wanted to negotiate with me on it, I knew more or less how we could play. And sometimes some guys weren't able to find it, and I was able to pull it up for them and show them. And you go, here you go.
Oh,
here it is. Yeah. So it wasn't a difficult thing to do. Again, I had done the research already, so I knew that going in. So, and I had pretty much like, show me what you got there, and I'll tell you what it. And if you're not sure why I priced it a certain way, I can tell you exactly why. So that's no problem there either. but some of them, like I think, struggled a little bit with it. They're trying to calculate it in their head and like stare and like I said,
Some
one
people
guy
don't
was
do
literally
maths there very well.
yeah, the maths wasn't happening. It was like I think we needed an abacus and we needed a couple things going on there. Leave a pen and pencil there, and some calculations are going to need to be done.
Don't
But
like them maths.
and it's fine. But at the same time, I'm almost like I have never really sat down in a card show and done a protracted negotiation on either side of the table. For me, it was fun to see it, to do it from this side, because again, I was able to have some very pleasant conversations with some folks, made some sales on a couple of them, which is great. And some people, like I said, the one guy was a wrestling fan. And as soon as he saw that one card in the showcase, he was all excited because it was the first card that actually sold out of the showcase. And he was excited that he saw it. And I had it very reasonably priced. He goes, yeah, I'll take that for sure. It's 20 okay? Yeah,
You're
it's
only
fine.
one of the few people with wrestling.
Yeah, there were a few, but yeah, I was one of the ones. And I had
with
some
the
more
cards that you
obscure
had,
stuff.
no.
Yeah. And it was kind of fun for me.
Very specific at that show, which was really good because there wasn't many others. And anybody who's looking for that, they came to see Carlos.
Yeah. And it helps though to have a little bit of a range of things. That's why I say, like, if I set up there and do that again, I know now how I can tweak it a little bit to have a little more range of different things that'll stick out a little bit. Because again, I was going very niche, super niche. And on top of a niche, I was going niche inside a niche. So it was very, it was double niched, niche cubed. I was going 3 levels of niche.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say, did you go niche squared?
Yeah.
No, I went niche cubed, Eric. We took it up another notch. We took niche cubed.
Yes.
Yeah, we went all the way. So at the end of the day, it worked fine for what I was trying to do. And again, I accomplished more or less what I wanted to accomplish. But yeah, I can make some small adjustments to it. I've already gone on eBay and grabbed some cheap lots of some stuff that would actually fill in some of those gaps very easily
good.
for a relatively low price.
So because now you know what people ask for at the show, you can actually acquire some half-decent lots and actually bring that variety there, because it actually makes people stick around. The more they stick around, the more apt they are to buying something. And actually, the more you have a conversation with somebody, the more apt they are to buying, something, unless they're looking for Chicago Blackhawks puck. Other than that,
No.
I'll be right back.
Well, listen, I already know we're going to stick right in the middle of the showcase. It's going to be Eric's favorite card. We're going to right in the middle of the showcase, Eric, just for you.
Oh,
We'll put it right there.
Just for him.
Yeah, just as seen on the BIC live stream and podcast.
Seen on. Yeah.
As seen on, of course. That immediately it takes its grailness and enhances it even more. Good evening, Ben, and good evening, Dan. Something like it's ninth show in a row for the Philly show. I'll enjoy. Have a good time, both of you. Hopefully you enjoy. Report back your findings. I do enjoy the recaps. So good on you. T206 Kid says, there's a guy at a local show here in Louisville that will go through the quarter boxes, take out hundreds of cards, then take out the Beckett to look at the card's value. Dealers have to love them. Yeah, so this is like a card show etiquette thing. I wanted to take this discussion of the card show, and I wanted to expand it out a little bit. Card show etiquette. Don't be that guy.
Yeah, don't
go to the quarter box and sit like, guys, it's a quarter box. Like, just relax. And I'll even tell you, the fake doctor, Jimbo, he likes to go through, dollar boxes and things. And the thing that he likes to do, and I agree with him on this, is that he likes to challenge himself because he likes to go out there and try to find value. But he's not sitting there comping individual cards. He's looking at them going, okay, so based on logic, what would we find? And maybe, again, goes back to kind of Bobby's earlier point. If you have a little bit of understanding, imagine for a moment, and this happens all the time. It used to happen more. Obviously, people are a little bit more stringent about it. But imagine, Eric, somebody goes through one of those boxes. And what happens next is they go through, say, 90s cards. And they go and they see a bunch of parallels or inserts or specific things. And you happen to know that the ratio on it is kind of tough. Well, guess what? You're going to be able to go, yep, this one here is one every couple of boxes. And it's there for $1. And it's a good player. Well, common sense would dictate it's probably worth more than $1, right? Do you need to sit there for 20 minutes to figure out the precise multiplier that you got? I think you're doing okay. Just add it to the pile, and just keep going. And probably if you buy a small stack, you'll probably be able to get it for under $1.
Right.
And if you get it for 75 or 50 cents a card, well, you're probably going to do fine. What's the point? So just have a good time with it. And worst case scenario, it's 25 cents. If you buy a stack of it, it's cheaper.
I honestly believe some people enjoy that part of collecting, and getting the biggest deal possible, you know, even if it's a 5 cents off, you know, it's like that's part of it. It's part of the chase for them. It's part of the intrigue of and the deal making and the, you know, some people are really into that. My dad was into that. All right. My dad would, if you had something for 2 cents at a yard sale, he would try to get it for a penny. I mean, it was just the fun he would have. That was part of the fun. Not only do you get something that you want, but you got to negotiate and jibba jabba with somebody. And I would stand there as a kid and just be completely embarrassed over some of this stuff. But he was having the time of his life. Some people just enjoy that part. I don't. I just want to get the deal done. Give me the stuff I want. I'll give you what I think is fair financially. You give me the stuff I want. Have a nice day. Guys like my dad, no. It's the dance. They love the dance.
It's the art of the deal. Yeah. It's trying to negotiate. It's doing the whole bit. Yeah. And I can understand that. The key, though, is the comping thing I'm out on. Like, Dan here is 100% right. That's an insane waste of time. Going through boxes and pulling value is what they're there for, not comping. So that's the thing, is that you can usually figure out if you've got a real, and it's tough now, if you've got a legit bargain box, like a legit bargain box,
yep,
it's probably all over the place. It's not really super sorted. It's going to be like a good one. It's going to be like, there's some old stuff here, some newer stuff. Like, we've seen some good ones that you can kind of flip through a little bit and you're like, oh, what the heck is this? And, you know, again, like, listen, I showed it already a couple times tonight. Like, I got this out of one of the bargain boxes and it was sensational. And right here, I was able to get it and I was able to go to the guy and I explained to him, it's like, listen. I got a guy here. He's this Boston Bruins fan. And I put this in quotation marks, you know, like it's a real team. Boston Bruins fan. Oh. And, you know, he's always, you know, lamenting that, like, why can't I see my favorite player, one of my favorite players, Bobby Orr, like on the major league team, on the real team that he played on.
Yes.
And he said to himself, and I said, like, I got to show him this card. But listen, I know it says $8, but I'm thinking like $4. And they went over, and after they were done cackling and understood exactly what I was going to do, then they gave it to me for $4. A grail of grails.
Jack ass.
Magnificent.
Jackass.
Glorious. My God. Amazing.
You know,
the power.
Not the ass. He is no longer the ass. You, sir, are the ass.
The power of using the Schadenfreude for discounts is undefeated.
Oh my God.
People enjoy a good Schadenfreude.
Whatever. I hate you.
Garrett Cardcutter says, Carlos, did anyone buy all your high-end Regine Lemon cards? I don't know who this is. I know only Reggie Lemon. I know only that one. So this sounds like a jobber to me. This sounds like a 1980s jobber that Hulk Hogan would have beat up.
No. So now, hold on. Card cutter, you on the list.
Ooh, you made the list. Interesting.
You're on the list. All
Chris
right?
Jericho may sue you for that because the list is kind of his deal. Double D Vintage Cards, good evening. My dad did and does the same thing. That's probably why I overpay on most of my cards, but I get what I want and I feel good about it. Do you, man? You do you. It's all good. Listen, everybody's got a different style. It's fine. I understand. But there are folks, when they go through bargain bins, man, that's their sport. But again, don't comp cards. That's a dick move. Like, stop it. Just go look through it. If you see something cool, grab a stack of it. You can probably get a discount on volume anyway. Just buy a stack of cards and you'll be fine. Have a good time.
That was your best lemon I've ever heard.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, that's what I said. Like, he was talking about an 80s professional wrestler, though. Like, I don't know who this guy,
like, as it was coming in the garage and all.
Yeah. No, listen. He made very clear. He's talking about a 1980s jobber, lost to Hulk Hogan in an episode of Superstars in 1985. And I was like, okay, but I don't know who that is. But I know who Reggie Lemon.
Oh, up and down, high and low.
We're getting more musical. We're getting more musical.
I love it.
It's fantastic. Yeah. It's fantastic. We're getting there, man. We're getting there.
But it was good.
T206 Kid says, beat bargain boxes are just a mess. That's where you find the gold. Ones that are organized by player and year, forget it, won't find a deal. Exactly.
Yeah, you won't. No,
yeah.
because
so the best ones,
selectively, you want to see an organized mess.
Yeah,
And I don't know
and
Rasmus.
that can be a challenge because what I was using an example, like if I went through one, say 1990s baseball cards, I would know a lot of the stuff that's in there very easily. 1990s hockey cards in the Modano era with a lot of the sets and years, I'd be able to flip through and go, actually, that's a short print, that's one of these, that's one of these, and I could eyeball it very quickly and be able to pick off a bunch of things that might be interesting. I don't need to spend a lot of time copying them because again, if the price is reasonable enough, I can find a guy. Or they can go to ComC, or like there's a venue where it may make a lot of sense to go in that venue. A lot of options there.
You know, that guy with the 50% off table, he had a whole bunch of share points, like a lot. And I was sitting there going, boy, I bet you there's some great deals in here. I don't know what he has on them. And I just didn't have the time. You know, that's the one thing is when you're a dealer, you're set up, you can't, you know, I didn't want to leave Carlos at the table too long. So rather than sift through and go through them and say, hey, listen, I'll offer you on the whole box. But I bet you that was a great deal in that box. And unfortunately, you can't get every deal. But as long as you get the good ones that are obvious, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. Carlo here says, when I restarted collecting in 2017, I was astonished that a dealer wanted me to pay $1 for Freddie Freeman's Topps Chrome Rookie card. I paid, but I was pissed because I just bought a bench for $1. Fair. Justin says, don't be an ass, Eric.
What do you want?
I know.
Get some good deals and some not good deals, whatever.
Yeah. You know, in retrospect, Freddie Freeman was a good player, so the $1 was fine for both. but he was doing by comparison with Johnny Bench. Come on.
So you had a $2 and a $1 box and a $1 and a $1 box. So there you go. Enough said.
Mm-hmm. Garrett says, is that a Christmas card list? Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Paul here says, I've checked my Excel spreadsheet. Had a dealer ask if I was comping, and I said, no, actually looking up what the insert was, and I could show him on said spreadsheet, Excel sheet. That's fair.
The problem with, see, this is where it comes in well for me, is that there's really no comps to a lot of the items that are out there. The only comp is my app, and I know that 90% of those people don't have
appetizer.
Yes.
What? I was looking at something, but I thought I heard something. What?
Bobby was talking about something related to food.
Something I was more apt to doing. But yeah, anyways.
He was cursing ice cream cake. Go back to your staring.
Yeah, it was something, ice cream pie. Whatever.
Actually, I got a story about ice cream cake in a minute, but finish your point.
So, you know, the door is open for me on that end of things where there isn't really any comp and the guy can't look it up. And a lot of items you don't even know. You can't even find them on the internet. So, which is great, you know, for me because I know. And then the specific collectors who do collect those items know. Or they don't know, but they just kind of know, oh, that's a rare item and, you know, it's over $150 at least. And, you know, those things are great. So I am in a niche market in that sense. Like I know all the cards, I know all that other stuff, but you stay in your lane, which you know the most of. And I actually find a lot more solace in the sense of the oddball, whereas, and I don't like that word oddball. And there was a video Yannick sent to me about this guy calling things oddball. And he was doing a comparison of cards from 2019 to comparatively today. And he did a good little rundown. It was very selective, but regardless, you know, oddball is, or just the things not in the mainstream, you know, like pucks, like nobody, you know, the last puck book that was done was, I think it was 2000, maybe 98. It was this guy named Beckers. He did this puck book and everybody loved it. And then he came out with the second edition, which added the WHA. Like, honestly, it doesn't really give you prices and it just kind of identifies the puck. And he has a lot of stuff that needed upgrading. And I think that market is wide open because there is quite a few puck collectors. But for the most part, a lot of people don't realize the rarity pucks. And nobody has done the research on pre-war pucks. And I'm very surprised at that. And there's so much money. I bought a puck for $100. I sold it for $600 US on eBay. Like, honestly, like, and just people just don't realize.
Yeah, we have some from like the 50s and stuff. You know, game used pucks from the 50s. And, you know, we have some pretty good price tags on them.
How do you know they're game used?
Eric played a game in the shop.
We played a little shinny in the back room.
Yeah, he took the Boobior hockey stick, slammed it into the wall a couple of times, and then it's like, I will hit the slapper.
We have 2 Bobby Orr game sticks in the shop right now. I have not touched them.
Have they literally renovated to remove walls to Eric-proof it?
What's the price on the Sherwoods there, or whatever it is he has? Victoriavilles, I don't know.
Yeah, the Victoriaville Divics. A few thousand. I don't know. I haven't thousands of dollars.
Yeah. And see, sticks are specific too. You got to know the sticks. You got to know the tape jobs. You have to know the name has to be printed on the stick, which it generally is. You know, it says Bior or something like that, and usually use the number, just the lie of the stick and everything like that. So you get to know a little bit about everything, which is great, and that kind of helps you in the grand scheme of collecting or knowing something a little bit more than the next guy. So that's it's always a good thing. But $2,000 for a Bobby R stick. How many have you sold at $2,000? Probably a lot.
I think he's probably selling it for even more than that. Probably.
Oh, so we can't go in there now and say, "Where's the $2,000 price tag that Eric?"
I think
Eric is quoted. Eric is promised to pay the difference.
Oh
okay,
yeah,
Phil.
come on in.
Phil tomorrow.
We'll sell it for 2, and whatever the difference is, I'll take care of it. No problem.
Perfect.
No problem.
Ooh.
Just come on by.
Oh, that's US. Oh shit.
Come on by the Crazy Eric's. Where
you mean Eric's house?
Away from Crazy
It's pretty standard. Like it's like Crazy Eric's. Like that. Might as well have just said Eric's.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about? Stu Kier says saw Minneapolis
crazy, so it doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm. So Stu Kier says saw Minneapolis Bruins puck at the Minnesota show, using some weird stain on it. Asking price was $150.
Minneapolis Bruins puck.
I don't never heard.
So it says.
Well, Minneapolis Millers, or because that's
Stu will have to clarify. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, please.
I'll say good evening, Lapper.
Don't
if you
test
could
me. Don't test me.
There you go. So real quick, I'm going to quickly get a refill, but before I do, let me quickly share a story since your topic there reminded me. So yeah, Wednesday was not only the Cup's release date, it was also 2024 AW flagship release day. Very exciting. And on the Wrestling channel, I did do a box break for it. It was very exciting. Listen, it was practically a national
work
holiday.
compared to the Cup. So
yeah, listen, the Cup isn't even worth discussing. There's nothing in there. Not even worth discussing. The 2024. Listen, Steve Potty from AEW, from AMG, basically spent the entire time. He's texted me like 5,000 times. He goes, "Have you gotten the boxes yet? Are you getting the boxes? When are you getting?" Like he just wouldn't stop. It was nonstop. It's incredible. So anyway, so I decided that I am going to get some more boxes, but I decided since it was release day, I would open a couple of boxes and I wanted to record a couple of videos for the other YouTube channel. So I said, okay, let me go get some boxes. And I had some good fortune that was, I was going to go over, they had the boxes in there, and I actually had $160 credit from cashback on one of my credit cards.
Oh, nice.
So in effect, that completely pays for one of the boxes and then some of the second box. So I'm basically getting 2 for 1. So I was like, great. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear a 2 for 1. Fantastic. So let me go get a couple boxes. Then that's the price point I like. So I walk in and I go get a couple boxes. They have them there. I pick my boxes. I come back out and I was checking in the car. Carlos Sr. went with me because we were going to go get a coffee and have sit down and chat for a little bit after. It was a nice day and everything. But he parked directly in front of, so this is Central Parkway Mall. We were talking about the different malls. Central Parkway Mall. So he parks directly in front. And the entrance there is right there. To the right of the entrance is a Baskin Robbins. He parks directly in front of the Baskin Robbins. Carlos goes inside to go to the shop or whatever. Carlos comes back. There's nobody in the car. No. Now, Carlos Sr. has like a cane, so he doesn't move around too fast. So I'm sitting there like, why is there no one in the car? And then I'm like, wait. And then I just do this.
Yeah, he's in there.
Oh, yeah.
I look inside, and where's the old man? He's at the Baskin Robbins having an ice cream cone. I'm like, of course you are. And I'm like, listen, at that moment, like, I have to go in. So I join him and I go have an ice cream cone. I go have a mint chocolate ice cream cone. It was very nice.
Chocolate. Okay.
Mint chocolate. It was lovely. I haven't had an ice cream cone in a long time. I was like, mint chocolate, fantastic.
On the choices
that is my favorite.
Ice cream.
Yeah, mint, very good. And by the way, very refreshing. It was a warm day and we were inside, but very refreshing. Enjoyed it. Very good.
What did
but then I look
Carlos
over.
Sr. have?
So Carlos Sr. had what was it? It was the rum. There's the
rum.
There's one of them that's like a rum. Rum and raisin. That's the one. Yeah. So that's his go-to. Rum and raisin. Mine is the mint chocolate. He's the rum and raisin. I'm the mint chocolate.
That makes sense.
So he goes for it. Perfect. Yeah. He enjoyed it. And I said, yeah, take your time. Don't. As soon as I saw it, he's like, no, sit down, take your time. We'll enjoy it and we'll hang out for a bit. So anyway, so I'm at my ice cream, but then I look over and I see the thing and I see basically the freezer over there. And what do they got? Ice cream cakes.
No.
Oh, yeah. I was this close to taking a picture and sending it to Bobby. I was going to take a picture of all the ice cream cakes just for Bobby.
Yep.
I will say that
you can buy ice cream in the package, or you can buy it in a cake form and pay more.
You can.
I
You
don't
can.
get it. I don't get
I
it.
will say though, my takeaway on this, I had not realized, like the cone. So what happens? You can get different cones, and you can have 1 scoop, 2 scoops. You got a couple different options, whatever. So I ended up getting 1 scoop of the mint chocolate in kind of the regular, kind of the waffle cone, like the standard kind of cone.
Was it waffle or regular Robinson cone?
No, sorry, the waffle was separate from that. So they have the regular one that's kind of, it's your old school standard cone, like your cookie cone, but it's like regular shape. Yeah. So you had that, and that. So 1 scoop of that and the regular cone, it was like almost $6. And I was like, damn, that's expensive. 1 scoop. Yeah. And I was like, damn. To be honest, it'd been so long since I had an ice cream bar. I was like, Jesus, okay. It seems a little, okay, sure, I guess. Okay, whatever.
Mint chocolate.
Yeah. Oh, it was. I enjoyed it. It was very good. But I was like,
what's your favorite, Eric, your favorite ice cream?
I already said it's mint chocolate chip.
There you go.
2 mint. What?
Listen, at least Eric has one thing that he's normal on.
And my second is Snickers.
Okay, you can't mix a chocolate bar with a thing. It doesn't make sense.
You know what? But listen, I'll come back to it in a second. But you know what's proper. And Eric appreciated this. It's like, what's proper is
what?
Oreo Coca-Cola Zero. Let me tell you, the Oreo Coca-Cola. I'll come back.
Is that only in the U.S.? Because I didn't.
Bobby, I bought that. I got that downtown. I literally went to Rexall and they had it there. I was like, I took an image of it. That image was from me buying it at the thing and trying it. And I was like, what the hell is this?
What's your feedback on that?
My stance was, it's a weird choice. I didn't mind it, but I got to be honest. The 2 flavors clash a little bit too much. I think the Oreo. So the way is, you could taste the Oreo-ness. So at least it had the branding made sense. Essence. But the problem is that Coke Zero with that flavor mix is weird. So it's Coke like
Zero. Yes.
Yeah. So you can taste it, but the problem, you can taste both those things. But I'm like, that mix feels weird. I was like, I don't know about
the
that.
Aspartame.
Yeah. I thought it was okay, but I thought it was okay. I thought it wasn't like amazing, but it was okay. I wasn't offended by it. The cherry, I think, is good. They do a good job with the cherry. I wasn't offended at all. But I appreciated the attempt. The Oreo, but probably not that one. No.
Well, it's like when you're surfing through, Instagram or even Facebook, and you see all these different recipes, and you say, well, how much more fat can you add? Oh, I got this great recipe. You add this pizza to this burger to this, and it's just like add bacon. And it's just like, okay, all right. So, we've advanced so far, but we're so far down the road of, cholesterol and heart attacks that it's just like unbelievable. And I just can't watch those videos anymore. It's just stupid.
There you go. So Stu was saying Minneapolis Bruins, 63 to 65 of the years, apparently they were active.
Oh, that's a very small run. Wow.
Yeah, very short window, yeah.
Were they out of Minneapolis or out of Boston?
Well, they say Minneapolis. No, Minneapolis is what he's saying. Minneapolis Bruins, yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, so Lapper, good evening to you. Carlisle here saying, we had a puck from the last Atlanta Flames game. My mom kept it in the freezer. She thought if she kept it cold enough, Atlanta might get the Flames back. That's an interesting ritual. All right, fair enough. Justin says, respect. Yep. My favorite flavor is mayo ice cream. There you go, Lapper.
Oh.
Just for Eric.
Oh.
Justin says, Carlos Sr. is the man. He is a unique individual. We get along super well. We have a lot of fun. Jeff here says mint chocolate chip is the best. There you go. Jeff's the third for mint chocolate chip.
We got 3.
Wait, so you know what? I'm gonna get a refill. So people, we've got almost 40 people here. So I need a mini poll, an informal poll because there's too many options. Yes. I need an informal poll. So we've got some mint chocolates. We've got Carlos Sr. with the rum and raisin. I want to know favorite ice cream flavors. Whatever you want, but I actually know. I know Lapper saying mayo, but aside from mayo, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? I want to know for sure. What's the real one?
We don't want any weird Snickers kind of like, but that's just mixing a chocolate bar with a thing. We want
Double D. I'm a mint chocolate chip guy as well. That's 4. Wow. 4.
I just want to say I have a couple of
sets and trends.
One,
all right, I'll be right back.
Lapper, okay. When I see you in November, I'm going to punch you in the mouth. Just throwing that out there.
Just for mint chocolate.
Right? Just want to make sure that you're aware.
You're talking about Lapper here, or just people in general? Like, be more specific.
Lapper.
General.
I'm going to make sure Lapper knows that when I see him in November, I will be punching him in the mouth. Fair warning. I think that's fair. And for Carlisle, I wanted to show him this if I haven't shown it before.
Who's that signed?
Reggie Lemlin. And
Who?
that of
Reggie who?
Reggie Lemon.
Thank you.
All right. And
now
that
I know
is,
who it is.
that's a
Oh,
game.
see, that's a Converse. Is that a rubber back or a screen back? You have to open it and feel it.
Yeah, I'm working on
It looked like it's a screen back.
This hasn't been opened in a long time.
Obviously. You don't know how to open it. That's the problem.
Your face doesn't know how to open it.
Your face doesn't know how to open it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're so tough.
That's all rubber.
It's rubber?
Yeah.
That's worth a lot, actually, you know?
Yeah, it's a game puck.
It's too bad the lemon autograph is on it, though.
Oh my God.
Took the value right the fuck away. Anyways.
Your face took it away.
Your face took it away. Yeah, my favorite chocolate. Well, see, chocolate peanut butter is really good. I guess my favorite flavor. I'm just trying to think of it here. Pralines and cream is kind of right up there, but black cherry is actually my favorite. Black cherry. I would have to say that was always my pickup choice if I ever went to Baskin Robbins, and they always had it. So, which was
black
good.
cherry. Yeah, they always
black cherry.
They always loved cherries because nobody wants that crap. Why don't you get pistachio next? Nobody wants that crap.
We've actually got a lot of options here. By the way, thanks everybody for the engagement here. We love the food topics, man.
Sure.
People get into it. It's big time. All right, so Dan here is saying chocolate peanut butter.
Yes.
Average Joe card collector say, hey guys, cookie dough. Fair. Justin's got cookie dough and Oreo. Mike says chocolate peanut butter. Robert says Rocky Road, the classic.
That's a good one.
Mike says my son is all over the mint chip. There you go, another mint chip. Stuke says Choco Cherry. I think that's similar to what you were saying, Bobby. CC says
that one too much.
Heavenly Hash.
Heavenly
Not familiar
Hash
with
is
that
beautiful.
one.
I like that.
All right.
It's got marshmallows and walnuts.
Oh, okay.
And,
That's a good one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got some. It's beautiful.
It's heavenly.
Yes.
Oh, well, look at you. No, so Dylan here says Ben and Jerry's. It would be a chocolate fudge brownie. There you go.
Yeah, it's very specific. I get it. Yeah,
It is very specific.
Moon.
Yep.
What's Blue Moon?
That one I don't know.
That's a beer.
Well,
Paul's confused.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing though. Don't forget where Paul is in a very strange section of the world. Look, don't be surprised if he found a way to ice creamize this.
Yeah.
Not weaponize it, ice creamize it. Yeah. Do not discount the possibility he figured out a way.
Yeah, I could see that.
Got the liquid
my odd ice cream
going on the ice cream. I got it.
Yeah, there's options, man. It says here, T206 says, my odd ice cream favorite here in Kentucky is bourbon ball ice cream. So you see, it's options.
Yeah, that's a specific one, though.
Yeah. Vanilla caramel swirl for Philly Joe.
Caramel swirl. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, I like that too.
Yep.
I'm a very big caramel person.
Brendan here says, a scoop of pecan for me.
Caramel?
I go with caramel. I'm a caramel is the way.
Commercials or?
I just read the word. I see. Okay. I was just looking at the word. I'm like,
from the caramel chocolate bar, right?
Oh, yes. Lapper here says cookie jar blizzard. Oh, going blizzard. There you go. Oreo and cookie dough.
Blizzards. I love blizzards.
Yeah. Ben and Jerry's Cherry Garcia is similar to Choco Cherry. All right.
Really good. Yes.
Gotcha.
I like that.
Here it says black raspberry. Okay. Gotcha.
I've never had that.
There you go.
Interesting.
There you go. Google it. Cedar Crest Ice Cream Blue Moon.
It's beer.
Just
vanilla ice cream with beer dumped on it.
That's still an ice cream.
Still an ice cream. You can.
That's topping.
That's
what do you think a sundae is, Eric? You put topping on the ice cream.
Yeah, that's all it is. He just gets vanilla and dumps a Blue Moon beer on it and calls it that. That's whatever.
You sound like a jealous man. I bet if we got some vanilla ice cream and put some Guinness on it, you'd be like, yes.
Yes.
I'm doing that as soon as we're done with this stupid show.
I love the malt. Mm-hmm.
All right, hold on. Holy crap. It's an actual thing.
Yeah,
I even found a website for it. Hold on.
But it's very regional, right?
Oh, it's very regional, super regional. Yeah. But look at this. So Cedar Crest ice cream, Blue Moon, blue ice cream with an almond flavor, and you can choose your size. You can get a 3-gallon size.
What's blue ice cream, though?
Good question. So here we go. Ingredients: non-fat milk, cream, buttermilk, sugar, corn syrup. Let me just see. Blue, one flavor. That sounds to me like you're just hiding the truth. What does it mean?
Well, blue is that that flavor.
Blue is a color.
You remember you have the Kiscos? Remember Kiscos?
Okay, you lost me on that one. I don't know.
They were kind of like this frozen thing, and everybody wanted the blue flavor because it was the best. It was kind of like a blueberry kind of raspberry kind of. It was really nice flavor. Kisco was that had that straw on the one side. It was like a sealed package, and then it had a straw down the one side. When it started to melt, it was a frozen thing. And then
so you're talking about like it was like it's almost like an icy. It was like a frozen.
Yeah,
was it a frozen
it
thing?
had the frozen part, but you couldn't access the frozen part. You had to access it only through the meltage of going underneath and coming up through the straw.
All right.
It was kind of a separate package. You know, this much was frozen, and then they had this thin line where you could put where the straw came in. And you snip the top, and then you'd have the straw, and then you sip the melted part of the frozen. It was kind of cool. It was called Kisco. I'm sure some people have heard of it. It's actually more of an 80s thing, where I'm more of a 70s thing, which was Lola's, which was that triangular thing that you could never open, and then if you pushed too hard, it flew out. Yeah, anyways. Yeah.
We're learning a lot of things here. I'm appreciating the engagement here on this one.
Yes.
Carlos says here, chocolate mint is best when you eat it without a flavor. Then compare and contrast where it's at. Interesting. Rocky Road would be better without the marshmallows. You're going for the contrast.
Hash are pretty close. They're very nice.
Yeah. But look at this one from Dan. Guinness with vanilla ice cream float is a real thing. This does not shock me.
I wouldn't doubt it.
This wouldn't shock me. You can pull that off. Sure.
Hangovers in England.
Eric is like, oh my God, my life is complete.
Listen, the next time I get some vanilla ice cream, I'm trying it.
Yeah, it's like, listen, Eric will be like, I thought the chocolate stick was nirvana. I have achieved it.
Until.
Yep. Carlos says, maybe if they use those marshmallows you would find in crappy cereals. There you go. Full circle. Blue Moon is like bubble gum ice cream without it being too sugary. It's fantastic. All right.
I still say it's just Blue Moon beer dumped on vanilla ice cream.
Still would be valid. Again, we've already established this with the Guinness thing. Here we go. Caramel pecan. Fair enough.
Pecan. What's pecan?
Like pecan, but pecan. Yeah, pecan. Lapper here says,
actually, that was one of my first jobs. Is I made beer nuts, and we also made the pralines, which is the candy covered pecans. For
not pecans
and all these other places.
Not pecans.
Yep, pecans.
Yeah,
pecans actually is how you say it. But we used to candy coat the pecan, and they were very strict because your weight in and your weight out had to be the same or pretty close. So if you had this much sugar, this much butter, this much, you had to have it all the same because they counted, because pecans are very expensive, right? Opposed to, beer nuts, I was taking like 50-pound bags home, because they didn't get the gloss because you didn't put the butter in at the right time and stuff like that. So I worked at making beer nuts, fudge, candy apples when I was 16 years old. So it's one of the few jobs I made at the wooden paddle back in 1970 something.
There you go. Lapper's saying, I got to run to Safeway. I'm assuming he's saying ice cream, but I just like that it says Clee cream.
Yeah, Clee cream.
What's Clee?
Yeah. I assume he meant to write ice cream.
Let's see.
The letters have transposed.
Clee, I don't know.
Yeah. Zach says, been at work tonight. Wanted to run something by you. I knew SCV stopped making videos, but I watched a couple of his old videos not long ago, but noticed now his videos are totally gone. Yes, SCV is kind of the young guy who sits there and like flexes all the time in front of the whiteboard. He's the guy who he was the guy who spent a lot of he had a very weird delivery. He was a younger guy, like in his early 20s, who stood in front of a whiteboard and would write out like all his bullet points that he was making, and he would talk through all the bullet points. Yeah, that's SCV. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, so he was the one. He now, to his credit, he would actually go through all the points on his whiteboard. He would actually go through them one. By the time the video was done, he had actually covered all the ground that he put back there. So
sure enough.
So stylistically, it was a little strange for me, the presentation, but to his credit, everything that was written on that board, he got to eventually by the end of the video. So he did cover everything he put on there. So, but yeah, as far as I'm aware, he kind of retired or went away or whatever. If his videos are gone, that I guess wouldn't surprise me. Maybe he's just decided he was done with it.
Well, you'd have to pull them, right, for them to be gone.
Yeah, it's basically what happened to Therapist. So
well, there's a reason for therapy.
Yeah, but I'm saying he vanished in, but it's self-imposed. He did it all himself. He had to go in and remove the videos. Stu says had a bacon maple milkshake in Florida a few years back. It's Florida, man.
Oh, that would be
it's Florida, man. Anything and everything would count over there. I guess he's gone for good. Yeah,
it's my crutch. No, I don't eat a lot of bacon, maple? But I love bacon when I eat it. How's that?
All right, there you go.
I don't like bacon.
Bacon is one of my favorite of all time. I never liked eggs growing up, so I always would have a bacon sandwich if we went out for breakfast or something like that. So I was the odd bird, but I love bacon sandwiches. And it's so hard to do bacon right. And this guy did it the other day where I got one, and I just went, dude, that's the best bacon. And he gave me 4 rashers, which is rashers is slices in Canadian talk of bacon. We don't do the back bacon. That's different. That's the weird
bacon's gross
version. Bacon is lovely, and you should die and go to hell. For saying that.
$1 million man is on standby right there. Like, we're getting close. We're getting dangerously close.
With a little mayo on the bread is just the cat's meow.
Amazing. CC says, Bobby, has there ever been hockey cards issued by an ice cream manufacturer? So I know about the baseball ones, but I don't know about hockey.
Hockey, yes, of course. Actually, if you go back to the 1920s, there was out of Western Canada, there was the Crescent Ice Cream Company, which PSA and Beckett and SGC all have incorrect. They have the wrong years on them still to date, even though my books have been out and documented them as early as 2006. Anyways, yes, they did issue them within the ice cream, actually. So I think it was in a glassine wrapper where it was inserted in the small little ice creams, which would protect it from the moisture from the ice cream. I do know that because I found an ad that was a year after where they did a crossword little thing from the Crescent Ice Cream Company, and they actually stated within the ad that it was within the ice cream. So it predates it. It postdates it 1 year after the cards. So I'm assuming the cards, because it actually did say on the cards that it was with the ice cream, the purchase of thereof. So we know it was inside because the year after. And that's speculation, but as much as it is speculation, I think it's true. So they did do that. There is also the Honey Boy, which is a big part of the U.S. for baseball. Those ones for Canada.
I've seen some of the ones for baseball that they've definitely had on there. So there are a few brands there, but yeah, that's definitely one of them.
And those Honey Boys, a lot of the people look at when there's a few hockey players that are in that set, but it's a baseball set, and a lot of people like BMW cards, Brian Wentz, and a few other people, they think it's hockey. And they actually said, hey Bobby, come over, you ever seen this One Eye Jack McGee card from and I said, no, that's baseball. He goes, well, it says the Toronto Arenas. And I went, yeah, it's baseball. And it was out of Western Canada. Dick Irving actually ran the league, and he went, oh, okay, yeah. He doesn't like when I put them down, because a lot of people will try to sell them, and a lot of people try to collect them. There's Cecil Brown, a lot of big hockey players of that time period who are in that set, that a lot of the hockey collectors will collect thinking that it's that's hockey, but it's actually baseball. And I tell a lot of people that, and they go, oh shit, man, I'm not paying like $1,800 for that card. And I'm going, unless you're into baseball, yeah, but otherwise it's not hockey, it's baseball. That's another thing I should write an article on that has been misconstrued over the years, that people think it's hockey because it says Toronto Arenas. And, the arenas, honestly, the Toronto Maple Leafs are named after the baseball team before they were even a hockey team. So there you go. Enough said.
There you go. CC, I hope you enjoyed, because you got a thorough explanation on that. I'm going to get caught up because there's some really good comments. I'm kind of enjoying where this is going. So hang tight. So Lapper says here, SCV's last video was pretty crazy. I don't doubt that. Talking about how one of the supplements he took had steroids and some sort of them. He thought he was going to go. That's why he was going nutty. There you go. That is a thing. I appreciate Carlisle's attempts to continue writing it phonetically. Justin says, easy come, easy go. T206 Kid said, greatest ice cream as a kid was the WBF ice cream bars from the ice cream truck. Oh, one of the AW sets was making reference to that. So they basically, I will pull up one of the old pictures of them, but they were basically like it was the design of the wrestler on top of it, and basically they put it in like a brown color, and I'll see if I can find an image of one for you, the classic.
Brown
But it was
color ice
very
cream?
strange. Yeah, so I'll show you. I'll find an image here of kind of the classic look of it, and you'll be able to tell pretty quickly
See,
it
I
was of
love
the
that
era.
stuff. It's a lot of people didn't save a lot of stuff from that. Like maybe there might be something related to that or something. That's the stuff I really. Oh wow.
So they would put the
Whoa.
character on the front of it. So it was like you see, it was an ice
Ah.
cream bar. It was literally an ice cream bar. So you
I
have
wonder
Hillbilly
what
Jim, the
wrapper looks.
Hulkster,
So what's the
Strike.
wrapper look like?
I'll see if I can find one. But
See, it's
that's
hard
just
to
so you can
find
see.
It's very hard to find ice cream wrappers from that because they were used and usually moisture doesn't, it's not the friend of history. So, and that is where the rarity comes into play. There's quite a few issues out there where you can try to find an ice cream box. Like even still, if you even go back to the 90s where the, Highliner, those boxes are hard to find because they're frozen food kind of items. They don't usually save well. So, anyways, just saying.
Makes sense. So here's a little ad that contains some of the images of them,
enlarge
and you
that
can see
a bit?
little.
I like
I'll
that
try,
box.
but it's a little blurry, but I'll be able to. I can do a little bit.
See, I
So
love
there
the
you
box.
got the little box there in the bottom there,
That's cool.
and
Now to find
so
the
those
box because you won't find the ice cream.
yeah. So I think it was '88 is the year these came out. And you can see there you got the $1 Million Man.
See, this is the cool shit.
Yeah, and you can check out the characters here: Coco Beware, Animal, Bobby Heenan, Andre the
Oh.
Giant, Honky Tonk Man, $1 Million Man,
best.
Macho Man, Elizabeth, Hulkster, Hillbilly Jim, Strike Force, and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
He was my favorite.
Ricky?
Oh yeah. It when he was in that feud with Savage, and Savage quote, broke his throat with the ring bell when he went off the rope and hit him in the throat with the ring bell and stuff. That was my favorite time in wrestling. I was a huge Steamboat fan. Hated Macho Man, but for crushing his windpipe with the ring bell and all that. Yeah,
He deserved it.
he did, bastard.
I mean, Ricky.
Yeah, he did. He's some bitch.
Awful, just awful.
Yeah.
Here's a better image of the box. So you can see there's one with Macho.
Wow. See,
It's got
now this is where you don't have any item. The memory is only in the display box because I'm sure there's no ice cream bars left.
I would hope not.
Well, maybe someone put it in the freezer. They put a puck in the freezer. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Not eating it.
So this box, I would imagine, I've never seen this, and I've been around. I do look at certain wrestling things, but this is a really cool box. And to find that box, I'd say that's being as rare as I might assume it to be. I think that'd be 150 to 250 box. Just saying.
By the way,
because
you can also notice there on the side of it, we showed some of the characters, and you can see there, and you got Junkyard Dog on the top one there, and then on the bottom one there, you got Lex Luger, and again, you got a nice image of Macho there.
Yes,
and also you can tell the eras because depending on what the gear looks like, so that's Macho. He's got the cowboy hat and the tassels and that, as opposed to his earlier Macho Man and the Macho King. So you can kind of figure out the era.
What year would you put this at? 80.
Macho King, I want to say was right around the time of 90. So this feels like it's still early 90s, but 90s. One thing that tips you off is that the Undertaker is there on the Macho Man one.
Oh,
Undertaker didn't debut until 91. So 91 would have been the earliest that the Undertaker would have even been referenced.
92.
Probably more like 92. 92 would be my guess because he debuted, I want to say it's Survivor Series 91, which was late in 91.
Well, the classic thing to do is why don't we do a quick search on eBay and see if we can come up with a box. Just a quick search, which would determine the availability, because either there's a bunch out there that are saved that were flattened, and it's those things that aren't kept. Like, honestly, kid wants the product. He doesn't give a shit about the box. In 1970, the guy goes, "There's one pack left. Do you want the box and the pack?" I went, "No, just the pack. I don't want the $1,200 box. No." Today, what I mean? Right. It's just and those things that are thrown away and discarded and not really thought of, especially in an ice cream product because it's actually frozen. So there's a little bit of moisture to it and what have you. You know, even though it's wax lined, those items are really the king, and that would be a premier item, I would think, for WWE. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just saying. Can you find one, Carlos?
I will see what I can do, but I want to read a couple of these comments here and make sure we're caught up. Robert here says, as a kid, I love bacon sandwiches, but with lots of melted butter. Fair. Zach says, bacon mayo sandwich is pretty legit. Valid.
Yes.
Carlisle here says, bacon should be simmered slowly in a cast iron skillet. This is the only acceptable way to cook bacon.
Oh, yes, it is. You know, so many places when you go for breakfast, they deep fry the shit. And it's just like petrified crap they throw on your plate. It's just awful. Like, it was almost like our breakfast that for breakfast before the show there. It was, you know, it wasn't the best, you know, but whatever.
Who's this guy?
Well, at that point, I was starving. I had I was evading the twins at the Overlook Hotel, so I hadn't eaten in a while. So I was like, all right, I'm really hungry.
You were kind of locked up in your room there at that place because you didn't want to exit because there were certainly some.
Well, there was also genuinely nothing around there. It was like one of those things, like there's nothing there.
No,
it's like you're the
bill.
Yeah. Now, if you go a couple blocks up, there's a little bit of activity up there, but you got to basically go up the street. Yeah.
Heel or Dufferin, you're fine. Yeah.
Yeah. So Billy here says, anyone see any new wrestling cards today? It's like, we want to correctly phrase, sir. We're talking wrestling.
No.
And we also, I don't know who this Billy guy is, but I do know who Spicy Eye is.
I know Spicy Eye. I don't know who Billy.
We only know his aliases.
The only Billy I know, he's on freaking Gong Show all the time and freaking this is their ass. But anyway.
Well, he did get a whole segment last time. Listen, again, the Gong Show, and to this very day, they cannot find the bro.
I will refuse going on their show from this day forward unless Billy invites me.
Wow. Okay.
Yep. They have to go through Billy to get to me.
Well, they changed the name of the show. It's now called the Billy Celio Show.
Oh, they got that other guy on the show who's that Canadian. I don't know. He's like a DJ, VJ, whatever he is. I don't know what he is.
I don't think there's any DJ VJ. I know there's the. I know they've got a producer guy, and then they've also got Loud Collector, which we've talked about in the past.
Loud Collector, yes.
Yeah,
very loud.
He's on brand. Carlo here says
he is on brand. I'll give him that, and that's the only credit I will give him.
There you go. Ben's Bacon, Tennessee should be on your bucket list. There you go.
Yes.
The Honka Tonk Man. Yeah. One of those bars might show up in the ancient food subreddit eventually, perhaps.
Maybe.
Should Under the Giant Ice Cream Sandwich be bigger than the others? That's a valid comment.
Yes, I believe
valid call out. One of those ice cream bars still might exist. In the original Twinkie just sell at the National? Preserved in ice and carbonite.
Maybe.
Speaking of boxes of wrestlers, there you go. I see a bunch of sales of those WF boxes for 60 to 100-ish. That probably sounds about right.
Price point wise. Okay, great. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So
I found one that was a current listing for 75. I saw a current listing for 75. I haven't looked at the completed, but that probably sounds about right.
That's cool. That's a nice, good price. Like, why wouldn't you want that if you bought them when you were a kid? Like $75, nothing.
If it was your age bracket, for sure. I will say one thing that might be enjoyable for someone who wanted to go down that rabbit hole. I saw it just from the Google search. Lots of advertisements for it. Because you could see some good ad pieces for it. I'll show you one just because I think it's
magazines, correct?
A lot of them, yeah. But I think some of them were really well done because, again, you got to think time period, right? So let me show you one here.
So if you get an in-store advertisement for that, then you're probably talking $700.
So here's one from Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South, promoting the ice cream bars. So you got the Macho
stuff. This is so away from the mainstream of cards. It's cool. And that box is everything. I might even buy one of those boxes.
There you go. And you've got a couple of options because you saw there's a couple of variants. So there's a couple of variants depending on the time period. Yeah, because there's the late 80s one, and then that Macho one I told you has to be either late 91 or early 92. Because
ran that long?
Yeah, but they swapped out the wrestlers because one of the later one had Lex Luger in it. The first series did.
Product if
it was
3-4 years. That's
CM Punk did it. I think it actually ran into the late 90s. They actually rotated some other wrestlers in it. So
wow.
Yeah. Because CM Punk, one of his things when he was doing his run late 2011, 2012, he went and part of one of the promos he cut was he was making demands. All these things he wanted Vince McMahon to give him if he's going to re-sign. And he goes, I want you to bring back the ice cream bars. Because by that point, the ice cream bars had been gone for a decade, basically. So he goes, I want you to bring back the ice cream bars. And that was kind of a running gag. And one of the inserts that Billy did for AEW was ice cream. It was basically their play on the ice cream bar.
Nice. Now,
because the
see,
card
if
was
they would have had a card on the back of each one, that would be awesome. Be very hard to find a box at that point.
well, I did see. So I don't know if it was related to the ice cream bar directly, but on the one box I showed you where I saw the Undertaker on it, that Undertaker was a card. I don't know if it
it
was in the
card?
box, but there was definitely a card there on the front of the box for sure.
Oh,
I haven't done any research into it, but I'm just telling you on the side of the box there I see a card. So I don't
See,
know
and
if it
I
was
find that
inserted
stuff-
or what the deal was.
I find that stuff more interesting than the cards because there's thousands and thousands of each card, whereas there's maybe only maybe 100. I don't know of those boxes, and they don't come up very often. And that's that rarity. It's that thing that you show somebody at who comes over and looks at your collection. And you go, "Hey, remember that? Holy shit, I remember that." But if you show them a 70 Opeachy card, it's like, "Oh yeah, I remember those. Yeah, that's cool." It's just like it's that extra little bit of something that rarity brings to the game of the hobby collector. So that's what I like. I like surprise. I like things that are not found as often as other things, so commonly found.
There you go. Name here says, "Good evening, Hobby Goats and Eric." Thank you, Name. Appreciate it.
You can't say that when Eric's not here.
Well, we'll come back to it. His name is his favorite person. So we want to make sure we acknowledge him
I
fully.
know. You got to hit him hard. Yeah.
It depends on which wrestler's in the box. I'm guessing the wrestler card is somewhere in the box. Looks like there's at least an 88, 92, and 02 version. Yeah, I also saw a late 90s version with Shawn Michaels there. Looks like they had a couple.
02. Wow, that's a big jump. Huh.
Yeah, but like I said, I think there was a couple of years in between because I definitely saw Shawn Michaels one. That would have been late 90s.
Yeah.
So there's definitely, again, depending on the wrestler and the gimmick, I can bring you time frame.
So can you figure that out? Does anybody have a collectible site that has all that information? I'd love to see that. I know
On the cards there is one,
promos.
but yeah, on the cards there is some. I don't know if they got into the advertising pieces, but there is a website that does track some of that stuff. They need help. They obviously ask for the assistance as much as possible because it is tough to find.
But it's only 80s and 90s. It's not like we're going back to the 20s. This is what I mean. Like it's there. Why doesn't somebody take advantage of doing some information, write an article? Like it'd be awesome. I'd love to see it. I'd like to read that even. It's not like it's another card that, PMG 101, whatever the fuck, right? It becomes a little bit different. See, I think that with a lot of the cards, Pokemon and other things like that, I don't think anybody's recapturing their youth. They're kind of living through their youth into these cards, whereas we need that pause. You collected back in the early 90s, Carlos. I know you've been a collector ever since, but it was nice to get back into it, a little bit later where you kind of recapture that youth, whereas, a lot of people are living through that youth right now and they don't have anything to look back upon, which is kind of sad because it was just like, oh, that was only 8 years ago. I just been collecting straight through. Is that pause, usually 10 years where it's working 10 years, they have kids or whatever in between, and then they kind of look back and saying, oh yeah, that was 15, 20 years ago. Wow. Yeah, that was cool as a kid. Whereas most of these kids are living Pokemon straight through, so there's no recapturing. It's all living through, and I think there's less appreciation in that as collectors. Just saying. It's a weird way of thinking, but I mean, it is true.
There you go. So Eric, just for you, I wanted to make sure we acknowledged your favorite name. Name is here. Good evening, Hobby Goats and Eric. So I wanted to make sure we covered that.
It's the end that really hits home.
Lapper says it depends on which wrestler's in the box. I'm guessing the wrestler card is somewhere in the box. Looks like there are at least those ones. We did read those ones. They bring back the bars briefly after Punk made the demand. Yep, during the promo. Yep. I see the 98 as well. It's blue, Goldust, Farouk, Stone Cold. Yeah, that would have been the era for those guys. Nice. The bars may have been at shows only for a bit. Fair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. See, and that's a cool issue. You can, that's a conversation piece. Whereas 88 Topps football is not. Except the back is colored. Sorry.
Well, as long as.
You know what I mean. And this is the thing. I enjoy the rarity of things and things that you can't find, things that have gone past, and things that you show, not even just collectors. I can show my brother-in-law, who's not really a collector or anything, but you show him something cool and go, oh man, I remember that. That's wicked cool. And that's that appreciation that they have, that they remember, and that might even stimulate them to collect. Whether they want to or not is up to them. But, I think it's recapturing that youth that holds the most power going forward in your collecting endeavors, I think.
Settlers is Bobby, but this could be the youth they are building, they look back on. Let's see, modern day trinkets are not rare. A lot of them aren't. A lot of them are produced for volume.
Last 25 years, forget it. No.
So here, I was able
Very
to locate one of the things just for reference points. So website is called WrestlingTradingCards.com. They do a lot of different things.
cool.
So this is the 92 series. 1992 WF Good Humor Ice Cream Cards. So
Good humor. That's different.
yeah.
Right.
So they're the ones, but they're the ones that produce some of the bars. So depending on the year, this is the 92 iteration. So the cards are found inside boxes of Good Humor ice cream bars.
Nice.
So 12 cards to the set. First wrestling ice cream set under the Good Humor name. Copyright of 92 on the card. 92 set is gold and blue bordered. So you can see kind of the top of the Macho Man there. So
Those are
they've got
cool.
a Big Boss Man, Bret the Hitman Hart, Elizabeth Hogan, Legion of Doom, Macho Man, Ted DiBiase, $1 Million Man, Mr. Perfect, Roddy Piper, Sid Justice before he right around
So
the right
that's
time.
a hell of a checklist.
Yeah, the Nasty Boys and the Undertaker. So they had a pretty good checklist. For 1992, that's a pretty solid checklist.
That's pretty nice. And actually, you're looking back now, we're almost 30-something years. That's awesome. That's getting back there. See, for me, I remember living through that time, so it's sort of like it doesn't mean that much to me. Whereas, the 70s and 80s were, I stopped collecting for a while and not really got into it, and started building my career and stuff like that. You forgot about the collectibles for the most part. They were there, but just never, your focus was going forward. And then looking back after those 20 years, that's where that recapture comes in very strong.
It makes a lot of sense. I was kind of curious. I was doing a little search just to see if anybody graded any of them. They did.
Oh yeah.
And the best part is the best part is the highest grades on it are super low.
Yeah, they're going to be low.
Well, yeah, and there's an Undertaker here in a PSA 4, one higher.
That's handy.
So not a lot of people have bothered with it.
No.
It's kind of funny.
But those are the things that are actually worth a lot. I did see that video where the guy was comparing, the rookie card, the food issue compared to, or oddball, whatever you call it, and some other that Yannick sent me. And it's interesting the price points that went up. Where, a Clemente rookie went for, twice as much as it is now. But then you look at the food issue, it went for 3 times. But then again, you're at a smaller, you're at a $2,000 price point where the other one was at $300. So you're eliminating, there's a lot of speculation on that because you're looking at it. Most people can afford a $200 or $300 item, but they can't afford a $2,000 to $5,000 item. So you're eliminating a lot of people from that breakdown that he did. So, it's all speculative at that point, but interesting nonetheless.
Makes sense. Robert here says, just saw the pesky throw. It was up the third base line and a bit late, and honestly, only an absolute perfect throw had a chance to get slaughtered. Checking out the 46 World Series. These kids don't have any chance of nostalgia, it seems like, hobby-wise.
Well, they're not making any of these kind of things. Nothing's out there, right?
Yeah, they're not really looking at the stuff. Not the same way.
I walk the aisles. I do the shopping for the family for the most part, and I don't see anything on cereal boxes. I rarely see anything attributed, product-wise to sports or even wrestling or what have you. Very little. And that's kind of sad because you need that to recapture. If you're going to go forward and if you didn't collect cards, and let's say in 10, 15 years, these kids are going to be, they're 20 now and they're 35 then, and then want to reflect back on the youth. If they didn't collect cards, what else in sports would interest them? Nothing, because it wasn't on a cereal box. It wasn't on their bread. I think Crosby did bread in 2000, something like that. Insert card in the bread package. All these little things, they're not out there because of the licensing. Is either too expensive or exclusivized right now with Fanatics. So I think it's sad going forward. You're not seeing the future for yourself, and I think that's very sad. And all these items like that bar and what have you, that is of days of past, and people will collect that. But what are you going to collect going forward? What Tim Hortons? They did that hockey stick thing, or whatever they did, that jersey thing, whatever. It's kind of and they made 50 billion of them. So are they going to be collectible? No. So I think that's the sad part going forward. They're not seeing the future, and they think that just people who are into cards are going to pick up and get into $30,000 rookie cards back. Another 10 years. Like, good luck.
There you go. Paul here says, did you guys see the Panini floored and then pulled National Treasures first off the line of the Dutch auction? I did see Neo's video on it, yeah. Unfortunately, Eric wasn't buying enough cards at the high enough level. It's very sad.
I know. I gotta buy more. Hold on. We'll put that back up there.
It was at National Treasures first off the line. It's the footballs. So next time, spend more.
Yeah, I gotta buy more. I gotta buy more of the National Treasure first off the line football cards from the Dutch auction. I gotta do that.
I think I gotta be honest. So
you could barely
I'm surprised.
read. I don't know if you can remember.
So can I be truthful for you guys just here for a moment? I think what disturbs me here, and I think what may have been a factor, and I am shocked that you guys in the chat, being as baseball centric as you are, did not ask for opinions on Shohei Ohtani getting to 50-50.
Oh yes, we haven't even discussed
because
that.
50 home runs, 50 stolen bases.
That's good.
So I'm surprised you guys didn't ask because I was prepared to answer this question. I assumed that someone would
big news everywhere.
And I was prepared to answer this question because obviously I wanted to make sure we noted this, and it's going to go back into Paul's question. So I'm going to bring it back around. So hang tight. But the reason I thought it would be worthwhile pointing out is that we have a storied history, as some would say, with Shohei Ohtani on the show. Because Shohei Ohtani for a time was briefly associated to the Fish Boy. And I have few enemies on this show. If I was to correctly classify the enemies of this show, they would consist of... There's a few. We're talking about enemies, Bobby. There's a difference between enemies and people make fun of. There's a big difference. So Eric is trying to lay claim. No, Eric is someone to make fun of. He's not an enemy. The enemies consist of Fish Boy, and the Brady. Although I will make an important point clear. If Tom Brady was to say destroy more artifacts of Eric's friends, like say instead of signing a crappy auto on them, like if he got like a Super Bowl football or whatever it was, and he took one of Eric's knives and like slashed it and broke it into a million pieces and then handed them shreds, I might soften my stance on Tom Brady a little bit. But as it stands right now, he is one of my nemesis. So I've got those. And then, of course, let us not forget the Dutch. We cannot forget about the Dutch. I've had video packages explaining my issues with the Dutch. There were windmills, and those windmills changed color. The Dutch are to be feared. The Dutch are to be concerned.
Michael Caine said it the best. There's two things I hate in this world. People who are, intolerant of other people and their different cultures, and the Dutch.
And the Dutch, indeed. So I think, bring it back to Paul's comment, I think the issue was it was the Dutch auction. Therefore, it was evil.
Mm-hmm.
I think it kept people away. I know, like, as soon as I see Dutch auction, I'm like, I'm I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Nope. Not interested. So again, I was shocked.
Dutch, when he goes out to lunch with people, he usually just makes them pay for everything. He will not go Dutch. Because I heard once you go Dutch, you never go back. I think that's how it goes.
That was a struggle, but sure. So Zach says, getting a classic Bobby or Youth is screwed red. No mention of Atlanta yet. I know. Again, speaking of enemies, now Atlanta's not my enemy. It seems to be Bobby's enemy. Again, the Dutch thing is justifiable. I've explained the lore behind the reason for my nemesis-ness of the Dutch. Even the Fish Boy thing. There is a history. There is a background. There is an explanation for it. Bobby's thing with Atlanta, I cannot explain it. I actually have got nothing.
He doesn't like large airports.
I guess, yeah.
And underperforming World Series teams.
I got nada. I have no idea. I gotta say, this whole rabbit hole, by the way, has led me down to looking up some of these good humor ice creams, and I've been looking to try to see. I might pick myself up a Macho. Might add it to my other Macho Man card. Kind of digging it. But they are beat up. Like a lot of them are very low price. A lot of them very low price. So, as long as it's cheap enough, I might consider it. And CFG apparently is the world leader in wrestling card grading because, good lord, they grade all this stuff. All right, we'll see. Maybe I will find it. Robert says, would you participate in a Chinese auction? You mean a commerce auction? The Chinese basically make everything. You're buying Chinese stuff now. You're watching this on a Chinese product, probably. If it's electronic, there's a good chance parts were made in China. As we speak. So yeah, fine, sure. Why not?
I know some Chinese children made my phone.
Did they do a good job?
Seems to. It works fine.
Acceptable. I accept these terms.
It's an iPhone 12 and it's still working. So those little labor camps children did a hell of a job.
There you go. And listen, I'll let you know when I buy some clogs. When I'm in the market for clogs, then we can talk about the Dutch. Otherwise, nay. Nay, good sir. Nay. Philly Joe says, I bought 5 Topps Now cards, base of Ohtani. Maybe get lucky and get that number card. Yes, they do have the next set of Topps Now cards. That is true. I love the Topps Now cards and really looking forward to the NBA and NFL and NBA license cards. So they've built a pretty good, like they did it with that triple basketball card. This is a great way for them to print money. It's fantastic.
Suckers, do you know any suckers who went and tried to buy one of those?
What's that?
You know any suckers who went out and bought any of those triple basketball cards? You know any of those?
You mean lotto player? Yeah, I do. It's a lottery ticket. As long as you know what it is, I think it works out well. And I sold one of them at that card show, so I was able to sell it off to somebody else. I regret nothing. It was worth a shot. I had a good time with it. But yeah, you're taking a shot in the dark. But they did the same thing with Ohtani. They've got a Topps Now one, and they've got like a one-of-one version, I think an autograph version of the Ohtani that you can get. So again, it's the same thing. You're doing chase. I don't think you're going to sell 500,000 of those, but you'll probably sell a good chunk of them anyway. You're taking a shot. As long as you understand that you're buying the card, anything else that happens is a bonus if it happens. As long as you're good with that, you're just taking a shot in the dark. Again, you're buying a raffle ticket or whatever, and you're taking a stab at it. If you win, you win. Works out.
Did you say stab?
Yes, I did. Eric just hates Dutch because they all had all the good import versions of his Heroes band. You know, the Vinnie Vincent Invasion. There you go.
Bob, just Bob.
So did thou just gamble?
A little bit of the gambling. I've been known to make the odd gamble.
It was $5, whatever. See, that's the small part of it. When you buy a $700 box, that's a game.
Well, that's the thing. It was $5 that they bought the card from me from, but it was like 10 or 11 bucks the thing. But I'm like, 10 or 11 bucks is not. That's 2 cards was $22. I'm like, that's not even a couple of packs.
What'd you sell the card for?
I sold it for $5. Yeah, I sold one of them for $5 because once they if you don't have one of the winning ones, it's not worth much. There are some people who sold it on eBay for $1. I got $5 for mine. I'm rich.
Well,
it was worth a gamble for me, but yeah. But again, it's a basketball card, so I had no use for it. I literally bought it just to take a shot. I took a shot.
That's the small fun of things. And that part of gambling is not really gambling. It's taking a chance at that point. And when we get into gambling, we're talking about $700, $2,000 boxes, whatever. And your product return, as I've been hearing a lot on the videos, is that it's very low. It's very low. Unless you hit. Like otherwise, it's like, it's abysmal. Like you're getting like $200 back from your $700 investment if you're lucky. And that's tough. That's
bad
gambling.
math.
That's bad.
Yeah. Well, like look at it this way. One of the things, so sometimes I'll go with Carlos Sr. and we'll run a couple of errands, and then at the end he'll stop off at the gas station, the convenience store, or whatever, and he'll be like, "Can you grab me a couple of my lottery tickets?" He likes to play the lottery. He likes to buy a couple of tickets. So, but here's the thing.
Correct.
Most of the times he doesn't win anything. So he'll be like, "Can I have the Lotto Max with the Encore Quick Pick?" Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's $5. Well, guess what? Most of the time, what do you get, Eric? $0.
But he could win
$5 worth of entertainment.
But but the point is, Eric, so like for me now, again, everybody does their own thing. When I bought those Topps Now cards, it may as well have been this is a lotto ticket. The difference is though, I at least get the card.
You get a product.
I'm entitled to the card. At the minimum, they will send me the card either way.
And your dad gets a ticket.
Yeah, he gets a ticket. Yes, but that's the thing. If you win nothing, you win nothing. In this case, I got the card, and I was able to sell one of the cards to somebody else for $5 because someone still may want the card. And for them, I was like, yeah, $5, sure. For them, I was like, yeah, great. So I still recoup something.
2 of them, right? 2
yep.
The same.
Yep. And if somebody wants the other one, they can buy it from me for $5. So no problem there. Yeah. Well, on one of them, but yes.
On one, yeah.
But overall, for me, that's okay because again, I still got a product for my money. And the other one is like, no, but you have to treat it like a lottery ticket. If you treat it as anything else, that's a mistake. But you treat it as a lottery ticket, you're taking a stab in the dark.
At that low level, you don't even call it gambling. That's just like having fun looking for a card. You're going to get a card.
Yeah, you will get a
You're gonna
card
get a
one
big
way or the
one,
other because you
can.
paid for it. You're entitled to one. You're entitled to a card.
That's
We've
fine.
already heard.
And you're getting something for your money. Whereas with the lottery, you're not. And with these other big boxes that are like, especially with the CT scanning, a lot of people are saying different things about it. That's a major factor for guys who are sitting on $2,500, $7,000, $18,000 boxes. That kind of puts a little scare in the hobby at a certain point for vintage. And when they get to the point where they can determine vintage, we'll see. Because I'm sure with CT scanning, they're going to advance that technology because it obviously is being, pursued. Who knows what's going to happen from there? And if you can tell vintage boxes in which pack has Gretzky or Lemieux rookies, wow, watch out. It's scary.
Now, actually, I'm glad you brought that up. Now, by the way, I can see Robert's comment here. Eric, I feel like Robert is trying to undermine my very legitimate grievances with the Dutch. I will not have you bring your prejudices in here, sir. I will not have you bring your prejudices in here, sir. My issues with the Dutch are legitimate. And they are noted.
I do like the Flemish. It's not often referred to. That's very good.
Listen, Robert is going for the deep cuts, but I'm saying he's trying to diminish for some very legitimate issues that some of us have here.
Bob's got it covered, yeah.
CC says, Eric, why are you, Beckett Grading, suing PSA new head grader on the comic side? Yeah, Eric, why are you suing?
Why? Uh-oh, hats off.
There you go. He's got the hat on.
There we
Hats
go.
on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
All right. I'm ready.
Because you never crossed the family.
Wow. Wow.
Is that
was a
Curtis
terrible
Soup
impression, but it was
commercial kind of rendition of it?
That was a thing that happened, yeah. So anyway, I thought I would share this since Bobby mentioned it. A testament to how quickly people don't give a shit. I actually want to use this as a case study in this point. Do you remember we spent a couple of weeks there discussing the CT scanning? They don't give a shit. Remember how the CT scanning was this thing? It was scandalously scandalous and scandalous whatever. Okay. So, Eric, in the grand scheme of things, does anyone listen to Sports Card Nonsense podcast?
No.
Do they have any listeners?
I don't know.
I think 5, 6, 7, something like that.
I don't know what their numbers are. I cannot answer that. I do at times.
Here's what I know, Eric. The Ringer is actually paying money for this. And the Ringer actually wants numbers. So one way or the other, I don't know what their numbers are, but you have to assume that more than a handful of people are listening to it. Otherwise, them paying for it is kind of pointless. And them keeping it going is even more pointless.
I was going to make that point. I was trying to find a way to say that. And I was trying to remember who they're working with. But
the Ringer. Yeah,
you are correct. Yes.
Yeah, they're a podcast network. They're not going to keep a show on that doesn't have any listeners. Just keep it that simple.
And they've been doing this now since the pandemic, and they're both, they're both putting a lot of effort into it. They're on all the time. They're on all the different social medias, and
I still don't watch them.
No,
shocking.
Something, I don't set a clock to watch them. I usually wait to see what their topic is, and then
you get it in your algorithm coming up when you.
No, it's just
So then you specifically search them out. Then
they're
so anyway. There is a reason I've asked that question. It was a rhetorical question. The point is they do have some listenership, and I'm going to point you to something, which I will link in the description if I can find a way to easily link this. But I'll point it out to you. I'll summarize it for you, but I'll still point it out to you so you can check it out on your own. I'd include those links where I can. Okay, so right here. September 12th episode. That is 8 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
Major Tops acquisition plus the inside story on with CT scanning with Boston Card Hunter. Boston Card Hunter is the one who did the interview with the company that does the CT scanning. Mm-hmm. They actually interviewed the guy. Okay. And I actually listened to it earlier today. I didn't even realize.
Did he fill that in?
That was a week ago, right?
Remember
that was more than a week ago.
That guy left out a part of it that.
And they talked about that as well. So the point is, on this episode, they asked him about that. They asked him about his thoughts. They asked him about what else he had been encountering with them, if he had any follow-up or anything. The answer to all of the above is yes. He asked some additional questions there. He gave some background on what was missing there and his own opinion on where things are and all of this stuff. Okay. So there's more information that's been given here. The fact that it's been 8 days and no one said shit about it. I didn't even catch on to it until I went and randomly scanned and saw that on there and went and listened to it.
I didn't hear that either.
That's my point, Bobby. It goes back to what I just said. No one gives a shit. All it would have taken was a handful of people to cascade it out. They've got a Facebook page with tens of thousands of people on it. So let's not act like no one would have heard it if they wanted to hear it. No one clearly cared. One of the things he said, though, was that apparently the guys are going to potentially move into the side of the business where they're going to try to expand it beyond. The guys that did it, not surprisingly, which is our observation, are not really card guys. So for them, they asked if he had any advice on monetizing. And he goes, well, probably you'd be better off being on the other side of it, being for authentication purposes and maybe getting in league with some companies that might want to do that. And then you can do it at scale for that purpose of it. So that was his kind of suggestion to it. But the other piece of the puzzle that goes to Bobby's question here, he said that they've been tweaking with the formula and the adjustments on the machine and everything. And they're getting pretty close. They pretty much can scan vintage. And the Magic the Gathering was one of the ones that they were kind of concerned with. And they may have almost cracked the code on that too.
They were vague on that, and then I kind of knew at that point it was sort of like, okay, so they're not saying as much as they can because they're not confirmed at it. But I think it was just.
But they've been tweaking with it. They've been playing around with it, and they have gotten. They've improved the techniques and methods to the point that there's a really good chance that they can pretty much do vintage as well.
Do you know how much that hurts vintage? Oh my God!
People
are sitting on boxes that are.
So I will give a link to you, Bobby, on that episode. You may want to listen to it. Yeah. But I will also try to include a link for the rest of you if any of you are interested. Listen to the primary source. I'm trying to give you a summary as best I can in a couple of minutes. Okay. But I would recommend if you're interested, just go and listen to the primary source and listen to what the guy says and what they ask him and all that stuff.
You're right, Carlos. Why hasn't anybody talked about that? That's
no one cared.
Interesting.
They already forgot about it. It's already done.
But it isn't. It hasn't gone away.
But I'm saying, Bobby, most people don't actually. Bobby, my point is, most people don't actually care. I don't care if none of your unopened boxes were worth shit. I'm not buying the unopened boxes, so I don't care. No, they can be worth $1. But I'm saying the majority of the hobby though is not buying those boxes. They were interested in the story when it was initially out. The salaciousness of it, and then oh my God, is this going to ruin the hobby and everything? The headlines were fun. Yes. But now that we've moved on to a certain point, now it's like, even if they can, 100%, all your unopened wax is worthless. The average rank and file person is like, okay, sucks to be you, Shine.
But is it
Steve Hart? Sorry.
Is it one of those things that people don't want to talk about? There's a group on Facebook. It's unopened wax pack, vintage wax, and there's about 8,000 members. And, most of the top guys, they wouldn't want to speak about that. They never want to speak about, Steve Hart being bad. They never want to speak about anything. Sure. So these things are less unsaid because, they don't want to hurt. It's sort of like the opposite of the 84 star rookie. Everybody's pushing it, whereas this one, they're kind of suppressing. If you don't talk about it, it'll go away. It'll go away. Oh, no, it won't go away. Trust me, that is the next nail in the coffin of vintage collector. See, I collect vintage packs and what have you, and I got out of the industry because the resealing aspect and a lot of other different things and authentication and what when money really ties in, it's past the point of opening. Most of these packs, they went well past that point of. I always determined that a pack was worth what, like if you find a box of Bobby or rookie, 1974. 1966. I was trying to refer you. Anyways, one pack of that, there's none known officially. One pack of that's probably worth 40, 50 grand. If you have a box, then what are the packs worth? If you have a case, what are those packs worth? So that determination of the pack value compared to knowing what's going into it, that's scary because it's past the point of opening and getting your average PSA 7, which I always say that, if you open a pack, you're probably going to get a 7, be it a Gretzky pack, be it whatever pack, especially for vintage, the new packs, 9, 10s, whatever, So at that point, it's surpassed the point that even if you get a PSA 7 on that pack, the value has far exceeded the unopened opposed to the open 7 graded result back. from your average, let's say, pack. Like I said, there's been no 66, but I'm just using that as an example. That pack is probably worth 30, 40 grand if it was official. And would it be really official? It's sort of like James Spence and all the other boys. Is it really, really sealed or not? We don't know.
Sure. Now let me kind of pose a question here, because Robert's comment kind of plays into it, and then there's another comment I'll come back to. But by the way, some great comments. I wanted to make sure I flipped through them as we went. So Robert here is saying vintage box will retain value as long as everyone agrees to never open one. So let me pose a thought here. So it kind of plays into what Bobby's point is. So let me pose the question though. If the box is unopened, but you already know the contents of it fully all the way through, it'll still have value. Like let's not mistaken two things. There will be so you find your 66 box. I'm just a hypothetical, whatever. Okay. Hypothetical box. You find a sealed one, and there's 2 Bobby Orr rookies in it. Okay, but they're there, and you know which pack they're in. What does that mean?
Cards in the set, Eric.
Is it 132 or something like that?
In the set?
66, 67. I want to say it's like 132, somewhere in that range. Am I close?
It's the one cut sheet, right? It's 132.
I think so.
So 132. There's 4 cards per pack.
And I'm just going from memory, by the way. I'm going from memory. That's been a long time. I haven't looked at it.
Well, it's your standard card.
Then there you go.
Card sheet, right? It's one sheet. Anyway, so you divide that into what is it? You get 4 cards per pack, and there's 36 packs in a box. So 4 times 36.
132?
150. Yeah. So you're going to get 1 point something ores, right?
Yeah.
In that pack. 1.25 ores, whatever.
Sure. Now, imagine you use your scanning, again, hypothetically. If your scanning technology is clear to the point that you can identify specifically. Okay, so your box, congratulations, you're special. You got 2 ores in the box. Mm-hmm. But you know which pack they're in. So here's a question. So here's the question. The unopened box obviously has a value in it, but does it take something away that the fix is in, and I can literally tell you every single card in this box?
It takes everything away.
I could list it to you.
It's the
unknown. The box is there. The box is what it is, but I can tell you exactly what's in it.
The unknown actually is the driving force behind the wax pack collector. It's the unknown and the potential thereof of the opening, right? It has well surpassed that opening, getting even an 8 at that point of many of these cards. So the packs have well past that point, because you're looking at, okay, so Gretzky pack is about what, 2,500 for an 8, let's just say. So if it's $2,500 to $3,000 for an 8, how much is an 8 worth of Gretzky in a PSA 7 or even an 8? You're probably
it's changed quite a bit. It's changed quite a bit. I don't remember how much it is now.
Yeah, I know it has shifted a lot. I think it's about that though. So if you look at that, it's well past that point of recouping your investment, and that's just the one card. Like obviously you have other cards in there that you could grade, but there's not much other than Bobby Smith and the checklists that in that set. The expansion team cards maybe, but beyond that, there's nothing more in the 79. Right?
Is Kenny Linsman rookie card?
Okay, fuck Kenny Linsman because a fucking rat.
Wow,
he's a rat. That's his nickname. Kenny Linsman was the rat because he was a fucking little bastard going around slashing, hacking everybody. You can tell him when he comes to your fucking shop again. You tell him Bobby said so. Anyways,
I'm gonna, and I'm gonna give him your address.
You should, because he'll never come to Canada. That little fucking rat.
I'm gonna tell him.
And then he goes to Bobby's house, and Bobby's like, "I will cut you, man."
Yeah. Eric sent me 2 knives.
Just saying, like this is gonna happen. Listen, Eric. I hope you realize. I want to warn you in advance what's gonna happen. So Eric, the rat, goes to the rat and rats him out, and then he goes in and he decides he's gonna try to fight Bobby, and then Bobby's like, "I will cut you, man." And listen, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, but Carlos may be there with 8K fucking cameras ready to do it because we're gonna get the content machine rolling on this thing.
I thought you were going to say AK-47, but AK, okay,
sure.
whatever.
Yeah, that's good.
I figure with the knives you're fine, but I want an 8K camera because we're going to get this from angle. It's going to be sensational. It's going to be a viral sensation.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
60-year-old takes on a 68-year-old. Watch
Praise the content gods.
Watch it.
Praise the content gods.
Mm-hmm.
Praise the content gods.
Last auction on eBay for Gratz PSA 8 was 13K USD. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, an 8 is pretty high. Yeah, and then you're guaranteed a 7 out of basic pack opening. I'm just saying. So a 7 would be, I think it's 2,500 or something like that. Is it more now or less?
Sorry,
it was $5,000 and then it went down.
For which grade are we talking about?
The 7.
7 is about $5,000, give or take.
Yeah, $5,000. Okay,
I looked that
$5,000.
one up just a minute ago. It's about $5K, give or take
Yeah.
$5K. Yeah. Bob Jackson says, just bring an ice cream cake and Bobby will win, seeing as it will send him into a flying rage.
Right?
True.
Yeah.
It'd be so easy,
True.
Bob.
It just roid rage all over the place.
So this was a question from Bob Jackson earlier here. So Eric, what's your stance on the Guelphians? Answer carefully. Answer very carefully, Beckett
And he
boy.
spelled it right too.
I have no opinion on something that doesn't exist.
Oh, there is.
You talk about the Boston Bruins all the time. Oh.
So sad.
Indeed. And good evening, Josh. I did acknowledge your comment, but good evening to you.
Yes.
But yes. So yeah, a bottom line is that I thought it was interesting that they did talk about it on the podcast 8 days ago, and I didn't hear peep from anyone, anywhere, anything, even people who would totally talk about it. So to your point, Bobby, there are people who don't give a crap. They would totally talk about it, 100%. So the fact that no one had said, like I follow a lot of different, avenues, social medias, and I didn't hear a peep about any of it. I didn't even realize the episode existed. And then I went and listened to it, and I was like, oh, well, he said a couple of things. Nothing like scandalous, but nothing that surprised me. But at the same time, it was more information. It was a follow-up to it. So I was surprised that no one bothered to speak on it at all.
There's a lot of people with a vested interest in that, so they don't want really to hear that rhetoric,
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like, I'm not specifically isolating Neo, but like Neo has been on the show before. So like he would listen to the show. Sure. I guess it's just a situation where it didn't come up as something on his radar that he specifically needed to speak on.
Well, I think it's actually very important, actually, from what you just said, that they will be going further. And I knew they would. It was just a matter. Actually,
and we shouldn't be surprised. It's totally to be expected. It's to be expected.
Yeah, that they're going to, okay, these guys are just doing this, but, what can this thing potentially do? And I'm sure a lot of card collectors went into that and said, okay, hey, listen, if we can tell, this is great. Because what they're going to do is just pull that pack, replace the pack, Frankenstein, and resell that box, and they keep that pack. They open that pack, and that going forward is scary. This used to happen too with the wax boxes. It happened a lot. Even I was doing it back in the day, that Jason Martin would have boxes there, and I'd look at the 74 WHA and I go, oh, Corey Howe's on the back, because you can see through those wrappers pretty easy. And I went, oh shit, well, I'll take that one. Because they're all the same price, but I'll take that one that's got it showing on the back. So if they can see that, and you can see this, like this is another part of the sealed box thing, is that, percentage wise, it's maybe not as high as you think. That, if you look through Gretzky, you can find through the front or through the back that you can see usually the Gretzky outline or even the write up on the back. So you can see potentially the cards. Now, if you take those out of the box, you're lessening the 2.3 Gretzky's that are in every box, right? Because it's 48 times 14 cards. OPG's 14, tops is 10. So you're looking at a lot of cards. If you take that out of that box, your box is like, and a guy did open a box on, I seen the YouTube video, and he got, in the final pack, I think he got 1 Gretzky. Now he's supposed to get 2.3. So obviously there was a Gretzky showing on the back of one or the front. And somebody obviously pulled that out of there. So if that goes on in a visual sense that we, before CT scanning, if you add CT scanning to that, that really hurts the industry going forward, because it's not the unknown, it's the known unknown kind of thing, right? So it does scare the marketplace, because remember, I was in the vintage wax and I know how those guys are. And I actually talked to a few of my friends, and then they said, but they haven't seen that video. I said that it hasn't affected vintage yet, but I said, I think there's something that they were saying or not saying in there that it would, or I knew they would take the next step. So if they can tell vintage, that's a scary place for vintage collectors investing. But then again, you look at the 85 OPG box with the Lemieux rookie, his box price went from 30 grand at peak pandemic to what's it down to, 8 grand now? Kind of low.
I couldn't tell you, but sure.
No, I'm just saying those are the prices.
Yeah, sure.
So it's really has dropped off. and you add CT scanning on that, that's a $4,000, $3,000 box now. Because Lemieux hasn't jumped up like Gretzky has for some reason. And I think Lemieux card is, those cards were cut well, and the centering is actually a little bit better. So maybe that's why. But he's not getting the respect that Gretzky gets, even though he was, I think, almost parallel to him at that time. Except Gretzky went on and played a lot longer. You know, obviously Lemieux had problems and what have you. But you know, it's just I think Lemieux has kind of never gotten the respect. It's sort of like Bossy. His card just never goes up. You know, Beckett never gave it the up arrow that it should have gotten.
Well, what hurt him is that he basically got cut off after about 10 years. If he had been able to, like, even a couple more years at the rate he was going, go to the 600, 700 goals.
That he did play, like, it's phenomenal stuff.
It is. But the problem was that it got immediately overshadowed by a guy who scored 92 goals. Like, that's the problem. You take a guy who's scoring like 55, 56 goals a season, average, but then you got a guy who shows up and scores like 700 goals in a decade. Mm-hmm. Kind of wrecks the whole thing. Now, he slows down after that, but that specific period, the 1980s, like Bossy was kind of robbed because, again, that was a super high scoring period. He was robbed of a couple of years there in a super high octane period where he could have really gone off. Yeah, so like he missed out on that one. It was an opportunity.
Those are shitty cards anyways. The 78 OPG are just awful. Horrible card stock, lousy colors. Just
I really
not a very
like
good
78. Issue. See, that's funny because, you know, I mean, we all have different opinions. And
it's not funny. They're shit cards. I don't care what you say.
Okay.
Bobby's extra militant today. I'm enjoying this.
No, I'm just talking.
We're getting a spicy Burrell today. I see what's going on.
Last week. Sorry.
But listen, I feel like we're on a run of spiciness right now.
Please let Eric continue.
All right, Eric, go ahead. Defend yourself against the spicy Burrell.
Yada yada.
I always liked 78.
Why?
Because all the cards are actual photos and action shots. They're not, stand there and pose shots. They're all action shots.
Most of the 70s and 80s were, yes.
No. What?
Yes.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
Wow.
All right. I don't.
We're getting chippy today. Like he hasn't even invited Rat Boy over yet, and he already wants to fight. He wants to cut you, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be a knife fight at the expo. I'm enjoying this.
I think so. Yeah.
So to my memory, I think all of the 78 are all action shots. Mm-hmm. I liked the design on the front, and what I really, really liked was the autographs on the back.
Don't say the back, please. Oh my God, you said the back.
I loved the orange back.
That stupid little skate with the number in the freaking back, and the orange kind of offset, especially the tops being a dark orange, ugly. Ugh,
you know what's funny, Bobby?
What?
I'd have to go look into the binders. I think I have most of a full 78, 79 tops hockey set.
Oh, it's so pretty. Look at that.
No, I always loved the autograph on the bottom.
Can't even
the facsimile auto
color. That color is not even on the color wheel.
I always
it's so bad.
There's the front.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
I like
swish on this. Bruins with the big B and and the name, and well, it's a real fancy freaking card, man.
Yeah. I like it. I think 78 is one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's actually probably one of the ugliest sets. But anyways,
no, you're wrong.
Wow.
I want to even 80, 81. 81, beautiful. 82, 83, it's okay. 83, 84, OPG, whatever.
So here, I need to make sure I got to correct Robert here. He says, I think 78, 77, 78 is the worst hockey year of the 70s. At least 78, 79 has a rookie. Robert, you're wrong. And I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Because there is a grail card in 77, 78. This right here. The greatest card of the 1970s, easily. And also
back.
Look at this.
That is gorgeous. That is
magnificent.
That blue with the brown outline and the beige color. It's beautiful.
And the best part is, if you look at it, this is how great this was. And this is the O-Pee-Chee version, but this is how great it was. From 66, 67, all the way to 75, 76, they've got Bobby Orr's entire minor league history. All of his years. All of his minor league. That over a decade in the minors. before
People
this
don't
poor
realize
man
how
finally
rare
got a
that
chance
is.
to play in the National Hockey League for the Chicago Blackhawks defense. Look at how happy he is.
Yeah.
The greatest time of his career. Again, it's inspirational, like Rudy. He
Yes.
toiled in obscurity for over a decade,
Mhm.
wasting his time, irrelevancy. And then, for a brief shiny moment, he played in the NHL.
The
Inspirational.
Rudemaker.
Once a single tear.
Yeah.
It's emotional. It's inspirational.
But yes, Bossy doesn't get the respect, but I don't think those cards are well liked, and he kind of missed out on, and it's just a year before the Gretzky, which is kind of surprising.
Mm.
And the 79, 80 is, they're all action shots. 80, 81, action shots. 82, 83, action shots. 83, 84, action shots. 84, 85, action shots. 85, 86, action shots. 86, 87. So, where did I miss what? Action shots? Like still shots? What are we going back to? 1970, 71, 71 too?
I think
And 73,
like
4,
77,
74, 5, and
I
then
think 77 is the first, might be the first set where
76 is action shots.
yeah,
Trachet,
but all of
rookie.
them.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking 77.
75, yeah, action shots. So 74, mostly stills, and prior to that, yeah, mostly. But after that, from 75 up, so 75 to 90,
What
that's all
set?
action shots. So the stills have no reason to be in there, and no reason for you to even mention that. So let's move on.
I'm just gonna. I don't even care if you're right. I'm still gonna say you're
I
wrong.
am right.
You're wrong.
I went through it in my head.
No, well,
All right.
your head is.
I would have
Gentlemen,
said the
gentlemen.
app, but I'm just
Your
saying
face is wrong.
my face is right
Mm-mm.
because I did
All right.
the app, and I know.
Moving on.
Please.
I am enjoying this, but at the same time, I want to get to. There are a couple more things I got on my list.
I know.
Yeah, we got a couple more things on my list here. And as enjoyable as 70s hockey discussion is, it's kind of a niche market. We are niching ourselves even inside our niche.
Yeah.
We got to go back to ice cream. Everybody loves ice cream. So let me touch on a couple of things here. I did want to touch for at least a couple of minutes briefly. By the way, I'm going to share today's been a good day for sharing videos. I've got a good one actually that I hadn't had the chance to touch on today. So I will share with everybody the podcast episodes. You can listen to it with the CT scanning thing. It will be at the end of the episode. They do interview. So I'll share it with Bobby and I'll share it with the rest of you guys. I'll put it in the description for you. So you guys can at least have that. We already had poked some fun at the AEW release. I talked about it. I opened one box on my wrestling channel, and there will be. I did open the second box as well. Already recorded it, got it all done, and I also ranked all the AEW products. So any of you guys who enjoy the wrestling, I have ranked every single Upper Deck AEW product in history. There's 7 products, but I listed them all and did a little tier list and explained exactly my breakdown for it. So that's on the channel as well.
Is the nicest.
No doubt. So we've got that. And there was one other thing that I wanted to share that it kind of plays in the Venn diagram.
Eric's looking.
He's looking. He's checking. He's checking. All right. Can I share with you something that's a little bit off the beaten path here for a moment?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, there he is. Which is O-Pee-Chee and which is Tom's?
I don't have an O-Pee-Chee.
Oh, it's your favorite set, and he doesn't have an O-Pee-Chee. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I don't have one.
Okay. Favorite set. Yeah. Action shots. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cool.
All right. So I'm going to share with you another one here. I had it on my list, so I wanted to make sure I went through it. All right. So this is actually from a YouTube channel for Josh Jung. Now, those of you who may not be familiar who that is, he is a baseball player who plays for the Texas Rangers. So Wes knows exactly who this is. I just told you who it is. Again, a real team, unlike the Boston Bruins. So he has a YouTube channel. And on the YouTube channel, he actually has done a couple of different videos, not a ton, but the baseball players are supposed to be playing baseball, so they're supposed to be messing around with YouTube. However, he did have a video that recently came out, and I think this actually came out on about 4 days ago. So it's got about 11,000 views, and he did a box opening of baseball cards with the Fish Boy himself.
No way.
Yes.
What
Specifically, they were opening 2011 Topps Update, which is the rookie year of the Fish Boy. So they were opening his rookie year set. And in the course of this opening, they pull 2 Fish Boy cards in it, rigged. And then on top of it, the Fish Boy himself also showcases some cards from his collection. And apparently he's a big Victor Wembanyama collector.
Wow.
He's got a crap ton of. So as much as I enjoy
Smart.
making fun of
Smart,
it is a little off the beaten path. It is interesting. Now, he's not a tremendously interesting orator. I got to be honest. His story is like, I was sitting there like, this is kind of painful. But if you skim ahead a little bit, he actually does grab the box. He's got one of those boxes, and they actually do showcase some of the cards. I'm going to skim ahead a little bit here. So you can actually see there's a box, and he actually does go through it and actually shows off some of the cards he collects. So he does collect a little football.
Old school box.
Yep. He's got a little football. He's got a little bit of basketball in there. He does have a little bit of baseball, but he mostly focuses on the basketball and on the football cards that he's got.
Guys like that have so much freaking money they can buy anything they want.
Exactly. So Josh Jung does chat with him a little bit about it, what he collects, why he collects certain things, what interests him in it. So in the course of the conversation, they do have a conversation. And then, of course, they're both being baseball players. He does autograph some cards for him. So they pull a couple of his rookies and he autographs it to kind of add to his collection there.
Perfect.
So if you want to hear two baseball players kind of chop it up a little bit while opening some cards, I will leave a link to that in the description for you. It is about half an hour. So they're doing it for a little while. They're actually sitting there opening up some boxes and some packs. So you can check it out. It is a little bit of a different
views.
random.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. It was kind of random. It kind of came up in my feed and I was like, what? Okay. Interesting. All right. Fair enough. But yeah, I thought I would share that since I did have that link. So we're going to have a bunch of links in the description for this episode.
Yeah. I think it'll be all links.
Listen, there's stuff going on, man. I don't know what to look for. We complained so much that there was, there was quiet for a bit. Like today, we got lots of material. We got lots of material today. We had, Rich Klein getting his autograph rejected. Covered that. We talked about AEW release, the Cup release, the Josh Jung breaking with Fishboy. We got that. And one that I wanted to touch on here, I want to talk for a little bit about the foosball for a couple of minutes, a little bit of the football. We're dangerously close to lacking Mayo Monday. Eric's team got eviscerated by the darkness. It's very sad.
Oh, hey, the Rich Klein card who made that? Like Topps recently?
It was Topps. Yeah, that was a Topps card. Yep.
Oh, okay.
The checklist is
Beckett
out there.
Has one. Jim has one, but that's
there's a whole set. Look, you'll appreciate this, Bobby. There is an article written about the set, and the person who wrote it was Rich Klein.
But of course,
yeah. But look, I'm saying you would appreciate it. I thought you would appreciate it. It's like, let me document this for future generations so they know the story. And it's like, yeah, he wrote the article about the set that he's in.
I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So there you go. So the article is there. It's in Sports Collectors Daily. It is there. Yes. You can find it.
I did. Was that last month?
No, that was years ago. That was let me actually. I think it was like 2014 or something like that. It was like long. It was
not
a long
Hobby
time
News
ago.
Daily. It wouldn't have been.
So actually, I'll find it.
Okay,
but it was definitely an article
written in
written.
a Beckett magazine or something. Yeah.
No, it was Sports Collectors Daily. It's here. Yeah. So here it is. I found it.
2014. They weren't around.
I don't know what to tell you. Here it is.
Hobby
Ramblings.
News Daily?
Bet you haven't seen this top set before.
Sports
May
Collectors
2014.
Daily, not Hobby News Daily. Oh, Sports Collectors Daily.
I corrected myself the second time. I said Sports Collectors Daily.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
So May 26, 2014. So here it is. Yep. Rich's Ramblings, and there's the card in question. Unsigned, but here it is. It's made by Topps with the breakdown, and here's a copy of an image of the sheet.
Oh, nice.
So you can see kind of some of the characters that are in there. There's a bunch. So you can kind of say, and he does give some background on it, gives a little information in there. It's not a long article, but again, I guess I'll add this to the description. I'll add this to the description as well.
Did I make the cut?
Rich is an icon in the
You
hobby.
barely missed it.
Oh.
Barely missed it.
Rich has done a lot of work, so I give him a lot of credit.
Well, I mean, it's been proven that any idiot can get a card made of themselves. So,
well, Tim had proven it. Yes. Are you going to show us an example? Yes, I knew it.
Of course.
You know how much his signed one goes for? It's like crazy. It's insane.
What, Tim's?
Yeah. When am I getting my card? I can't even get on the Gong Show. How am I ever going to get a card?
I was going to say, you got to get it on the Gong Show first. Now you got to get him to figure out how to call you.
I guess.
You want me to hook you up with his hat man?
Who?
No.
Yeah, hook me up with Tim so I can get his card.
No. I'm not going to hook you up with Tim. I'm going to hook you up with Tim's hat man.
Oh, his hat man.
His hat man.
You got to have a hat man. Come on.
You get a big hat too.
Yeah, I kind of don't need a hat. I got one. I'm good.
It's fair, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. It's a special thing.
They should do, a history, the history of, there's a lot of people, of past history that maybe should be done on cards. Maybe even, um, we can go back. Well, even as far as well, I don't know if that would. How would it work? I guess you'd have to take one of their pictures from long ago.
You're talking about like Jefferson Burdick and a couple of folks like that, Bob Lemke.
Burdick, and there's a whole bunch of guys, yeah. And I think they should do something like that. The history of, I don't know, sports cards. I guess really.
Who's the audience for that though? Like, I'm being serious. Like we joke
it's
about
just a documentation. Like, who's the audience for Rich Klein's card? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Well, that was kind of the
for Tim's
Rich
card.
Klein.
It's just a small audience, but at least they're anchored in the history. Because we don't go forward. We don't look at the history, honestly. A lot of people are just kind of going forward and never look back. They look back 10 years and think that that's everything, but it's not. There's a history behind it. And there's a lot of mistakes that are made by PSA and a lot of mistakes by SGC and all of the other grading companies that either I have corrected or others have corrected that, and they're supposed to be the experts. I don't think that, some people should get some recognition beyond all the press that maybe I won't even say his name. Maybe other people get over something. I've corrected a lot of things in the hobby. Jim's very popular. He gets his press, but I've changed a lot of things in the hockey hobby. Do I deserve anything? I don't really ask for anything, but
I bet if you called yourself a doctor, you'd get a little more respect.
Jeez, I never thought of that. I should really.
Yeah, I think you should just declare yourself a doctor. I heard you can just do it.
You can do it actually. And somebody asked me to do it like 15 years ago, and I said no, I don't need that title. That's fine.
That was your mistake. If you would just call yourself a doctor,
I
would have. That would take care of everything for you. And you don't even need to get a doctor in anything good. Like you don't have to be an MD. You can just call yourself doctor. I declare myself a doctor of thugonomics, so I'm Dr. Carlos.
Yeah,
I don't think Dr. Dre is really a doctor.
I think he's not a doctor. I think that might be valid.
So if I wrote a dissertation to be a doctorate, who would review it?
I think at this point you could probably just do it yourself.
I pretty much, I think so.
Here, hold on. I'll help you out. Hold on, I'll help you out. Boom, done.
Please.
Here, Dr. Bobby Brill, done.
Thank you. Oh my
God. Can I be a nurse?
Hold on. I got you, Eric. I'll give you your honorarium. Done.
That's not what I asked for.
I think it's exactly what you asked for.
That's perfect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like we got it. I'm Dr. Carlos, Dr. Burrell. We're both acknowledged at the back of a book from Dr. Victor.
Yes. Oh, Dr. Victor. Yes, you got to add him.
Why not? So listen, I think it's only fair. As he did acknowledge us, I bequeath him doctor.
I would put a PhD on the end of. Well, maybe Esquire at the end of Victor's.
Ooh, I think that's great.
I think that would be more apropos.
Well, he's a doctor and a lawyer.
Why not?
Well, sure.
If we're just giving ourselves honorariums, why not? Look, we all gave ourselves honorariums based on our contributions.
But I can't be a nurse. Okay. That's fine.
You are a valid peasant.
Standing for nurse.
You are a valid peasant.
Shit, and I don't know if that's.
This is maybe Eric's life. So nothing changes.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough. Let's see.
Like the 78 set. Yeah, it's all shit. Look at the color of the back of the 78 card. Shit.
I like the 78 set.
You can't like it. You just think
you
like it.
I do.
You don't.
There you go. Bob Jackson says, "Isn't Bobby getting a building? He's getting a building you can see from space."
Yeah, a building. Yeah.
Eric is more of a court jester. Zach says, "Eric can't even make the cut for a fake doctor." I know. That's how bad it is, man.
You can't even become a nurse. That's
bullshit. A faux doctor.
You can't even make the cut for a fake nurse. Like we're basically just naming ourselves, and you still can't get there.
I know.
You missed the cut.
What's below that? That's like intern or like not even. It would be like
candy striper.
What?
Candy striper.
Oh my God, that's going back to the 50s. Holy shit. 40s.
We send you to the Kiss concert. Is that what they call you?
Maybe.
Listen, Eric's got to do what he's got to do, man.
People, watch out.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Smart, so they get it.
Getting pretty rough. Rough out in these streets. I don't know what to tell you. I gotta say, this has probably been the most scholarly episode we've ever done. Like the sheer amount of links that I'm gonna have to go back and add, man, it's a lot this time.
And the knowledge and opinions, yeah, it's been quite a good show.
Very scholarly, I must say.
But a lot of it's
so-
true, as much as we, do a lot of tongue in cheek here, there's a lot of truth to
Some
what
people
we
give
say
their
and
opinions.
what's going on in the hobby. So,
Yeah.
and 70s still sucks.
Some people give their opinions, and other people say that your opinion is wrong, and then make fun of you for an opinion. And you can like what you want to like, unless it's something I like, and then I can't.
This is your play.
All you want. You can buy them at like the high price of 40 cents each. That's fine.
Whew, it's a lot. This is the plight of the peasant. It's unfortunate. Name here says, Carlos is the Wizard of Oz. By virtue of authority vested in me by the Universe Sartorius, Comitarium, E, Pluribus Unum. I enjoyed the sheer amount of things you included in there. I hereby confer upon you the degree of PhD. Valid.
There you go.
Valid points, name. Valid points. And I did appreciate you including E, Pluribus Unum.
Yes.
Yes. Also in U.S. coinage once upon a time.
Don't you have
Oh,
something
yes.
better to do?
That's true. Very true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
Back in the days when you used the Latin, Eric.
Yes. And the old coins, they didn't even have U's. They had to use V's.
Mm-hmm.
I had some turn of the century American.
I think that was a Roman thing, wasn't it? That was a Roman thing, wasn't it?
God we trust. There was no U. It was a V. And I had 1910 silver dollars American. They were all stolen and shit like that back in the 80s. But
oh, so you found them in Dallas. I think Eric knows about that.
No, my grandmother handed them to me, and so I noticed that it was in God we trust, not even trust. It was there's no U. It was a V. Actually, if you check out the American silver dollars, you'll see that.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I think the V, if memory serves me, I believe the V is a Roman thing.
I think so. Well,
Yeah.
that would be 5. So then, in God we find.
No, but what I'm saying is like the character, the way they did it with them there. I think they actually did it for. I think it is related something to Roman. Again, I'm going from memory. It's been a long time, but I believe there was a rationale for why it was a V stylized U. There was a reason for it. I believe that's what it was.
Maybe. Yeah,
So
I never.
that one. You got to go history
just-
for that one. Go history. Okay. But there is a rationale for it. There's a reason they did it that way. Bob Jackson says, Eric, what's your favorite Kiss collectible that you own? This is your moment. And Zach is right. Why bring up Kiss? Why would you do that to us? Look,
and why
we picked on Peasant Eric quite a bit tonight. We'll give him a minute. This is his moment. Eric, Bob Jackson's being nice to you. What is your favorite Kiss collectible that you own?
My daughter and I
here we go.
used guitar picks from Paul Stanley and Ace Frehley.
Use guitar picks.
Yes, that they were
Can
using.
you prove them? Are they authenticated? Are they real?
They were Paul saw my daughter, who was very young at the time. She's almost 20 now, but just was like when she was like 10. Paul saw her made up just like him from the stage and gave a guitar pick to a security guy, and he walked it over and gave it to her.
Did he sign it?
No, he was in the middle of a concert.
Just saying.
It was a Kiss concert, though. You could have taken a couple hours off. You've been fine.
That's cool.
And then, if you guys remember, a couple of years ago, you had
to that concert.
I was at an Ace Frehley concert, and I couldn't be on the show, and you guys all made fun of me and everything.
We did. We encouraged you.
I would never. Hold on.
Pick.
Pause. I'm muting him for a moment. Bobby, I am offended at the premise that we, Men of Peace, would make fun of Eric on this lovely scholarly institution. This weekly episodic, whatever this is, we would. Bob Jackson has it right. Eric, we would never make fun of you. I am offended at the mere notion that as Men of Peace, we would ever stoop so low. Check yourself, sir, before you wreck yourself. All right, finish your story.
Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay. That's original.
Listen, the man must be checked.
He threw his guitar pick out into the crowd, and
it hit you in the eye. Go on.
It did not hit me in the eye, but we were able.
So he missed.
You're able to search the ground and find it?
It landed right in front of us. We just bent over and picked it up. So We
That's
have
too easy.
we have
I couldn't even believe that story.
ball and ace.
Wow. Also,
And
Eric,
meanwhile,
we
you're
never
on
make
the
fun.
48th row. Come on, nobody can throw a pick that far.
We didn't sit in the 48th row.
Because they didn't have 48 rows because it's just 8 fairly. That's why. Anyways,
Wow.
move on.
Bobby woke up this morning and chose Biden.
I was gonna say, like, he just went straight for it. The last couple of weeks, listen, I've been enjoying Spicy Bobby. He's going for it. T206 said, sure they were the guitar picks and not toothpicks. There you go.
Oh.
After all, we're all the Eric fan club, not the Eric hater club. Oh, no doubt. The fan club.
Yes. We love Eric.
Yeah.
Oh, so can I share? Let me share something real quick. So here, Bob Jackson says, Ornery Bobby is 10 to 10. I dare say 11 out of 10. Let's spinal tap this shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
We should spinal tap it. Yeah.
All right. So I was scanning as we talk. I usually will scan Instagram or something, just in case something comes up, something interesting. I saw this about 15 minutes ago. This is actually very good. Let me read it to you, and then I'll explain something kind of fun about this one. So I'll give you context, but let me share it with you first, and then we'll get into it. All right. So this is an IG story here. So this one is PSA. Please take a minute to read the items below. I will read them to you. I know it's kind of small, but hang tight. I'll read it to you. Number 1, I've only been at work a week. Again, I'll give you context in a second. I've only been at work a week. I've received several complaints about products. I'm happy to pass along feedback, but please keep it positive. Number 1. And again, I'll give you context in a second, but I want to read it without the context, and then I'll come back around and give it to you. Number 2, every card I post for the rest of eternity, unless stated, was bought just like you. I do not get free rare flurry cards at work. Number 2. Number 3, if you have a sweet idea for a future set, please message me in a polite manner rather than demanding I do a design or player A in the checklist. Thank you, Eric. Number 3. Number 4, bottom line, I want to keep my IG page and I love this community. If the 3 above requests continue to not happen, I'll likely want to stay off IG for good. Remember, I love this hobby like you, and our team is going to do our team is going to do our best to bring you amazing cards possible. So this is Tomcat_sports cards. If you go back in the archives, when I used to do one-on-one lives, this is before it was weekly episodic. He is actually one that was with the essential credentials. So if you go back in time, so he's got Tomcat Sports Cards is his hockey card Instagram. So that's basically what he uses for that with the Marc-Andre Fleury cards and other things related to it. He got a job at Upper Deck. And that's the reason for the comments on it. So he has discovered what Spicy I discovered some time ago. Being in the hobby with Upper Deck means you get feedback.
Oh, yes.
So you can see, that's why I gave you the bullet points. If you noticed, it's like, please calm yourselves. He's like, he's been at work for a week. To the point he had to do a PSA and go, guys, give me a break. It's like every ill this company has ever done that you're concerned or upset about. It's not like beat me over the head with it.
Yeah, the keyboard warriors, eh?
Somewhere out there, Spicy Eye is like, first time? Yeah, like he's like, I know those feels. I know those feels. There is a way, just to be clear, there is a way to be able to provide feedback in a way that is possibly more effective. We like to poke fun at a lot of things here, but whenever there is an issue or whatever, I'll give you a tangible example. I'll give you a real example. All right. So I opened the boxes of the AW stuff. I pulled this card. So this card here is one of the gaming cards of Mariah May. She's one of the quote unquote rookies in the set. This is not on the checklist. They released a checklist and did all that. So I went to go look at it. So now here's the thing. There's one of two things that's happened. Either the checklist is wrong, or there are unannounced cards, which has happened before, by the way. Upper Deck has actually done that before. So I go and I message the individual that I know was responsible for the checklist because I know who's responsible. So I go, hey, wrong checklist or unannounced cards? Yay or nay? Goes back and says, nope, that should definitely be on the checklist. I will send it over to them to get it corrected. And the reason it's important is because this set is actually tiered. Some of them are actually tougher pulls than others. I need to know which tier this is. I will probably put this up on eBay, but I want that information first.
Yeah, before.
I need the info. If this is more short printed relative to the other ones, I would like to know that.
Yeah.
That's kind of critical info that I need.
Is there any special color around? Is this like silver, gold?
So this one here is kind of a metallic looking color. There is a gold version of it as well. That's a more shiny version.
Okay.
So they do have two versions of it.
Yep.
So this is a base, but even in the base, the checklist, depending on which one it is, some of them are 1 in 40 packs. there are 12 packs per box. So that's a 1 in 3 or 4 box hit.
Boxes, yeah.
So it is a little bit of a tougher hit, aka I would like to know which tier it is. There is a significance to that.
Yep.
So if it's a more common one, that still has value, but it's less so. If it's a tougher hit, a more short printed one, I will adjust accordingly. So it's important for me to know that. So before I bother to list anything, I want to know the difference. So I need that checklist updated so I can make sure. So that's very important.
Information.
But you can ask, rather than be accusatory, hey, you guys are lying to us. Because people will totally do that. 100%.
Nice way.
Yeah, like you'd be like, hey, question. I literally sent a picture. I go, hey, this, not on the checklist. Which is it? And he goes, oh, nope, totally a mistake. Thank you for letting us know. We'll get it corrected. Okay, great. Easy. No problem.
You were almost hoping that it wasn't on the checklist.
I would have been good with it. They would have been, I wouldn't have minded unannounced because it would have been, I already know for sure there's at least 1 or 2 more that also weren't on the checklist.
Yes.
So I had some people give me some feedback back. So now we'll get it correct. Now, does that mean that some of the other ones that were on the checklist don't exist? So it could be the opposite. It could mean some of the other ones actually are not on there because maybe one got swapped out for the other. Absolutely.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. So that's why it's still important. I still want to know. Either way, I have a copy of the old checklist. So once we get it updated, I can do a quick compare and see maybe something else did make the cut. And then if that one eventually shows up, then we know something interesting happened.
Yeah.
So either way, there's value to it. So right now we want a correct checklist either way, because that'll give us a starting point to be able to do a quick compare and contrast. So there's one way or the other, there's a discrepancy here in information, and I went to the source. So now I want to know basically what the difference is so they can tell me, and more information I have, the better. Goes back to the theme of the night, right? Info. We want a corrected checklist,
It is
right?
the theme of the night, though, right?
That'll tell us more. So Justin said, I remember when Carlos made the change from Sunday fun day to Friday. Best move. Yeah. The Sunday wasn't going to keep working. We couldn't go that late on
Friday
Sunday.
and Monday and Sunday.
For a while, we did, yeah.
Yeah, both.
So CC, that does not contain a card number, which actually makes it more annoying because you can't actually tell initially. The higher numbered ones are the short prints, but unfortunately they don't put a number on this. It's supposed to be like a gaming card, but they don't put any other indicator or number on it to tell you if it's short printed or not. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yep. Name says the 2 weeks were awesome. Back then we had the justification. There was enough to discuss to do 2 nights. I would have zero problem doing more lives, but it's one of those things I can't justify it. It takes more time.
And I don't want
also,
to.
But the thing is, Eric, if I did, I would probably swap out and let some other folks do it. So it's one of those things where I would be okay with it. But again, there's no justification for it. There's just not enough worth covering to do it more than once a week. So it's just easier to schedule it the one night a week. But no, I would totally do it because for me, going live when I've already got all this whole setup here is easy. And I like doing the football watch alongs. Those are fun too. So it's one of those things where if there is an opportunity, we get further into the season, I'll probably bring the football watch alongs back, but that'll be playoffs. When we get to the playoffs, specific games, those are fun to do. Happy to do it, but yeah, regular week to week, it just doesn't make sense.
If you have a reason to do something, it's always fun.
Yeah.
But just to do it for the sake of doing it, and it takes a lot of effort to kill time when you have nothing to talk about.
Well, just imagine if maybe I'll get Name on board and we'll do an Eric biking watch along, and we'll basically just do a play-by-play commentary. It's like, and Eric is like, watch out for that tree. I'm ready to insult Eric 2 times a week. See, Name's ready. Just saying.
Listen. Name has 3 beautiful, wonderful, magnificent children.
Wow.
And
3 descriptors.
I want to be there the day that they reach the age where he's no longer the perfect daddy, but just some jerk that lives in their house. I want to be there that day when they realize they live with a big, giant jerk. I want to be sitting there in the corner in a chair eating popcorn when his children realize that they live with a big jerk. Now, it's probably going to be a few years when they become teenagers. That's usually when it happens. But
Name is going to be infamous.
If I had any wish, it would be to be there the day his children realize that he's a jerk.
No, that'll never happen.
Wow.
But it happens to all of us.
No, it doesn't.
I don't know, Eric. Have you considered the possibility that it might just be your kids just clued in on like what we all knew? Have you considered that maybe you are just a jerk? They're just like coming to realization, like this is just the truth.
Could be.
Like Eric, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Sure.
We got Carlos Sr. Now, I realized that my father was a jerk at birth. So the thing is, but I've had that for a lifetime. And today, he is old. And when I was a kid, I told him he was old. So what's funny is like nothing has changed.
No.
Literally, like, no, it's like, nope, still old man. Yeah. But, and you're still a jerk. Yeah. But then we go at Baskin Robbins and we have ice cream.
My kid's calling me right now, and I got to find out why.
Go for it.
Oh,
it's probably to tell us more horrible things. If the Packers and Patriots play this season, would be a good live to do. Unfortunately, they do not. I just checked the schedule. They don't match up this year.
Damn.
Eric acts like he has a choice. True. 2 like button fees. Facts.
Oh.
Facts. It would be true.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So we'll talk a little bit more on the podcast. We'll talk a little bit more about what happens this week coming up in the footballs, because now we've got the Packers are playing the Mayo Man. So they're playing Will Levis, the man of Mayo. And it's not looking good for him. So we're going to see. I don't know. Either the Mayo Man will get a win or Malik Willis. The Malik Willis era will continue. I don't think Jordan Love is playing this week. So we'll see if he can defeat the Mayo Man. So yeah, Mayo Monday is in jeopardy right now. We're looking. I still feel like I'll declare Mayo Monday, but I guess we're going to see how the outcome goes.
Yeah.
So since they are playing each other, this may work. I don't know. One of the teams has to win in theory. We'll see, I guess. We'll find out. So we'll have some fun with that. So we'll hang out for a couple more minutes and then we'll wind her down. It's been a good episode. We don't need to go as long as last week, but it's been very educational. So that's been a lot of fun.
It has been interesting.
We learned about ice cream bar cards. That was exciting.
You know,
it's pretty good.
And that is exciting. You know, all somebody needs is that little spark and that one thing they'll go, hey, those are kind of cool. I'm going to get those. And then that sort of inadvertently starts a spark in the marketplace. And then people go, hey, these are really cool. And then someone writes an article and then bada bing. And you start a new sort of collectible on higher demand. It actually dwarfs the 84 Jordan because it's not really about money. It's about really acquiring the, something of their past. And that's WWF related, which is great on top of that. But the 84 Jordan's gotten out of control. These guys are just like, come on. And then we had Chris from Carlighter there. He just took it down and all that. What happened? Was there an addendum to that interview or a little something?
You mean the conversation he had with Kenny?
Yes.
I had it on the agenda. I'm actually a little disappointed in y'all. Like I had it on the agenda just in case it came up. So all right, let's touch on this briefly.
I brought it. Okay.
So we had the last episode of Crossover, and they did put it on the channel. I'm guessing, as far as I'm aware, it's still up there. Yeah, I have a copy anyway, and I know it's shocking, but I have a copy either way. So the point is that he went on there, and I'll give the short version now. I was going to do a video this week. Honestly, this week I was exhausted. I just didn't have time. But basically the short version of it was that the 84 Star Jordan sale, one of them at Golden for $244K, was posted originally and it was put on the Card Ladder database. And the controversy, the issue came that as a result of what, as it would turn out, was, based on the way Chris alluded to it, some kind of source, presumably from inside Golden, tried to tell him that it was no good. So they pulled it.
Wasn't paid
and then,
for.
Yeah, that the sale was no good, and they pulled it from the database. But then, as it got pulled from the database, now this is where the conspiratorial theories come in, because here's the thing, and this is where I'll just make a point. The fact it got pulled from the database is one thing.
Yes.
But really, unless you're specifically paying attention to it, you're not going to notice one way or the other that it's there or isn't there, unless you're specifically looking for it.
84 Star Jordan.
But I'm saying only if you're looking it up. Yeah, but so somebody has to be looking at it, because then Cage's lawyer posted about it.
Yes.
And that led to it being on Kenny's radar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the follow-up to that was the crossover episode, because they happen the same nights. Like, they're going to have a crossover episode tonight, and it probably starts around midnight. So right around the same time we're logging off, they're usually logging on, and they're doing their thing. So Friday nights for the most part. Although they're not longest running episodic because they take weeks off. But the point is that they had their regular episode. And then Kenny comes on. So I'm giving you kind of the calm version of it. This is the calm, chill version. I'm giving you the recap. Mm-hmm. So he comes on, and of course he's Kenny. So he comes in all guns a-blazing. He's full energy, Kenny. And of course, he does a couple of pleasantries, but then almost immediately gets into the heart of the matter. Yeah. He goes, did you pull this? Now, just to be clear on this, Simon 466 Cards, who we've shouted out on the channel for, did his own breakdown of it. He got some different interpretation. I did give him credit for it at the card show as well. He was there at the card show. So I gave him some props for doing the video. But obviously, I have a little different interpretation of it. If I do have the energy, if I can find the energy to do a video, I'd like to give you a different perspective. Because number one, I have been in meetings with people who have who have come in with that kind of agenda, had that kind of conversation in it. And I've also sat in the chair that Josh was in that conversation as an observer who's just kind of sitting there watching the ping pong match go. I've also done customer service. I've done escalations. I've actually done these things. And Chris's response to it was basically a case study in what not to do.
Yeah.
To de-escalate. It's almost everything you could have done wrong. Here's the thing. I'm a man, Eric. It's shocking.
Man of peace.
I'm a man of peace, but I'm also a man who smirks. I'm a man who enjoys me a good smirk. A knowing smirk. I am a smirker. I fully own this. I speak this as truth. So I know this. And I enjoy, again, I've shared stories. I am also a man who in the customer service realm enjoys basically fucking with my customer. And there are times where I've done that. But it's time and place. It's knowing time and place. You have to understand the venue in which you're doing it. So I have done that, but I've also been in the de-escalation spot where this is not the time. Yeah. This is not the place. This is where we have to put our professional hat on and switch it. We got to do it. So we've got to make that adjustment. And Chris did not make the adjustment. No. Because the crossover, they're very loose. They like to, have a lot of fun. They'll take some side swipes and some stuff. Again, we may know a thing or two about that.
It looked like it was a power struggle at that point.
Yeah, there's all you need to know, even without knowing the background. 5 seconds of listening to that conversation, you can tell there's history. There's history underlying the way that everybody's responding to it and the way everybody's doing. The problem was, it's a bad look from someone who is a CEO of a division in collectors. So you got the bigger umbrella company. So this becomes a headache for Nat Turner, who still has to do. Kenny may be out at collectors, but he's under eBay. And you still have uses and needs for eBay. And you and eBay have partnerships and collaborations. There is the vault. There's things that are still connected between the two of you. So there's still business dealings underpinning. So you almost have to play the political game. And the thing is, the crossover, they operate very loosey-goosey. They're like, they're kind of relaxing. It's late in the evening. They're just chilling, talking over all the different folks. Fine. And industry folks listen to it. We know that industry folks listen to it. So what you got to remember here is there's a time and a place where you can engage in a certain way with it. The point was, Kenny came in. He said, why did you pull it? And Chris, instead of just saying, we got information from a reliable source inside that is telling us no good. In which case, then Kenny says, I've got the wire transfers, I got this, I got that, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's the thing. At that point, it's done. Because as soon as that begins, that whole sequence begins, and Kenny now starts talking about business, you got to almost switch it to a business meeting. Your tone kind of has to change a little bit.
Yeah, but he was the Cheshire cat that was smiling and giggling.
Yeah, but my point is that's a mistake. Because it speaks that you do not belong in a position of authority over anything if you can't understand that this is not the time. I don't care if you know everything. I don't care if you hate Kenny's guts and you're enjoying that he's kind of coming in full.
It showed that.
Yeah, and the problem is you gave that away to everybody. Everybody could see it. Well, they're industry folks and they're like, well, okay. So if I'm doing business with these guys, this is the guy leading the charge on this? Mm. So Kenny, for all the things he does, as much as he's a caricature of a human being at times, and he's a human caricature.
Yeah, but he has
but he was right. The thing is, he had a right to get a measured response from somebody because he's challenging. He goes, wait a minute, You're affecting my business. You're doing something, blah, blah, blah. I have the receipts for this. Well, as soon as that's the case, do you know what the answer is? Do you know how simple it is? Okay, give me the information and we'll look into it and we'll get it updated right away. We'll look into it. Give me the info you got. We'll look at it and we'll get this resolved. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to say.
Simple.
Conversation's over, because you don't want to have this extended conversation. You're not going to be like, you're not doing the, well, how do you think we would have pulled it? Why do you think we would have pulled it? And it's like, now it's not the time for rhetorical questions. I enjoy rhetorical questions, but that wasn't the time for it. Don't play a trivia game with Kenny. He's coming in fully cocked. You got to just de-escalate. You have to de-escalate the situation right away. Because now you're almost in a business meeting and other people are watching, but you're conducting now business. So you got to change your perspective, your tone in how you decide to approach it. It's up to you. Like, at the end of the day, whatever. But I don't care whether you agree or disagree with my take on it. You are conducting yourself unprofessional. You came off as unprofessional. And everybody that I've spoken to, there isn't a single person that argued that you came off professionally. Not a one. And maybe you don't care. Maybe you enjoy not looking professional. Well, mission accomplished, I guess. We'll get you the banner. Eric, go get the banner. But like, I don't know what to say at that. Again, I'm talking about this as from a live stream where we're 5% less mature. But I'm just saying straight up, like, it's not the approach you want to be taking in a business format when you're in the industry. It's different than when you're outside the industry and you just enjoy lobbing the odd grenade in there for fun.
Sure.
I have that option. I have that luxury. I'm not involved in the industry directly. I'm not in a specific industry related business directly. I have friends and associations to it. Yes. And of course we have a sponsor with AMG who's a card shop. That's part of the industry, but it's more peripheral. We're not directly tied to a specific industry. I'm not under the umbrella of Collectors doesn't own it. Although, Nat, for enough zeros, I would. Just saying.
Yeah, you're not under the umbrella of the biggest, and you know what I mean when I say this, the biggest name in the hobby, the biggest company in the hobby, the most important, the most
in the card industry, not the hobby.
The whole thing, right? Everybody needs to know when you are representing yourself and when you are representing your place of work or your partners.
Yeah. And that's the weird line they traverse in that show. And sometimes I'm going to move away from Chris and I'm going to move away from the crossover specifically. This comment is directed at collectors and Nat Turner and that side of it. If I'm those guys, again, if they ask me, I would just tell them straight up, this is very, very dangerous game to be playing. Because normally, if you're a larger company, which Collectors is steadily moving in the direction of having divisions and area. Remember, Collectors is not just PSA. People just think of PSA. It's PCGS coin grading. It's WADA with the video game grading. It's all these other areas as well. There's more to it. There's more areas to it. And then you move on. But the key here is, because you're dealing with all this, it's not just the one area. Having anyone go and do something, have a show like the crossover where you're not like setting some boundaries, setting some ground rules. There's a time and a place. You want to talk about your favorite cards. Go for it. You want to answer some general card related questions. Go nuts. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. And you want to offer some opinions. I really love the design of this, or I love this, or, what do you think about this in general? If you're speaking in generalities, you giving your personal opinion, whatever, have at it. Go nuts. But as soon as you enter into the actual space talking about other companies in the space that may be doing business with your company, or now I'm dealing with a stakeholder. I was dealing with someone directly who is questioning me on my data set directly. For Nat, that's where you have to kind of step in and go, okay, look, you guys want to do the show? These are the boundaries. Anything that falls outside of this boundary, you got to be like, hey, let's have an offline conversation. You don't want to engage in the conversation during a live show. But that's Nat's job, basically. That's his call to be like, because any other business like that, if you're going to comment on anything, you have to go through a PR department. There's always a PR department that'll be somebody like, who's going to speak on behalf of the company? Not you. You give the information, this person will speak on, they're the spokesman. They will speak on behalf of the company. Why? Because they know exactly what to say, when to say it, and how much to say, and when to stop. Mm-hmm. It's controlled. At Collectors, it's been very clear that they are not controlling it. They've kind of let things go and be very loosey-goosey. It's like, hey, that's fine. If that's the way you want to run it. But then you run into those situations. Now, do I think there's any long-term ramification? No. The hobby forgets in about 4 seconds.
It does.
I just gave you the example. The CT scanner thing was already forgotten. There was an interview related to the thing that gave kind of an update and no one knew about it or no one said anything.
I don't think it's forgotten. I think it's suppressed in a certain sense. A lot of people don't want to talk about it because they don't like the reality of it. And another part,
I think most of the people that have been in the hobby a long time, generally, we've seen so much bullshit that
no, these are
other than the entertainment value. Do we really care?
technology. Well, not for you, you wouldn't care, but I mean, like, technically, people should care.
But I think
Because
the key,
a major factor for a lot of collectors.
it is. But I think the bigger. So if I was to offer this, here's my bigger takeaway: was it entertaining? Damn right it was.
Yeah.
No doubt, no question. Is it have long-term ramifications? It doesn't seem to, because the crossover's happening tonight. So I don't think anything. I'm going to assume nothing's changed. I will listen to it later. Obviously, I'm not listening to it right now, but I'm assuming nothing will change in terms of that, because I've seen no indication in the past when there have been other things where I'm like, that airs into the non-professional. That's happened before. It's not the first time. Nothing's happened. It just goes on anyway, regardless. So no one seems to care or pay attention to it or touch it. The other side of it, though, is, and Kenny's going to keep doing his thing. So I don't think he's affected to it. He was annoyed, but then he gave the information. It was put back on the database, and he was placated for now. But I'm sure he wasn't happy that created the story. The pulling and then the further discussion brought it into question. To Bobby's point about the data set, though, that it should matter. Well, I don't think the majority of the people using the product even understand where the data set comes from anyway.
Fair enough.
They just take it at face value. All right, it's there, it's not there, in, out, whatever. And that's where I think the majority of people fall. Now, here's my question. How normally, if something happens, you would ask yourself, okay, what was the root cause of this? What was the actual problem here? Because you have this thing. So one of two things happened, in my opinion. There could be more options, but I'll give you two high-level options. Option A, you're taking these third-party auctions like Golden or Heritage or these other ones that you're including in your database, and you're just taking it at face value, that if nobody says anything, you're just assuming the sale was completed, which goes against the vetting idea. Card ladder is supposed to be vetting, right? So it goes against the idea of vetting. Okay, so let's call that scenario one. Scenario one, you did it that way. Now you get a piece of information. Somebody says, oh, this sale was no good, and you pull it. But you didn't do the vetting in the first place. That to me isn't great, but all right, fine. That makes sense. So then, of course, Kenny comes over the top and he goes, hey, wait a minute, whatever. I've got the information. I say it's good. He's right then, because you could have consulted him, because now you're pulling this thing. It's a 6-figure sale. It's worthy of a follow-up. Just a quick, like, hey, heads up.
Especially on a key card like this.
Yeah. And by the way, communication-wise, you could have still pulled it. But you could have said, we're pulling it because we got some information. We're looking into it.
Pending.
Yeah, exactly. But you just say, we're looking into it. We're getting some information. We're getting the confirmation. And once we confirm it, we'll either put it back or we'll leave it off.
How many Star Jordan collectors got really pissed off about that?
Yeah. But you have to put in the caveat. Just give them that out. Just say, hey, we're double checking. We'll double check. And once we know for sure, we'll either put it back or we'll leave it off, depending on what happened. No problem. Fine. Shift over. Next part. Option 2. They had some information that said it was good, and they put it in the database. Maybe they got a report or something that said that it was good. It was part of a list of auctions that completed and didn't seem to have any issue, and they put it there in the first place.
Yeah.
Then they get the piece of information saying no good. So now you've got one saying yes and one saying no. Kenny can be your tiebreaker. So when he says, don't you guys have my phone number? And they say yes, well, he's right.
Yeah.
If it was scenario 2, he could be the tiebreaker and said, I got this that says yes, and I got this that says no. Can you tell me for sure, yes or no? Same situation. You can go straight to the source and say, hey, guys, what's up? And I promise you, he would answer the question for that kind of a sale.
It really tells you who's the adults in this hobby. I think it gets into too much of PSA and too much third-party concentration of this hobby, and it gets away from the collectors. About people, you get 80 views on a guy who does, maybe say Rick, who does vintage cards. He gets 80 views and he reviews a lot of different stuff. And then you get the other content that comes from, the third parties, and they seem to run the roost. And I think we need to get back to, not the homogenized feeling that everybody has about the hobby, as they're instructed to have. I think we need to really get back to the collectors and the information in the collecting part, and away from the gambling part of it, the card industry part of it. And I think that's what where PSA and Beckett and all the grading companies and all the card manufacturers get into, is we're so worried about what they do in the hobby opposed to what you're doing. And what they're doing is really about the 1 to 5%, and what you're doing is about 95% of the hobby. And I think we need to get back to that root of hobby, and away from the focus on these third parties running the roost. That's just my personal feeling, and I think going forward you'll be a lot happier. We all like bad news, we all love shit. I get it, but we really need to come back to the collecting part of it, and get more into that, because it's gotten away from the hobby, and now we get into these little bitter battles about, and Chris should know better. He should not be in the position that he is in, taking that stance going forward. And Ken shouldn't come on live and do that and create something. It's almost like they're doing it for views, and they really shouldn't. It just be a private phone call, and they all have each other's numbers.
I would agree with you, except I genuinely believe that Ken, everything that I see from Ken strikes me as a guy who just didn't have the patience to do that. He goes, "You guys are live," because if he hadn't been live, he would have called him on the phone. But the fact that they were live, he goes, "No, I'm not being ignored. Like I need an answer now, right now, now." So I think it was more of an impatience thing. I don't think Ken cared. I think what it came down to is he was like, "I need you to answer this question. I want to know what the heck you guys are doing, and I want an answer now."
The funny part about it is, like, you're into the 1% again. There we go. We're covering shit about the 1% and talking about it, and it really doesn't even matter to, like I said, 99% of the people. It's like, it's a star card. You want to go forward, do whatever you want, that's fine. It's a $240,000 card, or a small house in the United States in Indiana or something. But it's almost silly that we watch that and care about it so much, when the hobby is really fun about talking about WWF ice cream boxes. I think that's where we've gotten too far away from into, it's sort of like the world. Everybody's political now. It's like it's gotten too far, and stop focusing on it, and you'll enjoy yourself a little bit more if you don't get into those things. So, it's nice to watch those things and to cover it, but, stick with your hobby and be happy with what you're doing within the hobby, because it is your hobby. If you're into gambling in the card industry, good luck to you and have fun.
It's good advice, but the fact that the negative news sells more, it means that literally 0% of people are doing that.
Yes, I know.
Yeah,
Bob Jackson says, but there is a percentage.
It's a minute percentage.
It certainly is, but that will satisfy you more going forward. You'll make more. You'll make better business at work if you're not flicking through, Instagram videos. There's all these things we should do.
And that's the key, though. The fact that so many people do not do that.
Not potato chips.
You can make that pitch. You can make that argument, but then you're still going to see people go to the aisle and grab the potato chips.
The funny part is, I appreciate the hobby and the information part of it, and I really appreciate that. I do watch this other stuff, but that's just for content and, covering things and knowing a little bit more about the hobby. But, I'm still based in the hobby, and I really enjoy it, and I really think that people need to focus more on that. And it's unfortunate the views aren't there, and I understand why they're not there. But I think you'll be more happy in what you collect and content going forward if you're not really tied into that game. And those guys are totally unprofessional, both of them.
Well, that was the big takeaway. So I wanted to make sure.
I have a lot of fun here, and I say a lot of stupid shit that I don't think it's stupid, but anyways, I just overly opinionated, whatever. But we're just having fun here. That's professionalism at its worst.
Yeah. And so I'll read this from Bob Jackson, and I want to tie into that here in a second. Bob Jackson saying it's like people only do these things because they get paid, and that's just really sad. I appreciate that reference.
Yeah, it's true.
I appreciate that reference.
And they get away with it too.
Yeah,
and
good old Wayne's
World. Famous because of it. It's almost
that one's a Wayne's World reference. That's the Garth thing.
Oh, is it?
That was that's literally a bit from Wayne's World. So the point though is the unprofessionalism, and that's the reason why I tied into that. Look, I'm balancing it out. In this segment, I could be a little more animated if I wanted to, because again, I have enough background that I could have a lot. I feel that I have been very tempered in the way that I have explained this. So, and the reason for that is because I actually want the message to come across here. Yeah. Because if anyone wants to bitch and moan about this, I'm going to be very clear. My statement is a simple one. I do think there are some folks there that should be taking. I don't even blame Chris, and I don't blame Kenny, because This is what he does. This is not new behavior for him. The reality is, and in this case, again, we can criticize a million things about Kingle, a million things.
Yeah, but they're airing
in this
their
case,
laundry when they shouldn't be.
But again, I'm going to go back to what I said a moment ago. I understood why he took this tack in this situation.
Why he did. Yes,
because he wasn't going to wait. He needed an answer yesterday. And in this case, had they not been live, I think he would have been harassing them on the phone to get the same response. The fact they were live created the scenario. But I am putting the onus on Chris to realize, oh, we're not joking around right now. This guy's serious, and he's actually directly asking me a direct. So, all right, hold on. I need to switch.
All the way through it, like it's unbelievable.
And that's where he needed to understand that was the time to turn it off. Hold on.
Yeah.
Now, stop. We got to almost stop the program and do a different thing here. Finish this,
history,
and then move on. Oh, 100%.
See, that's the battle for power, right? So we have the powerful of the industry battling for power between the two.
Chris has a database. Chris has a database. There's no power. It's like it's only a very specific subset of people that are.
Chris has the power to say yes or no.
He does. He does. It is to a point, but it also here's the thing. It's a power that undermines
power
itself.
To come on his show and talk to him directly. They both have that sense of power. And who won? It seemed like Kenny didn't win. But we'll see. Or will we see? Will we even find out?
Well, what do you think? Kenny's thing was to put it back up, and he did.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the thing.
Who wins?
Oh, both of them lost something in the course of that transaction.
They did.
Yeah. Kenny's problem, the reason he was so irritated with it was because the moment you pull it doesn't matter if you put it back. It's like putting the toothpaste back in the tube. That's why he was so irritated. That's why he was like, I need an answer now. I'm not waiting till tomorrow. That was the key part of that piece. The other side of the equation was, and that's why I asked the question of the scenario, is if you are pulling the data with faulty information, if you're getting a source telling you no, but you didn't double check, remember, you're the vetting guys. You're the guys, you're part of your marketing copies that you vet things. If you're vetting it and you're getting it wrong, you're undermining the quality of your own data.
And
you're basically saying, I cannot trust this
somebody
data.
At that time live online.
Yeah, and you're the one in charge. So that's the problem.
That's when power goes to your head. And a lot of these guys have let power go to their head. Kennedy's always had power down to his head anyways, but I'm just saying, I've never seen Chris so much of that way and cocky about it and smirking. And that's just unprofessional, in my opinion. One of the most unprofessional things I've seen probably in the hobby. And then he turns around and actually does it. So it makes him wrong, and then it makes him look bad. But does he care? He doesn't care.
None of that stuff sticks.
He's a millionaire now. He doesn't care. He's good. He's good for the money.
Well, none of that stuff sticks anyway. So it's not. People will be tuning in tonight, and they'll watch anyway. The show. I would be very surprised if the show tonight wasn't the same as a normal show. That would be my expectation. I expect it to be a regular episode.
It's not like I ever watch them anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. For me.
So Zach saying Bobby's right. You know how many people declare they're leaving the hobby because they lost joy, because stuff should be totally irrelevant to their collecting, and they'll still tune in though. They'll still be there watching.
Yeah.
CC says Otani's now 52 and 52. See, Eric, it's all about the stolen bases and the home runs.
I got to be honest. I'm not really shocked about the home runs. The stolen bases thing blows my mind.
So can I tell you why I'm not surprised about the stolen bases?
By all means.
So he does have some speed, obviously. He is very good at picking his spots, but they also changed the rules. The pitchers can't pick off as much as they have in the past, and they've actually increased the size of the bases slightly. So it is actually a little bit easier to steal the bases. So I actually consider, look, it counts, but at the same time, I'm like, it's a little easier. And there's some of those pitchers are actually pitching very badly. Like I've been watching, and I'm like, you guys are throwing meatballs down the middle with this guy.
They increased the size of the bases?
Yeah, slightly. Yep.
Why?
I forget the rationale behind it, but they have actually modified. So as a result, it's actually changed the distance between the bases ever so slightly.
That changes the game.
I hate baseball, and I make fun of it. And they banned the shift, which I thought I made fun of relentlessly, because it is the biggest wimp thing I've ever. I want to hit the ball over there, but that guy's standing there and he keeps catching it. Make him stand over there, because I want to hit the ball there. Ridiculous. The other day, I'm at I'm out after work with Phil and some other guys, and the game's on, and I have no interest. But I look up, and there's this guy on first base, a runner. He's on first, and I'm looking, and I literally have to take my glasses off and kind of rub my eyes, put them back on, and look. And I kid you not, I swear to Christ, he was wearing an oven mitt.
What?
And I said, "What the hell is on his hand? Why does he have an oven mitt on his hand?" And they explained to me is that these, we'll just call them wimpy baseball players, are now wearing, I kid you not, it looks like an oven mitt.
Wait till it's on a card.
This is to help them, like if they choose to steal or slide into second, hands first, it protects their hands.
Oh, you're talking about the little hand guard, whatever.
It's an oven mitt. It looks ridiculous. I hate baseball. I hate baseball players. I hate everything about it, and they're making the game more laughable than it's ever been.
I see. You mean as opposed to the hockey gloves the hockey guys wear? They don't need gloves. What for?
Yeah. The puck doesn't hurt.
Sorry.
Those pansies don't need gloves. What are you doing? It's supposed to be a tough sport. Take them off. Take off the gloves.
No.
Give me one justification for the gloves. One.
Slashing.
Yes. True.
Don't slash them. That's a penalty, sir.
Slashes out there.
That's a penalty, sir. That's illegal. It's against the rules.
Cold. And it's
enforce the rules.
And it keeps their hands warm because it's cold.
Oh, you could wear regular mitts. You don't need padded mitts.
You needed padded mitts because you had Kenny Linsman, the rat, slashing the shit out
of it. I see. Mm-hmm. Huh. Interesting.
Comes back around.
Interesting. Sounds to me like some of the illegal. Sounds to me like those pansy hockey players are accommodating to the illegalities of the game.
Baseball sucks, and they're making it more and more sucky every year.
Wow, they must be following hockey.
Pretty much.
Anyway, moving on. Mm-hmm. So here was the specific thing. So this graphic actually shows it very well. So the red is the base size before, and the green is actually the modified. So this graphic though actually shows you something more important. It actually shows you the difference. This actually reduces. This actually reduces. So that's why I say like the stolen base stats are actually pumped up a little bit because of this increase. Because it actually reduces. Look at this. Look at the green. It reduces the distance between bases.
Exactly. Everything you do like that changes the game completely.
Yeah. So I'm like, it counts, but it counts. But it gives you some of those borderline calls. Ohtani's going to get them because he's already at the base. He's already got his hand on the base. So it's like it makes it a little bit easier.
So what was the thought process behind that? I don't really understand.
I can't remember what the rationale was. They actually covered, there was a specific reason they said they would do it.
It should be an obvious reason, but I don't think you can give me an obvious reason.
Let's see here. Blah, blah, blah. I just want to find it here. Base size.
Whatever
modifications primary goal.
Matter. It's kind of stupid to increase it because it does change the whole trajectory of the history of the game.
And they wear an oven mitt.
An oven mitt's okay. That's a different story.
It's ridiculous.
Hey, it's better be a looker than a cooker, right? No?
Anyway. Oven mitt.
Yeah, so here it is. They're just trying to avoid collisions.
Oh, it's sort of like they reduced all the speed limits here, which was good. It was sort of like, oh, we're going to go from 60 to 50 because, 10% of the people are less apt to getting in an accident or getting killed. Well, then let's go down to 10 kilometers and we'll eliminate 90% of the people getting killed. And where do you stop and where do you start? It's sort of silly.
I watched someone drive backwards on your highway up there. And I'll remember that the rest of my life.
That's cool.
So you were jealous you lacked the skills?
Yes, it's tough to do that backwards.
I wanted to know why I couldn't drive backwards on the highway.
You could if
you should have tried.
No, I should have.
Yeah. CC says, I believe they made the base bigger to give a little more room at the run at first. That's specifically the collision one. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, so after 90 years, we're going to fucking... Okay.
Well, hey, Bobby,
they've got an idea. Why don't we give just...
Bobby, they've been multiple... This is why I laugh kind of at Eric's point.
And that's not the fun. There's lots of fights in the hockey games. Yeah, that's fun. Leave it. Let it go.
Well, think of how much easier the fights would be if you kept the gloves off. You don't have to throw the gloves down.
Oh yeah.
Skip a step. Get straight to the fighting.
Sure.
I think
Actually, just go straight to the fighting. No one cares about the hockey anyway.
Bobby, what do you think? Would you rather be punched in the mouth with the bare fist or with a hockey glove on?
I'll take the glove.
You don't get punched in the mouth with the glove. They literally
You
throw the
do,
gloves
but
off.
There's
I know.
the puppies
I
who
think
think
I'd rather
that they
take
can get away with it.
a bare fist.
Yeah.
Those gloves are solid.
Oh yeah.
So they're a weapon. Man, you guys, terrible. So Bob Jackson's saying, imagine Ricky now with increased base set. So we were making a joke about that. Ricky
shit.
Henderson.
Even
Ricky
if the
Henderson
record
would have
is
loved it.
more.
Ricky Henderson would have loved it because, Otani has the 52 stolen base. Ricky Henderson would have 52 stolen bases by the end of a homestand. He
Exactly.
would have been like, I'm just going to steal all the bases.
That's the truth, right?
And where
Yeah,
other
and-
mitts?
And limited pickoffs was the other one because, again, limited pickoffs prevents a lot of the throwing over to first.
does.
So it actually makes it easier for a good base stealer to do what they want to do.
True.
So let's see. Make bang bang plays less dangerous. Yes, this was basically the big thing there. That's the equivalent of the thick padded seat Eric has on his mountain bike. I know, pansy.
Mm,
You should sit. You should sit on the metal pole like a man.
really?
Oh yeah, you should totally sit on it. It's Eric. I'm not concerned about his safety.
Why don't you sit on it, Potsy?
Well, you're the one who's on a bike. I don't have a bike, so that's why. Why don't I? Because I don't have a bike. You idiot. Come on, sit on the metal pole. You'll probably like it.
Pansies.
And if you crash into a tree, what difference does it make? You've actually might increase your efficiency of flying off.
Probably a little bit.
I'm reducing your air drag. You can be just that much quicker.
Yeah. Get it over with.
Mm-hmm. They need gloves because it's cold. Sounds like a bunch of pansies to me. Exactly. What's
Screw you,
this?
Bob.
Maybe we should make the hockey arena hotter, get rid of the ice, and just go straight to rollerblades.
I think it'd be good. Yeah.
Then they don't need the gloves because then it's not cold.
You still
I
have
fixed it.
slashing.
Again, that's against the rules.
That's California hockey. Yeah.
If you're worried about slashing, Eric, what about, it's like, then you need full body armor because I can slash you in the neck.
That's right.
So why don't they slash in the neck then? You should have a full neck guard all the way around.
And that's what they're wearing now.
They're not wearing it in the back. Where's the back net? Where's the back padding? I don't see it.
Don't see it. Not gonna
Yep.
be there.
Manfred doesn't care about history after all. Search trophies is being metal. Exactly. Hockey gloves are cute. There you go. Justin thinks they're cute.
That's nice.
Yep. Robert says they aren't allowed to remove their helmets before a fight. People get hands injured punching a helmet. Pansies.
So stupid.
Should make the helmets metal.
Yes.
Yeah. You can just call the rules. Exactly. Slashing is slashing. Call it every time. That's right. You don't need gloves. Just call the rule. It's a slash. Call a penalty.
Okay, but you already have a broken hand, and he sits in the box for 2 minutes.
That's called strategery.
And
It's called strategy.
like,
You see the good player and you break their hand.
Hmm.
And then you call a 2-minute minor.
That's hockey.
That's right. Listen, you tell it to Bobby Clark. Did gloves prevent Bobby Clark from hitting the Russian in the leg? It did not. What's a glove going to do for him? What's a glove going to do for him? Tell me, Eric.
I bet you that Russian still walks with a limp.
Probably.
I bet he wishes he had a glove on his leg. For Eric, ooh, it prevents slashing. Oh, a glove totally would have helped with that. Your argument's getting worse as we're going. Like, this is a terrible argument.
How do Canadians feel about the fact that their greatest hockey memory is due to someone cheating?
Our greatest hockey memory? The golden goal?
2 goal by Henderson.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what are we talking about here?
You guys wouldn't have won that series if he didn't take out their best player.
Yes, Eric, that's literally what you do. It's called strategery. Like, I thought we just covered this.
Cheating.
Eric, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
It's called dirty play. You Canadians are supposed to.
Wait. Hold on. A Boston Bruins fan is questioning people on dirty play. Wait, I'm muting you because I don't even want to hear another word out of you after that one. That right there's a special one. It's like, I'd say go on, but let's not and say we did. Bob Jackson says, I once got slashed in the back of the neck. I was madder than Bobby would be from getting an ice cream cake on his birthday. Dang.
Yes.
Broken hand whining, pansies, facts. Flyers just Red Army tactics. There you go. Is this a Bruins fan here talking about playing dirty? Exactly. This is like, I'm sitting there, wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Exactly.
This is, and it's also, by the way, Bobby, this is also a cyclist fan.
Yeah.
Or as I like to call it, cheating on wheels.
Basically.
All the cheatings. All the cheatings.
Oh, there we go.
Fascinating. So yes, all right. Look, to put a button on the last thing, it was very unprofessional. I could really rail on it and have a lot more fun with it than I did. I felt overall, Bobby, I gave it a very even-handed take. All things considered, I feel like both of them looked idiotic in the exchange. There will be no consequences from it, in my opinion. My expectation is no real consequences long term because
Never is.
Everybody at the table has to still work with each other, whether they want to or not. That's the funniest part about this whole thing is that collectors still needs eBay, and eBay still participates in it, and eBay has the data set that Card Ladder needs. So guess what? They all still have to play nice, even if they don't like each other, which is what makes it tremendously entertaining. The whole thing. It's like, you guys realize you have no choice. You have to sit at the same table. I don't care if you make dirty looks at each other. You have to sit at the same table.
But to see these powers go at it, it's just, it's silly. But it's typical, par for the course out there anyways.
There you go. What place is the winner of the Tour de France now? 109th because 180 in front of them cheated?
That's about right.
Mention his name.
I see. I always appreciate, though, that given that you are the bastion of integrity. And I appreciate you upholding the integrity in the sports. Because you are against the cheating.
I am against.
But for the cycling.
No, I am against all the cheating in cycling. And I don't.
So you're against cycling?
I don't like any professional sport that bans someone from cheating for only a period of time. If you get caught cheating, lifetime ban, don't come back.
But what if they can't catch anyone really? We just do the cheating. Let's get to the cheating.
Find out a way to catch cheaters.
So banning cycling.
You could do that.
If we ban cycling, then we can't possibly miss a cheater. We'll get them all.
There are still people who try to cheat in cycling, and I hope they get caught. And I hope they're
the ones who cycle. Yes, there are people. You mean the ones who are cycling, the ones who are participating in the event? Those are the people.
If they are caught cheating, they should be banned for life.
Great. If they're caught cheating, they should be punished. Good takeaway. All right, folks. That'll be your last word. If someone is caught cheating, they should be punished.
Banned for life.
Great. Fantastic. All right. We're going to stop before the 4.5. So we'll call it good that one. I have covered, I think, everything that I wanted to make sure I touched on. We got the Rich Klein auto thing. We got that. Mayo Monday is in jeopardy, but we'll see what happens after Sunday. Fishboy Jaw video. Got that. Kenny Golden versus the Hoge. We got that. Boom. Got that in at the end. And I pulled a Tom Glavine rookie out of a couple of packs of 88 score. It's pretty sweet. Not bad.
Lots of filler in between.
Oh, listen, it's okay. At least they're nice looking cards. I'll give it that. For 1988, I'm actually very impressed with the quality of these cards. So I have enjoyed it. So appreciate everybody in the comments. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, it'll allow Eric to build up his coalition to prevent cheating. He is very into that, so he needs your help. If you hit the like button a bunch of times, he will get all the support he needs. He will be able to track down all the cheaters. He will track down all the cycling cheaters on the golf course where OJ Simpson is trying to find the real killer. Eric may also help him find the real killer, so he may get a twofer.
Where's the glove?
Yeah. He's dead.
All of it.
He's
fantastic.
Dead. OJ's dead. He died.
How do you know that? Did you check in the golf course?
No.
How do we know he's not still alive, hanging out in the golf course, finding the... He wants you to think he's dead so that he can find the real killer in the golf course.
That's a good point. I didn't think of it that way. You're right.
What easier way would it be for OJ to finally find the real killer than to let the real killer think he died?
That's a good point.
Yeah. Robert gets the last word. If there were a risk of jail time for cheating in sports, fewer people would do it. Perhaps.
I'm fine. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So the whole cycling is like just arrest everybody in the Tour de France. All of you go to jail. You go to jail. You go to jail. You go to jail. I like it.
All of them. I don't care.
There you go. Sounds good.
Cheating.
All right, folks. Have yourselves a good night. We're episode 206, the longest running episode of whatever this is. We will figure out. We'll get all these things resolved. We'll take the pansiness out of hockey. I'm getting rid of the gloves. I'm making the helmets metal. And you know what? I'm making the sticks metal too. If you're going to slash somebody, slash them so it breaks it permanently.
They already are.
Like a man. Moving on. We'll have some fun with it. And we'll also get to the bottom of this entire history of Boobier. And we will recount next week his entire minor league history. It'll be very exciting. Leading to his professional debut in 77-78 for the Chicago Blackhawks.
Won't be doing that at all.
Check out the links to a million things, apparently, this episode, I guess. A million things in the description. I'll figure it out. I'll find the links for everything. And you can check that out, and we will catch you in the next one. Have a good night.